the first asset you should develop is you.
All right, everybody, we are here with Brad Gibb for a Bitcoin episode. Bitcoin isn't just about money. It introduces new concepts and things that weren't there before.
What principles remain, or how do they then transfer into that new world that is created by Bitcoin?
The only reason that I would use my money is to invest it into an asset. They want their wealth to work for them, and they want to do what they want to do.
Everything starts with creating wealth first. And everything that we think creates wealth, that's not its job.
Where does Bitcoin as this thing fit into my wealth plan? Because technically speaking, it is not an asset. It is a preservation tool.
It's to create spendable money now and to create excess capital for future consumption.
I can still create value without having to work so that my assets work instead of I do. That's investing. All right, everybody, we are here with Brad Gibb for the Bitcoin episode, the long-awaited. For those of you that don't know, Brad is one of my best friends in the world, certainly in the world of business. And this episode is long-awaited. I have wanted to do this for 2 years. Probably, years. And the reason I'm excited about this is I want to kind of give a frame before we kind of dive in to this, which is I'm a very big believer in Bitcoin, and not just, like as a buy and trade, get rich, like at a fundamental core level. I think that Bitcoin introduces a lot of really important things that can fundamentally change the world. And Brad is someone that he is the smartest person I know that has spent the most time thinking through wealth, money, how it works, not just, investing or making money. No, like actually at a core level, understanding wealth and money and how it works and pulling it apart and putting it back together, specifically for entrepreneurs, but as a whole. And so he is someone that I trust entirely with money and wealth. I follow his wealth plans and things. I've done what he said to do. And to me, I'm like, dude, you've got to know Bitcoin. Like you at least have to understand it at like a core level. And so I've been trying to get him to do this. And he probably very wisely so said, hey, we're going to postpone this for a while because I'm not quite there. You're not quite there to the point where we can actually have a useful conversation about it. And we've been going back and forth on this. So the purpose of today is we're going to have a conversation about Bitcoin, specifically on how it plays into the role of the overarching wealth plan strategy, or what he would call the wealth codex. And the first 20 to 30 minutes of this episode or so, I'm going to turn it over to Brad. We're going to have a conversation where he's going to kind of set the frame around what wealth is, the purpose of investing, kind of modern day world, if you will, things that like maybe I'm aware of, but that kind of set the frame. And then he and I are actually going to have a conversation for the rest of the time. Episode is more for me than anyone else. And we're going to dive into, because I want to understand where Bitcoin fits into his wealth plan and how I should use it as someone who is a massive, massive believer, but also wants to rely on wealth principles. So that's kind of the frame. There will be a separate episode that will probably be released either at the time or right before this that will explain at a very logical, basic level, if that's a thing, what Bitcoin actually is, like technically, and like for that. That's not this. This is for those entrepreneurs that are like, okay, I want to actually get it. I want to see it. Whole life insurance versus Bitcoin versus investing. Where does it fit in? Like all that. And so he and I are going to have that conversation. He's going to ask me questions. I'm going to ask him questions. That's kind of the frame around this. So I am so excited, right? I am probably only you and my wife know how much excited. So Brad, first off, I want to welcome you. Thank you so much for coming on the Gold Mic. Thank you for being willing to have this conversation. Welcome.
Awesome. I'm excited too. So, and I think what's important in this, why we delayed this episode for as long as we did, and I think that's what we're going to cover in the first 30 minutes, is because most people don't actually understand the world as it is right now, they can't have a conversation about where the world might be going with Bitcoin.
Yes.
And if we don't understand now, we're going to get wrong where it's going. So I think and then on my side, I think I'm finally understanding and open to a little bit more. So I'm definitely very conservative, not necessarily politically, but just when it comes to as things change, you have to conserve or default to the way things are and be slow to adopt when we're talking about complete changes of entire frameworks.
History, right?
Exactly.
Right. Looking back at
because the last 5,000 years got things probably right, because any idea that's lasted for 5,000 years means it was a good idea. So we should be cautious about abandoning that and jumping into something new. And so that's what I had to do enough research to say, all right, I see enough evidence here that this may be a revolution, a complete
shift.
changing of what it is. So I think that's where we'll go to the second half of it, is start to describe, as we understand what the world might look like, to then, I think what I'm excited to transfer over to you would be what principles remain, or how do they then transfer into that new world that is created by Bitcoin. So like you said, it's less about an episode about Bitcoin. It's an episode of like what the world looks like and how we operate inside of that, and which principles come across. Is that a fair way to look at it?
Yes, and I would say the cool thing I think about this lens is you and I are going to be learning together, because I've got questions literally about my plan that you helped me build of like where this fits in. And in order for you to best understand that, or best guide, you're going to have to ask questions about Bitcoin and understand where it fits in. And so Bitcoin isn't just about money. To me, Bitcoin is about, it affects everything at a physics-based level, basically. I mean, it introduces new concepts and things that weren't there before. So before we get into that, I'm going to turn it over to you, and I want to start with the concept of, we don't even really need to go into your backstory so much. I mean, people know you, 3 or 4 degrees, right, in accounting and statistics, worked on Wall Street, very, very brilliant and all that. Feel free to touch on anything that you think is relevant. But give us an understanding of, I think a lot of people think that Bitcoin, and maybe investing in general, is to make money or get rich, or to investing is the purpose of how you create wealth, or like whatever and all that. Give us an understanding and a lens of how the world operates today, specifically through the lens of investments and wealth preservation.
Okay. So the only part of the backstory that I think is relevant for where we're going to go is, in all of my studying and putting this together, and you and I are very alike on this, I want to assimilate everything into a framework. So everything was constructing. So the reason I kept learning more is there were gaps in my framework, and I wanted to continue to add to that.
And sorry, I'm not going to keep getting you off, but I think this is important, because I think a lot of people, here's how they think about money. You make some money, whether that's in your job or in this case, your business, right? You take that money and you're like supposed to stick it somewhere and then invest it, whatever that means, stock market or real estate or whatever. That's going to go up. That is wealth and investing. And hopefully you invest enough to be able to, or have enough to where at the end of your life, you can retire and live off of that, right? That is is about as far as most people have taken.
Ever take it,
right?
Okay. And they stay very operating at a very tactical level.
Yes, okay.
They don't move to principles. They don't move to frameworks.
Got it.
It's very process driven. And processes are very, very fragile, because if you remove one component of it, it stops. It can't continue along. And a lot of things in that process are wrong, and they're broken, or they've changed. And so those processes just don't work anymore.
Got it.
But if we operate at a framework level and a principle level, we can replace the missing components in a tactical strategy, right? So, but in studying all of this and going again through accounting, which my big aha of like the world is different than everybody realizes, and I've told you this story and you laugh at me about it, but when I was studying the accounting behind mortgages, I was just like, the world of money, like people don't understand what is really actually going, like we studied how to account for debt, and it taught me what debt really is. That was like the opening to everything you think about is fake and wrong and a total lie, and we need to go, and then that led me into economics, and it led me into statistics and all of those elements. But the sum conclusion of that, then leaving there and going to Wall Street and seeing behind the scenes of what real wealth looks like versus, you know, what
like
is played on TV.
$100 billion wealth.
Yeah, like I've held the Beatles tax returns, Arnold Schwarzenegger's tax returns, like those types of things. The only conclusion that led me to was everything starts with entrepreneurship. Everything starts with creating wealth first. And everything that we think creates wealth, that's not its job.
So what is wealth?
Wealth is the things we're able to have and consume and experience. So the other quote I like to say, and I came up with this, which makes me feel really smart, is dollars are to wealth what words are to a book. You can't have a book without words, just like you can't have wealth without dollars, but just having a whole bunch of words doesn't mean you have a book.
That's really good.
So just having a bunch of dollars doesn't necessarily mean, so if we're looking at everything through the lens of dollars, meaning, oh, it went up or it went down or it does this or it does that, and we're measuring everything in dollars, we're already missing the point.
Got it.
We're just trying to throw a bunch of words in and say that we have a story. We haven't really actually gotten to the essence of wealth. So again, back to wealth is the things that we're able to do with it. If I had a magic machine that would give me any item that I want, I don't need dollars. I'm already wealthy because I have everything that I want. conversely,
I could have a plane ticket or a house or a
meal or everything.
Health, whatever.
It could just create it for me because that's what we want. That's wealth. The flip side of it is I could take all the money in the world and go to the middle of Antarctica. If there's nothing to buy, those dollars don't do anything for me. But people get this.
So you're rich. You're quite literally rich at that case. You have billions of dollars, but you have nothing to do with it. You're not wealthy.
But I have no wealth, right?
Wow.
So if we don't go to the utilization, the purpose, the objective of what these dollars are doing, we're going to miss the point. So that's, and the creation, wealth is created in the entrepreneurial process. Whether you're an actual entrepreneur in a business or not, or you're just solving a problem somewhere, it's in value exchange. That's where creation of wealth starts. Then we move into the other parts of it is I want to be able to spend it. That's a use of it. I want to be able to preserve it. If I don't want to spend it today and I want to spend it tomorrow, I have to preserve it for that length of time, or I have to perpetuate it, which means I have to create more than I would ever consume and then have some left over. Those are all different uses of dollars.
Okay, so if I work, I'm an entrepreneur, I go and I solve a problem, right, in my business, whatever, and I create value. In today's world, we measure value in dollars, right? So that's how it's exchanged.
Correct.
So I create this value, though, and option one with that value is I can either spend it instantaneously, right?
Yep.
So I immediately take my value and put it into US dollars so that I can go spend it immediately.
Go buy McDonald's.
Right? There we go. Second is I can go and I can say, cool, I want to get this value, this money, and I want to store it because I want to use it at a later cause, right? So I want to save up for a house or I want to, whatever, for whatever reason, over time, for example, right? And then the third is you want to go, okay, I want to take this, but then I want to put it to work, for example, and you want to grow it or you want to perpetuate it, have it produce more than just sitting there and storing it for a later date.
Yes.
Does that make sense? Okay, great.
And the reason we do the very last one, what might be confusing about, I'll do this at a later time versus perpetuating. A later time is a very specific amount of money for a very specific thing. A down payment for a house. That's preserving. Because I can't take risk with that. Because if I put it into something, if I want to buy a house 2 years from now, but I put it into an investment that I can't get the money back for 5, I've now not met my objective. I may have made a lot of money, but I didn't get wealthy because I don't have the house, the thing that I wanted.
So the difference between preserving the capital versus perpetuating it, I'm preserving it if it's for a specific amount, for a specific thing,
time
or
period.
Roughly a specific thing over time period.
Yep.
Perpetuating it is if you don't have any plan for it or if you don't have any use for it, there's nothing you're saving for or preserving it for, you go and grow it or perpetuate it.
Yes, and it sort of links the circle back. The entrepreneurship thing of solving problems, again, whether it's in a business you own or for somebody else, that's still the entrepreneurial process. That has two purposes. It's to create spendable money now and to create excess capital for future consumption or perpetuation. So it does those two things. So, but on the back end, my perpetuation also has to do those two things. It has to give me spendable money when I don't want to work anymore, when I don't want to produce, when I don't want to solve problems, and be able to create excess capital so that perpetuates.
The perpetual,
the perpetuation part of the problem. So the things that I choose to perpetuate my wealth have to produce spendable income and still continue to. I still have to be able to control that and own that so that I have the value long term. On the perpetuation side.
So why are you using the word perpetuation rather than invest?
Because investing has been co-opted to be used for lots of different things.
Got it.
So like in the stock market, you're not actually investing. You are speculating or gambling, right? Or you're trading. Like a lot of people will say that I'm investing in the stock market, but if you're buying and selling, you're actually trading. Right? So it's just too generalized of a term. We're just trying to get more. Could you describe that as investing? Yes, that's probably the more true definition of it.
What is investing?
People don't understand it.
And not like, what's an asset I can invest in? Like, what is investing? Or the purpose of investing, I should say, maybe.
I would actually give it that definition, right? It is to acquire an asset to be owned into perpetuity, into the long run, that will create income and continue that ownership of value.
So investing is to the process of owning assets that both, increase, preserve, and create.
Yep. So it would be a long time horizon with the purpose of income and preservation of capital.
So income is required for true investing.
Correct.
Okay.
Because again, the purpose is if I don't invest and I just preserve, even if it goes up in value, we all know that things are going to cost more later on. And then if I want to spend in the future and I have to liquidate the investment to be able to spend, I've now not perpetuated it because the asset is gone.
Okay. So that's actually very important then. So in this definition, if I buy a stock, it's not dividend or it's just Tesla, right?
Yep.
Okay, great. I buy Tesla, I buy it for $400 and then I sell it for $1,000 in the future. In your definition then, that would actually more technically be preservation.
Yes.
But it's preservation with risk.
Yes.
So it's like, hey, I'm gonna preserve it. I am gonna have it grow, but I have to sell it. So anything that you have to sell in order to use, you're saying that falls in more of the preservation bucket rather than the investment bucket.
Yeah. And really more technically, it's a speculation because you chose Tesla because things you believe about it that you're not in control of or don't have influence over. Okay. So you're speculating that the best place you could preserve that money to be spent in the future is Tesla stock, as opposed to any other number of stocks or real estate or gold or whatever else it might be. Right. Whereas I look at it as I don't just want it to increase in value because once you sell Tesla, you give up all future benefit from it. It could also go down, right? Elon could do something totally stupid and then you lose all your money and then you didn't have, right? Except they always work. His stupid things work. Weird, but I want something that replaces the function of my business, which is to give me income and create capital.
Okay. So right there, what you're saying when you say wealth, if wealth is the purpose of wealth is created in the business or created as an entrepreneur, basically you're saying, hey, you are an asset. You, right? Me.
Yes.
I have the ability to create wealth. And so if I'm going to go and create wealth, I do work and I get compensated for said work. In preserving is I got rewarded for that work and I'm just going to store it for a later date. Investing says, hey, I want to not have to do the work and still get compensated with new dollars or new value coming in. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to buy an asset, buy something that while it does preserve capital, its primary focus is actually to have cash flow, essentially, right? Cash flow, so that I can still create value without having to work, so that my assets work instead of I do. That's investing.
Yes.
If it does not do that, then it's not an investment. It's a preservation tool.
Exactly.
That's a good.
Okay.
Right.
And again, it's almost like I know but it's also really confusing because we don't understand what an asset is, right? Again, we think Tesla stock's an asset. And again, if you go to a bank, of course it is, right? You've got an economics professor. Yes, it is. But in this context, it's not. So then I get the question of like, well, what about like day trading? Am I investing when I'm day trading? Because I'm making money.
Yeah.
I have an asset value. They're like, what's that? That is actually a business. Because let's say I own a coffee shop or let's say I own a car dealership. I buy cars and I sell cars. You wouldn't say I'm investing in cars. Right. I'm buying and selling them and making a spread and making income.
Right.
And I'm providing value because I'm acquiring the cars and giving them to you and you're paying me and I'm making money. That's a business. Trading stocks is the same as trading cars.
Yeah, you're buying lower, selling higher, and you're providing liquidity to the market.
Exactly.
Which is very important.
You're providing a service, you're providing signals to it, you're doing all those things, but it still requires your time, talent, effort, energy, expertise, just like a business would.
Or like people when they're like, I invest in real estate because I flip homes. Like,
they're not. They have a business
which is a very good thing.
Real estate. It's going to create your wealth. You should find the thing that you're good at, but don't confound it with an investment. But the other thing about assets is if you want to increase your income, all income is a derivative of an asset. So we have to understand that increasing income requires the increasing in assets. So let's go back to you. The first asset you should develop is you. Your ability, your skills, whatever. So we've been told that it needs to be college because you'll make more money. That's an asset, right? Or it's a skill set, right? Selling. That would be a skill set that could give you income. But at some point, you'll reach a cap in your ability to produce income with that skill set.
Okay. So the reason that someone in a 9-to-5, for example, they're like, well, I'm not an asset. It's like the one asset that we're all born with is we all have time. Right? So if you're doing a 9-to-5, you have zero skills at all, you're making minimum wage, you're trading an asset, your time, for $1.
Yep.
If you learn skills, now you're investing in you, the asset, to increase it. You now get to charge more for that time.
It increases the value of your time.
Right. And eventually you could learn skills to where you could stop selling time. You could just sell your skills or an outcome alone, but it's still coming from you. The asset, right? And in that.
Yep.
That's what you mean by the asset from there.
Yep. So at some point.
It starts there. I mean,
yes. That's where it has to start, and it should start. But at some point.
Unless you're a trust fund baby.
Unless you're a trust fund baby. Yeah. But that's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah.
But if you want more income, or you want to not trade time, we have to acquire assets.
Okay.
Now everybody immediately goes to like, well, real estate. Yeah, real estate is a great asset because it's actually a business. It has customers, it has income and expenses, it has assets and liabilities. It's a business. It solves a problem, but it's a business that is very, very, very easily run without me.
It could be passive.
Without much expertise. It's
or
as close to
passive.
Exactly. But could I not invest in my business to a point where it runs very similar to real estate? Absolutely.
Yes. Although it would I feel like real estate is way more safer in the sense of people need to live in a house. I could basically do nothing in the business. There's so many. I could be dumb in real estate and make money. If I'm dumb in my business, I'm going
to. That's why most people in real estate are dumb. Is it's super easy, right? So it is because it is one of the most simplest business models in existence. That's why it's become the gold standard for passive income or assets, is because it's the simplest business model to invest in.
Yes.
But I like it because it's a business. It solves those problems of it. It can give me income without having to sell the asset.
Got it.
I could do that in my business. It's just harder, but I could. Some of us have businesses that we can do that. Like I own a business that I have not stepped foot in over a year. And it has provided me income every single month for the entire year. That's an asset.
And for the average person out there, whether it's they own a business and it's just not making that much, or for most people, which is they have a job or they have a steady income, they're not going to go try to start a business. They're just going to go put it in something passive.
Correct.
And real estate would meet that category. It's an asset.
Right.
Yeah.
But gold would not, because gold doesn't pay me a dividend.
Gold is a preservation tool, not an asset.
Not an asset. It's not perpetuation, it's preservation. That's it.
Okay, now I see where you're splitting perpetuation versus, because to the average person, gold would be an asset, but you're literally, because it doesn't perpetuate.
Correct.
Right.
Which is why I don't put all my money in gold, even though I very much believe in the principles and fundamentals of what gold does. I don't ever track how much gold that I don't have in a safe that's not in my basement. I don't track how much it's worth, because that doesn't give me an indication of anything that's going on, because the dollar doesn't matter. It's how much stuff can that gold acquire for me, right? How much could I in the future acquire with it and trade it out and replace? That's its objective.
And I think that the perfect example, that I don't want to spend too much time on that example, but the example you gave where an ounce of gold back in 1917 or whatever would buy you a full really good custom tailored suit.
Yep.
Right. That would be an ounce of gold. Well, fast forward to today.
Same. Way
more money, way more dollars. But it will, if you were to exchange an ounce of gold, it will buy you roughly a good custom tailored
suit. And if wealth are the things that we want to have, it preserved my wealth by getting me the same amount of stuff over a long period of time. Yes. But I didn't have to put it into an asset where there is risk and there is timing issues. So if I want to preserve my wealth for a short time, a checking account's fine. But if I want to preserve my wealth for a long time, but not invest it, but preserve it, what assets do I choose, right? And gold has typically been a preferred asset for that. Some people view the stock market as that, but I don't like that as a preservation vehicle, but you can make the case. Bonds could do that. There's a lot, but if we don't understand what job we're playing, we're going to get wrapped around the axle on where do I put my money and what do I do with it. Okay.
Yep.
So that lay of the land is something that you and I had to go back and forth on a bunch before I wanted to understand, because people would come and be like, oh, it's going up in value, or it'll preserve that, or it has it. But it's like, well, if we don't understand those four, so now I want to take those four principles into the future to say, great, which role or what combination of roles could Bitcoin be swapped out for what for the last 5,000 years has provided those roles?
Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Yeah. I think
we do a good job?
Yeah, that was really good. I think that was a really complete. A couple of just technical questions as we kind of shift gears here. If hypothetically, if you had an asset that was producing income and going up in value. So let's say I owned a house and it was going up in value and it was producing me cash flow. And then I had a preservation mechanism like a stock or Bitcoin or gold or whatever, right? Something that didn't produce cash flow. If I had the asset and the cash flow over here, take the total of how much it appreciates and how much it cash flows. If this was increasing faster and more than this, would it be considered accomplishing the same thing? Like, does that make sense? Because I think a lot of people, most assets, if not, I would make the argument that all in some capacity, so you can get close to zero, but all assets that you would own that produce some form of return, right, a cash flow, are not truly like you're involved somehow, right? You have to manage it in some capacity, right? So the average person that doesn't want toilets and tenants and all those things, or doesn't want, but they want the easiest thing. If they could accomplish the same amount of return to where it's increasing at the same rate or higher than this would be increasing, including cash flow, wouldn't this be essentially accomplishing the same objective?
The only difference to that, and your involvement is not a small thing. That's a huge determining factor of what assets you choose, how much you want to be involved in it. The difference, though, is if I have an asset, even if appreciation plus cash flow equals appreciation here, this has two forms of return where this only has one. So this is more risky because if the appreciation doesn't work out, I don't get the cash flow. And I can't control or understand or predict the appreciation as well as the other.
Would you consider gold risky?
Over what period of time, right? Over the short run, yes. Over the long run, no.
Okay. So time horizon does matter.
Time horizon absolutely matters. Okay. But, and let me make sure I was understanding, were you saying two assets in the same category?
No, just period. Like
or one that's preservation and one that's perpetuation?
I'm asking... That's what I'm. So that's.
Okay. I want to make sure I was answering that question.
And that's really important because it would seem as though that for the average person and probably for a lot of entrepreneurs, and we're going to get to we'll shift the conversation to this in a second, which is the only reason that I would need to perpetuate is if the value that I created over here doing my work while being preserved, somehow I was being like I was blowing, like I was living above my means and all that, to where if when I want to stop working, that this here does not take care of and solve the issue of me being able to then use it and have whatever I want. Because if I just have enough capital, right, to where, I mean, if I make $1 billion in my business, I don't need to invest. I just literally stick it in anything, right? And as long as it holds its value, right?
Yes.
So if that were be the case, it would seem as though investing would only matter under perpetuating would matter under two circumstances. Is one, I'm not making enough, like how much I make over here is not enough preserved, is not enough to fund my lifestyle or where I want to in the future. Or second is I want to speed up the ability for me to stop working over here. That would seem like the only two reasons to go and invest for the average person, right?
Yes.
Or the average entrepreneur.
Yeah. So capital is like a tidal wave, right? If I have a very small tidal wave, I need a much bigger return to make the impact that I want. But if I have a huge tidal wave, I can make almost nothing on it and still have enough capital for everything that I want to be able to do. So if I sell a company for $1 billion, you're right. I probably don't need any investments. I probably just need preservation because there's no amount, I can't spend more in my lifetime that would deplete that, right? But if I don't have the earnings capacity to do that, if I don't have enough leverage in my wealth creation vehicle, my job or my business, then you're right. I've got to shift that and have my investments do that. But that's what I'd come back to. Again, like what we open this up with, I have no examples of anybody that created actual wealth able to be perpetuated beyond just allowing you to retire. To me, that is not a sufficient bar
I agree with that,
of wealth creation, right? So can you retire by investing? Yes. But can you perpetuate wealth? Not likely.
By investing? Perpetuate wealth?
Create enough wealth to perpetuate through investing only. You need a business mechanism on the front end.
You need something
to create the wealth that is separate from the investments.
To buy the wealth, to buy the investments in the first place. To buy the assets in the first place.
Exactly.
Okay, cool.
So if you came to me and said, how do I get wealthy? It's business. It's entrepreneurship. It's wealth. So you can, again, if you had a job, you could do that through flipping real estate. But again, that's not investing.
Or even
that's
just
another business.
Being an entrepreneur inside the company or working
and getting shares in it or whatever.
Equity. Yeah, all that. Right.
But that's the wealth creation solve is we have to go here. Not could I invest better to be able to do that?
Would it be like this? Because I think we're sufficient here. If this is correct, is the business, you as an entrepreneur, creates wealth. The middle bucket is what preserves it, and that's really what we're after, is preserving wealth. And then this bucket over here is we want to make enough of this to buy these ones so that this replaces this, and we are done.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Done.
Yes.
Right? That's it.
Yep.
So make it, go faster with it, and then the preservation of wealth. If you're an entrepreneur, you probably have drive to just keep on creating and producing, but it's like you need a place to store it without leaky buckets.
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
Yep.
So let's shift gears.
Cool.
Now you and I are going to have a conversation. Okay. And we'll transition into this. In a nutshell, fill in the cracks here. Your wealth investing mechanism is you have entrepreneurship as the business.
Yes.
Entrepreneur in the business is what creates wealth, like we just talked about. So I've got my business, and all your clients, they have their businesses, right? They go make a bunch of money. Now, maybe they don't know their books really well, or maybe they don't know their numbers or whatever, but like that's the goal, right?
Yes.
And then they take that money and they need to pay themselves. They need to pull money out of the business. And that's a hard thing for a lot of them to do. They can't. But the goal is you need to take the dollars, take the value you created, you need to pull it out of the business, and you need to store it. You need to protect it. And that for you, the vehicle that we're using for that is whole life insurance. Specifically, you call it the vault.
Correct.
Because it's a specific mechanism.
Design.
There is a specific design with that.
Yes.
Right? And so that is a place where I can preserve my money, and it is uniquely structured in such a way to where I can both preserve it, because while technically you do get a return, it's just more of just to offset, right?
Exactly.
Increase.
It's just to preserve.
But I can also use it because I can pull it out while it still is in there and it's safe over here. And then I can go use it to do other things over here.
Yep.
And then so the third thing is then you need investments, just like you're talking about these 3 buckets. You need investment vehicles to put this money into so that you can increase the speed upon which this grows, or maybe you
replace this.
Right. You put it back into your business, you can increase that, whatever, but to put it into an investment.
Yep.
And the investments that you tell people to put things in are your business.
Yep. Business assets. So converting your business from an income generating vehicle to an asset.
Okay. So, specifically that in your business. Don't just throw it back in your business for the sake of it. Actually turning it into an asset.
Right.
Got it. Second would be cash flow producing real estate.
Yep.
With stipulations, obviously, there's some requirements there. Cash flow producing real estate and
a passive ownership in another business, even if it's not yours. If I had confidence that you were better at building business assets than I am, I could give you some money to help you build those business assets, and I could own some of them.
Got it.
Right? So I could do that. That's hard because it's hard enough to run my own dang business. How am I going to know that I can trust you to be able to do it? So that comes with quite a bit more risk, but that's possible. You could get good at vetting someone else's business, their thought process, who they are, what market they're in, all that kind of stuff, and you could do that. Mm-hmm. And then the fourth category would be intellectual property assets. So I could write a book, because then I don't have to then keep writing the book and it could sell, right? Or passively somebody else could go sell it for me.
Are you talking about like develop a software?
Could be software.
Or blockchain stuff. Like basically intellectual property being, it's not technically a business, but it in and of itself has value that people want to use, and you're essentially licensing it or getting
correct.
You're not
so I don't have to run the business end of the utilization of it. So software is a little tougher unless I got a royalty off of creating or something. Someone else is going to use it to run a business, but I don't have to run the business end of it. So intellectual property that I don't have to run the business end of it. It solves a problem by itself just because it exists. Yep. Right. So that would be intellectual property assets. You could create those. And like we have a good friend, Annie Grace. She's created lots of intellectual property assets that supplement or support or have actually strengthened her business, because she can make money from that even when her business is not doing something. Yes. Right. I have real estate assets that I can make money from when my business isn't doing well. I have ownership in businesses that I created and passed off to somebody else that pay me when my business isn't doing well.
Yep. Okay.
So that would be that.
Yeah. What percentage of people do you think, like, if they didn't have to do it for their wealth creation, would actually want to go out and like deal with investments and managing of investments or checking up? And what percentage of people do you think, or even entrepreneurs, would do that if they didn't have to?
So of the people I work with, as soon as I explain this to them and let them off the hook from having to buy real estate, they're thrilled.
Yes.
They don't want that, but they feel that they have to, because Wall Street and education and everything says the only way you can ever be free is if you have a 401k account with a bunch of stocks, bonds, and mutual funds in it. Right. Like that's become, because they don't understand assets, they don't understand the use of capital, they don't understand all the differences. They're told that that's what has to be done. They feel compelled to be able to do it. Or they don't actually understand that there's other types of assets. I can turn my business into an asset. I can invest in someone else's business, or I can do intellectual property, or these other options are on the table. You have to have assets one way or another. And really what it comes down to is those that can move those levers should. And we only use the more traditional real estate type investments is if I don't have a big enough lever over here.
Of other whether that's a business asset or something of that nature, right?
Correct.
So they do invest. They will invest in real estate if they need to, through
or if I have more money than I could put into those assets,
So
I've got to put them somewhere.
Okay, so for those people though, the dream is make money in the business, put it over here, set it, forget it, just keep doing on this. No one's wants to. Very few people, entrepreneurs or not, want to go and do real estate or do invest, like manage all this stuff. They want their wealth to work for them, and they want to do what they want to do. It's
okay, can I get spicy for a second?
Yeah.
So those that haven't been taught to be lazy.
What?
So for the last 20 years, I think people have been sold this idea of, I want to retire. And if I can just work long enough, I can quit and sit on a beach.
Right.
That is a destructive, terrible to the person, to the world. So if you, like, people say they want to invest because they want freedom from the life that they've built, the job that they have, whatever that is, rather than people that are driven by freedom to work, to produce, to make an impact, those people don't want to invest.
Okay.
Because they want to be able to pursue that.
Okay.
But people that want it an easy out, which is not actually any easier, it's actually more difficult than just figuring out what your purpose is, learning entrepreneurial skills, and creating wealth, want to invest as the easy button.
Yes, and how many of your clients wants to go do it? They just want to do their business, right? Like they want the easiest possible way.
But that's because I've selected awesome people to work with that are fun, that I don't want to rewrite that mentality for them.
100%. But for your avatar, for me, okay, let's talk about me.
Yes, for you, investments are down on the list.
It's like, oh my gosh, dude, like I just want to do what I want to do, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and as long as I don't have to worry about.
We just spent 2 hours whiteboarding out your business assets 100%. And be like, keep doubling down. Yes. And I've never said,
yep. Okay.
You're being irresponsible, Josh. You don't need a retirement account. No, you're doing the right thing.
Okay. So now let's get into this.
Okay.
Me to you. I've got a whole life insurance policy. I got the business, and as you've instructed, we max out the whole life insurance policy, and then I borrow it out if I need it or if I've got a cash coming in. And I went down the real estate route. I wanted to blow my brains out and throw my head through a wall, right? It was so boring and it sucked and all the things. And the only reason for me that I conceptually did that is because I understood, because of you, that the dollar is fake, everything is debt, and that debt, when put correctly, not everyone's going to get this, but debt is actually the asset that you're looking for, right? Yes. Essentially, you have to have a thing outside of this because they're printing dollars so quickly, like they are screwing us so fast that like your preservation mechanism, not only is it not going to keep up, but if you want to get ahead, like unless your business is going to make a stupid amount of money, like just put it over here and just set it and forget it type of deal.
Yeah.
But like in the back of my head, I'm still like, oh my gosh, I got 4 properties of all that stuff. And yes, there's property, all the things. I hated it. Okay.
Yes.
Then I discovered Bitcoin, and I go, my whole brain is broken, like really bad. Like you see this, and I finally come to the conclusion that any form of other asset is actually broken and flawed, and I sold everything. I own 0 assets, none at all, except for Bitcoin and my whole life insurance policy and like 5 Tesla shares because I like Elon. Like that is it. If Bitcoin goes to 0, I am actually broke, right? Not poor because, I got my skills, but does that make sense?
Yep.
So I am quite literally all in on Bitcoin. Now I go and I'm like, all right, great. I got this Bitcoin. Yay. But I also understand your philosophy, right? And so I get your whole concept of we've got make the money, and then we got this whole life insurance policy where I can store and use my money. But in my head, I go, the only reason that I would use my money, that I would take it out of there, is to invest it into an asset, right? Mm-hmm. And that asset is either going to be my business. For you, that's
your business or Bitcoin.
It's going to be my business. It is going to be Bitcoin, or it is going to be some project that I just am a believer in, right? I'm an investor in, a software platform that I'm a really big believer in. When I had the opportunity, I was like, yes.
Yep.
Okay. But other than that, it's like, okay, there's 0% chance I'm going to invest in real estate. There's 0%. I have zero desire for it at all. So for me, I go, the only asset I will ever own, unless it's my own business, is I'm just going to put it in Bitcoin.
Okay.
And the reason for that, we can get into the logistics of that for lots of different things or reasons. But what I want to understand is I want to go, where does Bitcoin as this thing fit into my wealth plan? Mm-hmm. Because technically speaking, based on what you're saying, it is not an asset. It's not a perpetuation tool. It is a preservation tool.
Yeah.
Right. So I go, okay, that's fine. You can say that. But also 2 years ago, it was $17,000. Today it's $101,000. Yeah. Right. You can be like, oh, well, timing in the market. I'm like, Okay, well, just look at the history of it so far, right? So when you start to study it, you go, I can increase my dollars, my value, right? I exchange it in for dollars. And if I hold it in dollars, I'm screwed because of inflation, right?
Yeah.
And then, so I'm going to go and I'm going to put it into an asset or a vehicle, a mechanism, an investment, because out of necessity, right?
Right.
Because I want to grow and perpetuate it. But all of them are leaky buckets because all of them are tied to the dollar, which they can just print. And so as I start to study this and play this out, I go, well, okay, if everything's a leaky bucket, essentially, that's part of the reason things can't be truly passive, because it's a leaky bucket. That's why you have to be involved in it, right?
Yeah.
If everything's a leaky bucket, then the strategy makes sense. But if the bucket isn't leaking, then I could just put it there, and guess what? It's going to continue to go up, and it is going to so far exceed anything else around it without my involvement in it at all, because it's not a leaky bucket. And quite literally, even the investments that produce income are still a leaky bucket. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And so I'm trying to understand. I go, I'm not going to get rid of my whole life insurance policy. I get it. But I'm like, why would I just cancel that, pull it all out? Like, why literally couldn't I just have business, Bitcoin, the end? Like, why can't that? Does that make sense?
It does.
And I'm trying, yeah.
It does.
I'm gonna
okay, so, and I want this to be, okay, there's a couple of places to dive in that I would ask questions around. Mm-hmm. And you're going to have to fill in some gaps of Bitcoin where I may not understand or assume a couple of things. One thing I'm just going to put a pin in, that it's something that you can't substantiate, but you're stating as if it's true. You keep saying Bitcoin will go up. That's a belief you have because of what you know and understand about Bitcoin. I don't yet have that belief. So the one caveat I want to put to the next kind of what I would be pulling out of you to understand here is I need the case made to me that let's pick a hypothetical maximum that Bitcoin could ever go to. Because there is a maximum amount of money that can be printed. At some point, we'll reach the top and then the system starts to collapse. So to me, that's a maximum price for Bitcoin. Is that a fair place to start? Or
so this is where this conversation starts to get good, because I go, one Bitcoin is one Bitcoin. I don't measure it in dollars anymore.
Okay.
Right.
Except you just did by saying I'm putting it somewhere and it was 17, now it's 101 and it's going to, that's still measuring in dollars.
Yeah, you're correct. But what I'm looking at is I'm going, let's swap out dollars for a second. I'm going to go, if I create value for the world and I'm paid value, the mechanism we use now is dollars, but let's pretend it wasn't. Let's just pretend it's value. I need a place to store my value, the wealth that I've created, right?
Yeah.
And I'm going to put that into something. So what I'm looking at is I'm going, how much does that, what's my buying power with that thing? Does that make sense?
Yes.
And so when I say go up, I mean that Bitcoin will continue to go up in buying power forever, because the hypothetical max is all the wealth, hypothetical max is all of the wealth of the world divided by 21 million. Right? Because there's 21 million Bitcoin. And if you measured everything against Bitcoin, then as long as economic expansion happens, as long as there's not population collapse, right? As long as people and economic expansion continues to go up over the next 100 years, 1,000 years, million years, however long we're here, right? Then as economic expansion expands, so Bitcoin's buying power does, because it's not a leaky bucket.
Okay. So we're now getting into actual principles. Okay. So I don't want to challenge your assumption. So buying more stuff comes from two things. One, the thing is more valuable. Okay. So the more people my business can serve, the more valuable it is, and the more someone else will pay for it.
Yep.
And it will increase relative to everything, Bitcoin included. That's one. I'm not going to challenge you that Bitcoin is that compared to other assets.
Wait. Sorry, it will go up including against Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something could increase in value at a more rapid rate than Bitcoin.
Could. Yes, 100%. Yes.
Okay. So that argument I want to leave to the side for a second, because that's a fundamental belief about Bitcoin. I need to understand more about it, adoption rate, other things.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding. Are you talking about my specific business, or you're talking about any asset at all?
Any asset at all.
Okay, but you're thinking of it as asset to asset, and I'm saying Bitcoin isn't. It's not. Those are not apples to apples, because Bitcoin is buying power. Business is an asset. So I can spend Bitcoin. I can't spend it.
I think we're saying the same thing. So I have business A or business B that I could buy using Bitcoin.
No, I'm saying if I make money right now, I can either put it in a business and hope that increases my buying power with it over time, or I can put it in Bitcoin and that will increase my buying power over time. This is a business. I can't spend the business. That's actually a thing. I have to cash out, right, of it in order to go. I can't spend a piece of my business. With Bitcoin, I'm saying everything goes to zero against Bitcoin, right? Like there's no asset that performs better than Bitcoin except for, your unicorn NVIDIA here, but then it stops. It'll eventually peak out. And I'm saying if you have a fixed supply of something, everything will continue to go down in price compared to Bitcoin.
Okay, so what you're actually talking about is not economic value creation. These are just hard money principles.
Right. Okay? I'm saying that as the entrepreneur, I agree. I don't care about investing. I simply care about is the value I can have. Can I spend it?
And what I don't want to challenge you are what I'm going to say next, right? Like assuming there's still demand for Bitcoin, that it's a usable thing for currency, you're right that it will always either buy the same amount of stuff. Now, I want to talk about hard money for a second and pull, because to me, I want to pull apart a couple of the reasons why Bitcoin's buying power goes up over time. Okay. One of it is it outcompetes the usefulness of other things. And I think it's getting a lot of that because it's more useful than dollars. It's more useful than a lot of other things. So
I don't useful being like practical, like the ability to actually do something with it.
No, it just value. I mean, you see more value in Bitcoin than other cryptocurrencies.
Right.
So you allocate more dollars to it, which moves the price
demand
up.
For it, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So I see what you're saying.
But the other reason that buying power would increase has to do with hard money. This whole idea of the world divided by 21 million.
Right.
Right.
Which is not that simple, but that's the concept. Yeah.
100%. The same goes for gold. Okay. I know. But now taking out, that's where the usefulness. Someone might say, I want to understand the hard money likeness between gold and Bitcoin for a second to understand a concept. And then we can come back to usefulness, because I'm starting to understand how much more useful Bitcoin could be than gold, which means Bitcoin might outperform gold. But in an economy where the human race is advancing forward, everything should become cheaper. Right. And here's why. Is it easier to build a house today than 100 years ago? Yeah, so a house should be cheaper. So things we consume, the wealth that we consume, not investments, but the wealth that we should consume, all of those prices should be going down over time because we are evolving as humans. Right. So that lends the question, just as a side note, well, if that's true, because it's easier to build a house, it costs less resources, less time, less involved, it's easier, it should be cheaper. Who's taking all the excess value? Well, it's the government, by the way. So they're printing money. Because they're printing money and stealing the economic capacity of the human race. That's why fiat currency is so bad.
It's literally, I believe that it's actually evil.
It is.
Right? It 100%. Steals away human life.
100%. Again, if I was president...
And by the way, to break that down just really quickly, when I mean that, think about this. If you go and you work a decade of your life, you save a decade of your income, right? Even if you could save 100% of it, let's say, and then the government goes and prints double the money, you now only have 5 years worth of work that you worked 10 years for.
And whoever printed the money stole the 5 years from you. Yes, 100%. Yep. But so gold, the reason why gold has been a preserver of wealth for 5,000 years is relative to human production, there's a limited amount. And yes, you can mine more gold, but the cost to get it out consumes enough resources to offset that increase. So relative to the economy, it stays fairly stable from utilization rate, and it actually captures that improvement in human progress.
Couldn't you argue that it would be easier to get gold out over time, so it should?
Right. It's not perfect, but that's what I'm saying. And so it should, and there's actually points in time when the U.S. currency was a hard money currency backed by gold, that prices went down in everything. Like, go look it up. Late 1700s, portions of the 1800s, prices went down and prosperity went up. That's the mechanism that should be functioning. So if the argument of if we will be able to capture human productivity through something like Bitcoin, I'm on board with that. I get that.
That is a fundamental piece of the argument. Yes.
Okay. But that has less to do with where others would speculate in Bitcoin. That's just a feature of hard money.
Okay. But I would I would say there is no such thing as hard money except for Bitcoin.
I would argue gold.
And so I would say that gold is the closest thing to hard money, but it's a leaky bucket because you can print more, you can create more of it, right? And if gold is the hardest money,
but don't. Oh, go ahead.
If gold is the hardest money known to man, but it's still a leaky bucket, and then all of a sudden an actual hard money came along, then anyone that's using gold as hard money sees that there's actual hard money. They're going to switch to the hard money, right?
I mean, I guess I argue that gold is hard money because there is a finite amount of it. Eventually, there will
11
be
trillion up in space. That Elon's going to start bringing it back, bro.
But at what cost, right? Compared to what's there. So very similar to Bitcoin. The less there is, the harder it is to get, and it sort of offsets that added supply. Mm-hmm. So I see those as similar enough to maybe not split. Like that could be in the episode of like what Bitcoin really is. We could split hairs there.
But I think this is actually very important because I think this is the basis of my question of where it's going to fit into the wealth plan.
Okay.
Is it like I'm asking is if we couldn't print dollars, if it was a fixed amount of money, the US dollar, it was backed by, they weren't printing more of it, all that, we don't have a leaky bucket, right?
Correct.
So if we don't have a leaky bucket, then the need for investing for most people, right? If I didn't have to invest, I wouldn't. If I didn't have to, right?
The leaky bucket isn't the necessity for investing. It's an accelerator.
Investing is an accelerant?
No, it accelerates the need. A leaky bucket
accelerates the need for it.
Accelerates the need for it, but it's not the purpose of it.
Okay, so if there was a way, let's say dollar for dollar, I make money over here, I could preserve it, and it was a 1-to-1. It doesn't go up, it doesn't go down. It is perfect in buying power, in all the things, and I'm going over here, and I'm going to go preserve my money here. Okay, it's not a leaky bucket. Then over here, you're saying I would still invest because then the investment would accelerate my need to not have to work, or
it would replace my income and keep my capital intact,
and it would increase my wealth.
It would
speed up my wealth. Sorry,
I would have things to buy if wealth is the things that we buy, right. And I would still have my capital.
Yes.
Where if I just preserved it and started to spend it, I could have my wealth, but I couldn't preserve my capital because I would start to spend it.
Yes.
If I just preserved.
Okay. So now think of it like this. Now imagine still dollars. We're still in dollars here. Now we put the dollars into a savings account. It was 1-for-1, but now let's pretend that if I just held the dollars, that things started to go down and like they got more valuable over time. They increased in their buying power.
Yes.
Right. Now, if I were to invest now, if I did absolutely nothing and I just sat there and did literally nothing with it, I am going to, over time, increase my ability to buy things. So therefore, quite literally, my wealth increases. Now, if I'm going to go invest, the reason I would invest is because I think that I could get a better return. I could invest create wealth more quickly than just leaving it in here. So I'm still benefiting and investing from this, but I'm going to try to go faster with it.
Or that increase in buying power does not offset my, let's say that I need to spend $100,000 for my lifestyle, but the amount of wealth I've preserved only increases by $60,000. Now I've got a $40,000 delta that I would still start to consume my wealth. Even with its increasing purchasing power, it may not offset my total desire to spend.
Right, but
so investing would be necessary.
It's still right, but it would still speed it up. Right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why investing would be necessary is to bridge that gap of what I want to spend versus the increase in my spending power.
Yes.
Okay. Or let's add more people to it. Let's add legacy to it. Let's add, I want to also preserve my family's ability to spend then, so that no increase in purchasing power because people increase exponentially.
No, I get you. I get that. Okay. So now let's go to this investing bucket because I really want to make sure I understand this because I'm not sure if I do. If I were to take money out of this preservation bucket and even if it's going, my buying power is increasing, I'm going to go invest it over here. Then in order for me to get the upside of increase, like going faster, I have to take on one of two things in your book. One is risk, which is the traditional model. It's like, more risk, more reward, all that.
Yeah.
Or second, in your case, because you're like, hey, investing shouldn't really be risk in investing, right?
Yes.
Right. But in order to do that, I have time invest. Like I have
time preference.
I have to put effort into that, right?
Okay.
I actually have. It's not actually passive.
Correct.
Right? So I now have to take time that would have been over here to go and do this over here.
Yeah.
So I might decrease my risk to almost zero, right? Your real estate is almost zero risk, right? Nothing technically zero, right? But it is as close to zero as possible. I mean, the whole world could fall apart and you're like, I'm pretty good, right? So I either have to take on risk, or I have to put in time and effort. Is that an accurate assessment? Okay.
Yep.
So would it be an accurate way to think about it to say that then there is some point that hypothetically, that if the preservation bucket was increasing in buying potential or in buying power at so fast, like at a point, that there would be a point upon which that if this were happening over here, this no longer becomes necessary, right? It does not.
No.
Okay. Why is that?
Okay. So to me, even if Bitcoin is everything that you say it is, which you study it more than I have, and I'm gonna say, great, it absolutely is.
Yeah, you might not want to make that claim. I'm like, maybe it'll bring back the second coming of Jesus. So, there's that.
The markets can't sustain that.
Okay. Because
the definition of like, at some point, all the capital would go to Bitcoin.
Yes.
And then these would, then it would have to stop at some point.
Yes. Okay.
So no tree grows to the sky.
Right.
And so there may be periods of time where it outperforms investments, but market forces have to balance.
I agree.
To get a return on the risk and effort put into something in excess of the increase in purchasing power of the asset.
100%.
So they're both still going to be necessary at some point.
Yes.
And over the long run.
Okay.
Okay.
So I agree with this.
Okay.
So now we actually have to look at specifics, meaning we have to go and say, okay, maybe in 200 years from now, that's correct. Maybe in 100 years from now, that's correct. But right now, the global assets, like if you total them all up, it's something like $900 trillion in total global assets, right? Bitcoin is a $1.5 trillion asset or something like that, right? Like what I'm saying is that the timing of Bitcoin right now, I don't know what the future is going to look like, but I think you and I can both agree that it's going to look drastically different when the fiat system, when the bubble eventually collapses, which it eventually will. Maybe that's in a year or 10 years, 50 years. I have no idea, right? But the current system that we are in is not sustainable, yes or no?
Correct.
Okay, so it is this is going to reset, and when there's a reset, there is a transfer of wealth, right?
Yes.
So that would mean
from those who have currency to those who have assets.
Right. Yes. Okay. And what I'm saying is that right now, when you look at where Bitcoin is positioned and you look at for at least the foreseeable future, right? There is to me, it's just a staggeringly obvious opportunity. For some, it might not be, but that's okay. If I have the ability to outperform the market, to where this would go so fast,
sure, and
increase so much that there is no other thing that could possibly go and outperform that. I mean, maybe you get a unicorn like NVIDIA, but I don't even think that, because it's going to go from 100,000 and then it's going to go to 1 million and then 2 million and then 5 million and then 10. Because when the whole thing reset, when stuff starts to come this way, eventually it'll get to a point, maybe that's when it's $10 million of Bitcoin, let's say, right? Where one Bitcoin, where it has $10 million worth of buying power now, where now it's starting to slow down its return. Now we do have to go invest. But anything that I could possibly invest in right now, that I could go and put risk in or time in over here, is so inflated and it's so fake that I don't even know how to assess real value with it. And I don't know what it's going to look like when it collapses, but this is. And does that make sense? So over the course of 100 years, or when it all does reset, and eventually you're correct, it will get to the point where yes, investment on top of it is possible, but that is significantly into the future of where we're at right now. Does that make sense? Or that argument makes sense?
The argument makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's based on a belief you have in what Bitcoin is. Okay. I don't see any evidence to substantiate that. I don't know the evidence, I guess, to substantiate that. That you believe Bitcoin will outperform all that stuff, but I can think of I could speculate on scenarios that it wouldn't do that.
What would be an asset that would outperform it? That is either risk or that you could have to put your time into offset risk.
I think in order for that to happen, adoption has to happen. All these other factors that would push into Bitcoin in that because I don't know that I even care to argue that it won't like let's go a million years into the future and Bitcoin is the currency we're all operating off of, I don't know how to know, is it going to get to that? Because do we agree that there's a cap in buying power of Bitcoin relative to investments? That it would, even if it does accelerate, that it has to go back to where it's a currency, not an investment.
But I don't think Bitcoin isn't a currency though. Like that's the thing.
Except you're arguing it in all of this is a currency argument.
But
so what's missing?
Like I can use it as a currency, but also like I could buy something with it. But Bitcoin will never be how we pay for groceries, right? Okay. It will be a reserve currency and asset of the world. It will be a reserve store of value. And if
everything you're describing is still currency.
And it could, because asset doesn't produce income, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, great. So then let's say it's not an asset. It's not money. It's not like fully in the sense of like what we're going to spend it every single day. It's its own class because it's Bitcoin, right? But because I think that the model that you're using to base this off of is broken.
Agreed. And I think that's a big understanding that I'm lacking.
Okay.
So principles down to strategy. The strategy is encapsulated inside of the environment that we happen to be inside of, which is why when I went to you, of like the reason why real estate is exciting is if I want to buy $100,000 worth of Bitcoin, I have to go make money, pay taxes, save it, and then buy Bitcoin. Whereas if I want to buy $100,000 of real estate, I can make enough to pay taxes, have $10,000 or $20,000, and then immediately get $80,000 from a bank that I didn't earn, that I didn't pay taxes on, and I can acquire the asset. Mm-hmm. Now I have the asset, and I didn't have to trade time or pay taxes to be able to acquire it. That's a broken system. Don't get me wrong; it's dollars, but that's a fundamental difference in acquisition of assets.
Okay. Right there.
Okay.
And now play that out. So let's say you don't refinance the house at all. Let's just say you wait for it to be paid off.
Sure.
Okay? So you get $10,000. You put $10,000 in. Let's say you can borrow $90,000 from the bank. You get a $100,000 house. Okay, $90,000 of it's owed, and it's a 30-year mortgage. Okay, over the course of 30 years, you will have a $100,000 house that's paid off that you only put $10,000 into, plus appreciation. Right?
Yeah.
Makes sense. So on average of 4% a year is what you said.
Yeah.
So what does that come out to be? Because I actually think this is interesting. So if a house is worth $100,000 and appreciates at 4% a year for 30 years, what would be the value of the house? It's analyzing. ChatGPT.
Thinking.
Come on. 4% compound. The value of the house after 30 years at 4% would be approximately $324,340. So to call it $325,000. Okay, great. So $325,000 over 30 years. So if I instead go and take my $10,000 right now and I buy Bitcoin with that $10,000, that is 10 grand. So I would buy at a current price of $100,000. That is a tenth of a Bitcoin. So I would go and say, okay, do I think in 30 years from now, what would the price of Bitcoin have to be in order to so
ask ChatGPT, what is the rate of return if I buy something for $10,000, it's worth $325 30 years from now?
Well, hold on, I want to go with the price first. Okay, I'm fine with that. What is the rate of return that I would have to get if I had something that was worth $10,000 right now in order for it to be $325,000 in 30 years from now?
Should be around.
I don't know.
I do. I think I know, but we'll see what it says.
You would need an of 12.3%.
That's what I was going to say. 10
so
to 12%.
12.3%. So let's say 12.5%. Okay, so 12.5%. So
what will the value of Bitcoin be if in 30 years it appreciates at 12%?
If 300, well, I'll just do this. If 1/10 of a Bitcoin is worth $10,000 now, what would the price of Bitcoin need to be in order for a tenth of a Bitcoin to be worth $325,000?
3.2 million.
3.2 million, is that what it is? Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Just 10%.
3.25, yeah. The price of full Bitcoin, yeah, $3.25 million. Okay. In 30 years. So I have to ask myself, do I believe that in 30 years from now, the price of Bitcoin is going to be worth $3.25 million? I think it will be worth that for sure the next decade, but probably before that.
Okay.
So me personally, right? Okay. So if I think that and I assume that, then would it based on that belief, and I understand that that's my belief for a second, then it would technically be a better investment or a better place to put my money to take the $10,000, not leverage it and get the house and just put it in Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Is that accurate?
Yeah.
So what is the mechanism that we're measuring against as to whether or not something is, because it can't just be the, or is it just the total amount of dollar return? Because it can't just be that, right? It can't. Because if you took the total amount of the asset and you're like, it'd be worth $325,000. And I'm like, okay, but in 30 years from now, this is also going to be worth far more than that. Is it just the dollar amount of it? Because one of them you say is investing and the other one's not. That's what I'm trying to understand. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So I think there's one element I didn't want to mess up because that was useful to know, right? Because there is a fight against, because I wouldn't even say the house appreciated. I'd say the dollar depreciated to that amount.
Right.
But same with Bitcoin, right?
Okay.
Part of the lift of Bitcoin is the fact that we still measure it in terms of a falling dollar.
Okay.
There's a portion of that increase.
I would agree with that.
That's
yes.
that, right?
So
what you just tried to say is, as long as the value of Bitcoin increases at the same rate as a leveraged piece of real estate, you'd prefer Bitcoin over real estate.
Any asset, any leveraged asset.
Sure.
Like no matter what it is.
In this example, but that was this example,
yes,
right?
100%.
Yeah.
Would
Okay,
you
cool.
agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So if that's the case, now let's go back to, because now I want to actually get tactical of like a use case with it. Okay.
I think there's a couple more things to pull apart here. Mm-hmm. You could make the same case to say, well, what if I could create a business asset that would give me $3.25 million over the next 30 years? Mm-hmm. Would I prefer that over Bitcoin over real estate? I'd say, sure. If that's what, based on your knowledge, your skill set, your capabilities, that's what you want to do, then you should choose that one. So I wouldn't even tell somebody it has to be real estate. It's based on your competitive advantage, your desire, what you like, what you are able to do. Yeah, those are what you're choosing between. But which asset do you want to put it into?
I still have to do something with it. With Bitcoin, I literally do nothing. I have zero. Does that make sense?
Yes. Okay. Yes. However, but in exchange for that having to do something, even if it's fairly passive, I have influence over its ability to give me the 3.25 million. Same with the real estate. With the real estate, I don't just have a guess over the last 30 years. I have 5,000 years worth of human history that I'm saying, I'm sure of that because I have this much certainty. So you're willing to take the uncertainty of when Bitcoin will get to where it is instead of the certainty around what real estate has done in the past and the work involved or a business. Okay. So you just have a preference that I don't yet have on Bitcoin. So I look at it and say, I want to make this choice independent of my personal beliefs on something. And I just look at it and say, there is no asset that has a longer history than what real estate does and what businesses do. And I would take those two and say, I bet between that and that, I can beat Bitcoin.
Okay, we have some things to break down. Okay.
Yeah, and then there's one other element that I didn't want to muddy the water with it,
good.
But all the way along, that piece of real estate is giving me cash flow that I could go buy more real estate. So that one piece of real estate, I can probably turn into 10 pieces of real estate with the cash flow that comes into it. Because all I need is to have it, if it cash flows $10,000 a year, I can go buy another piece of real estate and it will increase in value and I can buy another one. So I'll have, this is oversimplified, it wouldn't be this way, but I'd have 30 houses that are all worth $325,000.
Could I then, but by your definition of the difference between an investment and a business, could I then say that would be, that's a business activity though? Because I have to go and actually go and pull the money out and then go find another piece of property and then go, like it's not an investment at that passive event. It is technically a business then at that point.
Real estate is always a business. It depends on how I could have someone else do that for me passively enough to where I would still count it in that we know nothing's truly passive, but limited enough involvement to where it would do it on its own. Okay. Because it would produce cash flow. Someone else would do it. They would find a house. They would manage it. I wouldn't have to be the one buying and selling the way I'm flipping a house. Okay. So, but real quick. So now I've got 30 houses. Now let's go even beyond it because we assumed that I didn't pull the money out. But that's actually a huge component because, again, we're in the constraints of the fiat system that we live in. So that's like saying I'll run against Usain Bolt, but he has to tie one leg behind. Like that's an unfair assessment that I would never do. And I would like, if I wasn't allowed to use leverage, I wouldn't buy real estate. So now I would be, every time there was enough equity to pull out 10,000 to buy another house, I would. So I'd
But
like
that's
to
how
have
you got the 30 though, right?
No.
How'd you get the 30?
Income, cash flowing every single year. So
Well, you're not going to be able to get 30 houses off the cash flow of one piece of property.
you'd get more than you'd think so. But whatever that number is, let's say it's 10.
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe.
But then I can also pull the equity and buy more houses to maybe I end up with 50 houses.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. So it's not, it isn't just constrained to that. And we could do the math, but that's no more guessing than what we think it'll go up to.
Yeah.
So we have to also factor in, and that's the critical difference of an investment and a preservation asset, is its ability to produce income beyond its asset value.
Yes.
Because then let's say we tie and they're both worth the same amount, and you're like, Brad, you're a sucker. You had to pay attention to that. I didn't.
So much. I could do whatever I wanted. And
In year 11, I get to look at you and say, in year 31, I now have this asset base that gives me income, and I get to keep that. So if I didn't want to produce and wanted to consume, I could consume and keep my asset base. You'd have to sell a portion, decrease your asset base in order to consume. I wouldn't. So I'd say that's superior. That's a different outcome because it can help me to consume where Bitcoin can't.
Yes. Okay. That makes sense. So there's a topic we have to go. What I want to get to come back to this is I do want, because this is very, very helpful. And I want to get back to the practical application for me and my wealth plan. And I want to understand when it would make sense for this to switch, but we're going to get there first. But first we're on the same team. I know.
Totally.
And also I think that this whole worldview, or everything that we just laid out, it gets destroyed. Here's why. Now we can argue this back and forth, but it's this. You're still operating in a system where there isn't hard money, true, like lock, and it's a fiat world.
Everything would change.
Okay, so there's two elements here.
Yep.
Number one, you keep going back to the going of saying, hey, let's look at history. Okay, let's go last 5,000 years. This has been a good thing, gold, and for the last couple hundred years, real estate and all that. And I go, great. So the day of Bitcoin being the day of inception of Bitcoin, right? I don't think it was created. I think it was turned on or accessed, right? Because it's just math, right? Which is why you'll love it when you actually fully get it. Okay. But there is now an opportunity. There's now something that quite literally did not exist before.
Yes.
So now history with Bitcoin started the day of Bitcoin. So now if we look at things from the time Bitcoin started till now, which that's as far back as you can go, you can't measure Bitcoin against houses before there was Bitcoin, right? You can only look at it from the time that it was created until current.
Okay.
Now, take whatever, you can take off the first couple of years until it was whatever, right? But whether it was the last 12 years, the last 10
Take an arbitrary starting point of value and
whatever,
track it from there.
Okay. So now at that point, I go, cool, that's history now. Let's look at that.
Okay.
And there is no time horizon. Where Bitcoin does not outperform any other asset, particularly real estate or stock market or personal investments.
Yep.
So now all of a sudden I go, wait a second, hold on. If we're going to look at data and if we're going to look at where things are going, to me, it would seem as though no one that has thought about our current monetary system and investing for 10 seconds goes, oh yeah, this is totally sustainable, right? Like this is all going to be just worked out just fine.
Right.
Like absolutely not going to happen, right? We are on track for a reset of some capacity, and it might be, we don't know what it is, right?
Correct.
And when that happens, shit's going to get real quick, right? And things are going to change. And so I go, okay, wait a second. If the number one purpose that the average person, including myself as an entrepreneur, is why I want to invest is I want to preserve my value. Like I want it to go up. I want my buying power to go up. I don't want to have to do all these investment things over here. I do because I want to do this, but I just want to have it to where I can use my money in the future. Yeah. Okay. If that's the number one thing. Then all of a sudden we have to go and say, well, there's a ship and it's sinking. We got a lot of holes in it and the holes are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And all of a sudden, I'll use a Michael Saylor thing. There's a lifeboat. There is a literal thing. There's no holes in it. It is a non-leaky bucket. And all of a sudden, me as whether
I've been on this boat for so long, it'll probably be fine. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So now it's the person let's do the average person with their 401k, right? Look at my neighborhood, everybody's got $1 million, $2 million house, whatever. And they're, got their 401k, whatever this, or the entrepreneur who is got a bunch of real estate assets or stock market people or whatever, they all start to go and be like, look, I just want the best return. Like, I just want the best increase. I just want it preserved the best, particularly in times of uncertainty, right? And all of a sudden starts to leak. And then Bitcoin gets this return, and then again, and then again. And eventually your financial advisor or the person that's not you is going to go, well, I can S&P 500 or I can outperform this. It's like, after a while, it's like Bitcoin just keeps winning. And it has a history, since comparing the two, of just keep winning. And now BlackRock is buying 10,000 a day and is like 2% is like, this was not more than 18 months ago. They're openly calling it a scam that you should stay away from. And now they're like, we're buying it like 10,000 a day and 2%. So all of a sudden, this is going to start to expand. And the use case, because I think this use case part where it's actually useful becomes really important all of a sudden. Because the number one argument against Bitcoin by far is it has no value. It has no intrinsic value because you can't use it for anything. Right. And I'm like,
but that's a dumb argument.
It's a stupid argument.
I don't care about that
argument. For many reasons.
We're on the same side of that
one. One of them being, since the beginning of humanity, we've always wanted to be able to store value across time and space. Bitcoin does that. We want to be able to transact without someone telling us what to do. Bitcoin does that, right? So all of a sudden now we have
and I want to double down on that because the same argument goes for gold. Like, yes, it's pretty and we use it for jewelry and a couple of other things, but basically you can't do anything with it except up to this point in time, store value. So, so I'm on the same page with that. It doesn't have to have a practical use other than it does what we want it to do.
Right. Okay. So now you have this and people are starting to look around because the holes in the boat. And this is like, what, how does this keep winning and keep winning and keep winning and keep winning? And they start to go look at it more and more and more.
Okay.
And what I think is going to happen, and I think that there is a pretty strong case for this, is if I look around at every other asset out there, you go real estate, particularly stock, like the US stock market and real estate are the most overinflated with fake money. Like this house went up like $300,000
right?
in like 6 months or whatever. And it's like, it did not go up $300,000 in value. They just created that much more money. And so if I have a second home or a third home or an investment property or this, and the only reason that I'm going to go put up with the headaches of an investment property is because I need to stay ahead of this broken system. And
then why wouldn't?
And now it's breaking and the wheels are starting to come off and I have this other option and it keeps winning and it actually isn't a leaky bucket. And oh, by the way, it has some use cases, which we can get to. Then your theory of the ability for these houses to continue to go up in value, I actually think they go down in value. I think that homes across the board, with few exception, are drastically overpriced.
100%.
In massive, yes, right?
Yes.
So yes, they have a use case. 100%. We need a place to live. Everyone does. But that doesn't mean they're worth what they're worth, what they say we're worth. So all of a sudden, all these assets start to go, whoop, and all the value that is in this balloon of all these assets starts to be sucked out of it. Not now.
And you're saying, where does it go?
The only place where there's not a leaky bucket.
Bitcoin.
Now, I will say not all of it. Let's say 80%, because 20% of it's still going to go into, hey, I want to start a business because I want to provide real economic value to the world, or I want to go and like, I would rather have my Tesla and my iPhone than that much more Bitcoin, right? So guess what? Because I love my Tesla, I'm going to consume a little bit of it, but everything else that I'm going to store is going to go there.
Okay.
But not just me, the whole world, or at least everyone using the broken dollar, right? And because no one can take it away, no one can stop it. They can't take it from you. There's nothing that can stop me from transacting it. They can't come steal it from me like they can gold, right? This becomes more and more and more and more attractive, and the entire model starts to break down. And when, and I don't know when it is, but the US dollar will fall, yes? It might be in 100 years, it might be, but it's a fiat world, right? They will print their way to
the future of all fiat is zero.
Zero, right. So all of a sudden, all of these mortgages and the ability to get a 30-year backed mortgage and the ability to do this, I don't know what the time horizon is, but all of that opportunity goes away. And when I look into the future, I go, before Bitcoin, there is not a more solid strategy than what we're talking about here, right? Like you have to have debt. It makes so much sense. Yeah. But with Bitcoin,
but in a new world, what's different?
Right. And it would seem that you basically would have to believe just a couple of things. Number one, to your own, I think you've said this before. Number one, is the government continues to be stupid, right? Like, are they going to continue to print money, right? Is that going to happen? Number two, are people going to want to be able to continue to store their value that they create so that they can use it later, right? Are those two things going to happen? Yes. And then third, and this would be this, or, where I'm at, where maybe you're not yet, is do we believe that Bitcoin is actually not a leaky bucket? Because if there isn't, if it is a truly not leaky bucket, if there actually is no other asset that has no leaky buckets in it, based on the price of where we're at, the 21 million fixed supply, and look around at the world today, this massive $900 trillion asset bubble, or at least 300 trillion of it, you go, well, this is the most asymmetric opportunity for investing, preservation, whatever you want that exists out there. Okay. So does that make sense?
Yes.
So my question for you is there flaws in my theory, number one? And number two would then be, I'm looking at this and going, I make money in my business. I got to put it somewhere. For now, it's whole life insurance, but I put money in it and then I pull it right out and I put it in Bitcoin, right? Like that, except for my cash reserves, right? That's it. And I go,
right.
Why do I even need
the whole life policy? Why do I even
need that? Maybe, maybe there's other,
sure.
Does that make sense?
Sure. Yeah, it does. Okay. So I want to point out something. Because again, I genuinely believe we're on the same side.
100% believe we do.
This is why I love talking to you, is we get to take out opposite sides, and it's really good. So we've set up a dichotomy of Bitcoin versus everything else.
Yes.
That's very helpful for what we're trying to expose. Like that, just in general, if you want to improve your ability to think, set up a dichotomy, and then the truth is always somewhere in the middle.
Yes.
But if we can understand the extremes, we can understand where we're going to actually end up. Yes. So that's what we're doing. Here are...
Which is why, by the way, though, like I said that it'll be like 80% of it, because it's like in every other dichotomy, there's not one thing that's truly unique or different than absolutely anything else. It's all within a leaky system. But I'm saying this is a completely different system itself. And so I'm like, there's still going to be businesses and there's still going to be need for us to spend money. Yeah. So 20% of it's going to, or whatever the number is, but the rest of it goes here. So
okay. So I don't know what order we want to tackle these in, but the types of vetting that needs to come up as we move to a completely new system start to fall into a couple of categories. One is, what is the value of Bitcoin? Like we've kept talking about that at some point it will be worth what it's worth. Like you say, one Bitcoin is what Bitcoin? My question is, well, how much stuff does one Bitcoin buy? We don't have an answer to that because it hasn't.
And it will continue to, my answer is it will continue to go up forever as long as as long as there's economic expansion. But we're at a spot where it's about to go from here to here. And then when it's here, then it will continue to grow incrementally as long as there's economic expansion.
Okay, that's all I'm saying is yes, a hard money will always buy more things, but not relative to production, whether that's investing or a business. So at some point, that's going to flip back once the entire world adopts Bitcoin, and it is everything.
And do you think that that's going to be in the next 20 years?
I don't have any idea.
I don't think so. I think it's going to be long.
I think it's a long time away. Okay, but whatever that time is, again, to go to the extremes to understand. Why is Bitcoin, how does Bitcoin function when it peaks? And why would I want Bitcoin over anything else at that point in time? That to me is a question. And how does that Bitcoin, once it is worth what it's worth?
Yes.
How is that? Then now let's go to real estate. Because I can make an argument for real estate that I still want real estate, even if it's worth zero.
Because it's pretty.
No.
Because I need some place to live.
No.
Why?
Okay. So one thing in a reset. So because everybody asks us about, all right, you're borrowing dollars, you're working in a fiat system. What is the risk to real estate if the fiat system totally crashes? To me, I want to win if it doesn't crash, and I want to win if it does crash. And I believe real estate allows you to win both directions.
Okay. Before we go down this, because this is good, but I want to answer that first question first, which is, what is the value of Bitcoin when it peaks? Okay. First off, I don't think it peaks maybe in our lifetime, but I don't even think it peaks in our lifetime. But let's assume that it peaks in 50 years from now. Okay. The value of Bitcoin is simply this. If we believe that the primary reason that people preserve money and invest is because they want to take the value that they create now and be able to use it in the future. And the reason that they would invest is to be able to speed up the creation of that value, right? Wealth. Okay. When Bitcoin finally reaches its peak potential, and let's say that that's $30 million of buying power in today's dollar, or $50 million in buying power of today's dollar, I think that when it actually peaks, it's probably way more than that. But let's just say, right? What happens is now I have a system, the average person has a system where they can go about their life, they can work hard, make an honest day's work, they can save it in a savings account called Bitcoin. Nobody can take it from them. They can't print their life away. And as long as they go and they're smart with their money, they don't even need investing, and they can end up at the end of their life and go, look, I have something to show for my work because the government didn't steal it from me. And oh, by the way, if I want to go faster, then guess what? Investing comes back in. And then all of a sudden, real estate's going to be a thing again, and businesses are going to be a thing again. But that's so far in the future of $100,000 Bitcoin to 50,000, the entire world looks differently. Assets look different. Everything looks so radically different that any form of specific asset, not principal, but specific asset that lives in today's world, you can't possibly know what it's going to look like. And it's so risky to pretend to pick it because guess what? Like you don't know what's going to make it and what's not, but we know that Bitcoin will if it is what I say it is. Does that make sense?
I don't think that's accurate. I don't think that's right.
So that's my argument.
I think you're jumping through some conclusions that are clouding the ability to know what will work on the other side. So my question would be, have other currencies collapsed in the past and been replaced?
Like fiat currencies?
Yeah. 100%, right? And some things made it through that and other things did not.
Yes.
If we look and we study history, the same assets made it through and the same other assets did not.
Right.
So if we're looking at this as a through the looking glass moment where we're going into...
Hold on though, but we have no history of going into when the primary fiat of the world collapses and we have a hard money system that we can go into.
No, that's happened.
No, it hasn't because Bitcoin hasn't existed.
Well, again, you don't believe that gold is a good enough representation of a hard money system.
What's the definition of hard money?
It can't be printed without investment of resources. So a hard money doesn't have to not increase. It can't just be printed.
Okay, so let's call it something different then. Fixed money, period, the end. There's never been a money where there quite physically is not more of it, not in outer space, not in some
But again, somewhere. I think I really genuinely like you to me. I think you're overvaluing that relative to what gold has done in the past or possible. Like to me, the big difference is it can't be printed. Whether it can ever be expanded or not is a marginal difference compared to what has always been accepted as hard money where the government does not print it at the rates that it does. If we could understand that, then we could talk about the incremental benefit to there is a limited supply of gold that we can access at any given price. But to me, it's more taking the printing press away versus a very fixed amount. And maybe I see it differently. But that's what I'm...
No, but this is what I want to get into because I want to understand. Because like poke holes in my argument. I really want to know if this is. But where I would tend to disagree based on my understanding of this is two things. One, take the printing press away. If you don't have Bitcoin, you can take it away and then a new one pops up, right? And oh, by the way, guess what? With Bitcoin, you can still have a printing press. I understand. But here's where the second point comes in. If you have a balloon with water in it and there's a little tiny hole versus no hole, and that little tiny hole is leaking, guess what? If you add water to that balloon, even with that hole, it's going to expand, right? But guess what? If there's still a little bit of a hole, that is drastically different than if there's no hole. Like, for example, if you have perfection, you get to go into the kingdom of God. If there is one minute flaw of imperfection, one tiny minute thing, you are no longer perfect. You can't, and it is that drastic of a difference because one leaks, even if it's this much, and the other one doesn't, right?
Okay.
And so in a fixed money system where truly there is something that it doesn't leak, you can't get more of it even if you wanted to. You could, to where if there was the government took over, put slaves labor back into a law. They went and mined it. They took advantage of people. You can't get more Bitcoin. It's done. And you can with gold. Then you can take away someone's economic.
But I think,
does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong on that, but I think focusing on that, we're missing some other issues that you're deleting from the argument.
Okay, there's the foundation. What are the other ones?
Okay, so let's take. There's a couple of them as we go here. You're focusing on the supply side and the demand side of money, but we're not talking about the supply side of it. Because yes, there's a fixed amount, but right now it's in an acquisition mode, but BlackRock doesn't want to own it for 1 billion years. So at some point, they're going to turn from a buyer to a seller or a supplier. And that's going to change pricing dynamics. And I don't know, I want to know your thoughts on how that impacts things. Let's go back to an economic crash where you're saying assets are going down and everything's going into Bitcoin. I don't agree. I think it's more like 2080 because people are losing their jobs, but they still have to buy things. So I'm
not talking about that type of money. I'm talking about purely money that was put, or value that was put into assets.
But that's what I think you're discounting the fact that wherever people are storing money for preservation, part of it is for future use, which means Bitcoin will come back and be available, and that will level off pricing because they're buying and selling.
So I sell my Bitcoin to go buy something. You get it. You're going to want to save it now.
But there's a buy sell side to the argument. If you're right, if everyone's going to save it forever.
But I just mean like I sell some Bitcoin to go buy a car. The guy that buys a car, he's got some profit now. Let's say it's, this much Bitcoin is now, or this much money is now his profit.
But how much profit floats on top of the business economies? Because the only thing that can be invested and held and saved for the future is profit.
Right. And
so the buying and selling, so this restacking of the economy of getting out of these assets and into other assets, the only thing that can be reinvested is the profit. Mm-hmm. And there isn't going to be any for a long time as the crash happens. Mm-hmm. So they will go into spending or the assets, businesses that require production. Mm-hmm. So I don't think they will be stored in Bitcoin. Like you're looking at long-term for the rest of your life storage of Bitcoin. But that's not going to be the case. So I think we're overvaluing the demand side and undervaluing the fact that all this mix up and mash up is going to create supply side. People will not be able to hold on to it.
But at some point they will be able to save money.
Sure,
whether
for
it's
sure.
Bitcoin or not,
for sure.
Right?
I just think it's a smaller percentage of the economy.
Okay, but so let's say the whole world collapses and Bitcoin doesn't exist, right? It's going to reset.
And let me finish that thought. Yep. To think that to look at the world, that to me this is a critical oversight of where you think it's going to be worth. We just said this house isn't worth what it's at. Mm-hmm. So if we believe that, it will go down to what it's worth and then transfer to Bitcoin. If this is worth 1.2 million, people aren't going to sell their house for 1.2 million and put 1.2 million into Bitcoin. It's going to go down to what it's actually worth, which is like $100,000. And then that goes to Bitcoin. So we have to take the haircut in dollars first.
Why would that happen? Why wouldn't the difference go into it's not the
because the currency is going to collapse. We just said the dollar's dead, so it's going to go away. And the only
does that
thing
value just disappear?
It just disappears as quickly as it was created, because it's all digits, it's all debt, it's all leverage, and is that it because the debt has to be repaid with a portion of this equity.
So if I hold houses and it goes from $1 million to $100,000 and I didn't sell, I just lost $900,000 like that.
No, I didn't. So let's finish through this. So you can't take the world divided by 21 million. You have to take the true hard money value of the world divided by 21 million, which is because all countries equally have all inflated. So that number of the world economy isn't real. And if it's not real, it can't go from fake to real. It has to go back to real and then transfer over.
But in the process of that going down, people are pulling money out of it. Otherwise, it wouldn't go down.
No, that's why it goes down is you can't pull money out of it because it's not there. It's fake.
But what I'm saying is that if I have my house and I'm like, I'm going to sell my house to go buy Bitcoin, and that causes the rest of houses to go by this much, right? And then other people sell it, and all of a sudden now
that's not why currencies collapse.
But there's not, and not everyone's going to do that. There's going to be a percentage of people, right? And they're going to go put it into this, and there's a 21 million supply of Bitcoin over here. 80%, 90%, whatever, 95% of people, their stuff just goes to zero and they're screwed, right? But they went and they bought everything here at this price. And I know they own the same amount of asset, but it comes and collapses down to here, right? But this over here is massively, massively valuable because the only thing that isn't collapsing is the hard money thing because it's not in a whole.
Okay, so you're still just making a short-term case to beat the rush and get in early. I still don't understand on the back end when the economy is reset what the role of Bitcoin is.
It is to store your value across time and space without a leaky bucket.
But again, because of some of these gaps that I'm seeing, we're overvaluing how quickly it will increase your purchasing power. So to me, you have to haircut the economy. That's number one, right? Back to what its real actual value is, and then look at where Bitcoin's potential is. Now, my argument that we made just a minute ago with ChatGPT of what will it be worth? Well, if the dollar goes away, that's all fake. That doesn't work either. But what I do have in the house, so when other currencies have collapsed, if a house. So for roughly the entire history of time, people need to live somewhere. They've preferred to spend money to live somewhere, and they spend about a third of their income there. Mm-hmm. So even if I don't have Bitcoin, but I have a house, and the world transitions to Bitcoin, guess what? I don't care if that house is worth $0. I didn't lose any money.
Yep.
I get 30% of somebody's income in Bitcoin every single month.
Great.
So now I'm hedged against Bitcoin.
Someone's earning potential, yes. Yep.
Again, we're trying to go to the extreme to where that's whatever that is.
Whatever the currency is.
It does that for me.
And then what happens to the remaining balance of the 66% or the 65% that they didn't spend on housing?
They spend it on food, they spend it on clothing, they spend it on travel, and they save 5% of their income somewhere.
And they save it. And where does it save? It saves in. So the long-term play here, let's pretend that the whole thing resets and Bitcoin is still at $100,000. Whatever that buying potential is, right? Everything collapses and we have a whole new thing. And I go, cool, now we're in a new system. And the person's going to go, well, where's the best place to save my money? And the answer is Bitcoin, because that's the best place to, I don't need to put it into a second house. I don't need to take on leverage and debt to over here because the bucket isn't leaking anymore. And the value of Bitcoin,
I'm not talking about
or short term.
I'm not talking about second or third houses. I'm talking about the house that you want to live in.
I agree.
And can't afford to buy it. You're going to rent it from me, and you're going to give me Bitcoin for that.
Right. But if you bought it at $300,000 and now it's only worth $100,000, like it collapsed, but you still owe the debt on it, right? Sure, it might paying, but you're just paying into something that isn't worth anything, right? Because like you're literally paying off a $300,000 mortgage when the house is only worth $100,000 because everything collapsed down to true value.
But the other side of it is in a collapse. Again, the dollar's going to spike before it goes down. So I'll buy it with $300,000 today, pay it off. That the collapse comes from paying off all the debt because there's so many dollars. I don't have anywhere to put it, so I pay off all the debt, and it all collapses. So I won't owe anything on it after the collapse.
So are you saying that the only thing that is a truly good investment is something that has use, that is useful outside of just a preservation mechanism of wealth?
That's what produces income.
That is the only true asset, or the only thing that's actually valuable.
Something that we can exchange value on. Mm-hmm. That will give me income. A business is valuable when I solve a problem for customers, right? Mm-hmm. Real estate is only valuable. I don't speculate in beach houses as all, like the real estate that's gone up the most. You're 100% accurate. The real estate that's gone up the most in the last 3 years are the second houses, or the places of like, I have so much cash, I don't know where to put it, I'm going to put it there.
Right.
Those aren't the ones I'm looking at.
And the bond market and the stock market, all those things.
All those.
And all that's like, that's tens of trillions, if not hundreds of trillions
of
dollars.
But I'm not worried about my real estate when we transition through all of that, because somebody will still have to give me a third of their income.
Until the government comes along and, tells you, right.
100%. And then that's a very valid argument that needs to be considered.
Yes.
That I don't want to poo-poo on it.
Yeah.
But I'm just, again, there's that element of we're still looking at assets through the lens and how many dollars they're worth, not what income they can produce for me. And their ability, because I hope people hire my financial services on the other side, but maybe they won't. Maybe my business will collapse. But I know that people are going to live in houses, and they will pay me their income to live in that house. So I have security of income if I have assets that will produce that income.
Okay, if we're going to talk about principles there then, because I actually do think this is relevant and this is helpful. In that case, what has to stay in place through the collapse in order for that to happen? So like, just is contract law required for that then? Okay, so contract law then is the requirement. Okay. So
and you're not wrong that in a massive collapse, they'd be like, no one owns anything, we're taking everything.
Right.
Sure.
100%.
Sure.
One with the biggest guns can't. So contract law. So would there be an argument? We don't have time to go into this piece of it, but would there be an argument that would say then, if the future of contract law is smart contracts, right? Now, there's a percentage of those that have to be backed up by a military force to have law and order, right? Obviously, so there's people not invaded. But like the whole concept of...
No, actually, I think that's what Bitcoin solves. To me, that's all contract law is backed by violence.
Right.
Bitcoin is not.
Right.
That to me is a paradigm shift and advancement of humanity that we can hold contract law without a gun behind it. That's incredible.
Okay. Now, why would I want to own anything else besides the thing that allows for that?
So, but but no, I guess
we have the digital world now.
Where I'm confused on that is, how does me owning a Bitcoin the same as somebody paying rent? Like here's why. Okay, but let me finish. If I own the house and contract moves from title to Bitcoin,
yes,
I still have the house and I still get the
because
income.
They're going to pay this much money. They're going to pay this much compared to the value of a Bitcoin that's going to be like this. So you can have your house for 1,000 years, and my Bitcoin, one Bitcoin is going to be worth so much exponentially more than anything you would possibly get from that, because there's such a limited supply and everybody wants it. So now your ability to have 10,000 houses is still not going to outproduce my store of value over here, because now this is where it gets really complicated, and we have to have this episode with Annie Grace, right? And she'll come in for this. But like, this is where it gets complicated, because Bitcoin doesn't just solve now the money and the store of value problem. Bitcoin and crypto or blockchain, now it solves that, but it solves the violence problem, right? It solves energy problems. It solves data problems. It solves the ability to transform.
But it costs electricity to mine Bitcoin. Yeah, right. Oh my gosh, I understand that.
But so all of a sudden you start to have all of these other things that it also solves. And so if you have imagine there was a fixed, well, I guess Manhattan real estate. I hate that example though. It's like, oh, if you could own Manhattan real estate. I'm like, no, like imagine you owned a percentage of all the oil in the world, right? All of it, ever. So every time it came out, like you owned 1% of every piece of oil that came, right? You'd rather have that than all your houses in the world, right? Because it's like, they just get to keep pulling it out. And it's like, okay, that's energy. Well, Bitcoin would be digital energy. In the world of blockchain, now there's actual digital real estate. I mean, it's quite literally, verifiably, this is it. So as the world evolves and as this system collapses, I think the error in, I don't want to say the error in your thinking, but in the argument here, where I see flaws with it is there's acceptance of modern, like current, the way that the current world works that are not going to be in this world over here. And while the argument of everyone needs a house, that may 100% be true, the argument that everyone will on average pay 30% of whatever it is that they make to rent, we have no proof.
That could change.
Right? So that could change. So you have all of these other pieces where the behavior follows incentives, right? So it's like you can incentivize people to behave how it is. And if the incentive is that if I want to get ahead in life, all I have to do is save my money in Bitcoin, and I just wait until I have enough, I can now buy the house. And then you cash out of it, cool, you buy the house, and the person that you bought the house from, they're going to take it and they're going to cool, and they're going to go put it right back in, because this is the mechanism for saving and storing money. Like the whole world breaks at that point. And so bringing it back, and feel free to go backwards if you need to, but bringing that concept of, you and I would agree that there's going to be a collapse. Yes? Okay, so that's a fundamental process or a thing that we have to account for. The government's going to keep printing money. There's going to be a collapse at some point somehow, right? So those two things. And then third would be, would we agree that whether it is preservation or growth, the primary goal of both of those things is that I want to be able to use value that's created over here in the future. Even if I speed it up, it's like I still want to take this and be able to put it into something that I can use in the future, right? Is to store value across time and space. We agree with that? Yes? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So if those three things are going to happen, and we are at the point in history where we have the opportunity to get into a non-leaky bucket, bringing it all the way back to my question of actual my wealth plan, okay, is I make money in my business. I put it into Bitcoin. Now, I'll put it in the whole life insurance policy first, and then I'm going to pull it out. Is there a point where what would have to happen for you to go, no other investments make sense, I'm all in on Bitcoin. I'm going to sell everything else except for my business, because you want your business, like me, is my passion, like it's my calling, right? I'm going to sell everything else and I'm just going to put it there. That's question one. And then question two, for someone like me who I have Willow. So I'm like, okay, do I buy Willow a whole life insurance policy and fund it? Or do I take that money and just buy Bitcoin? Because I'm telling you what, by the time I'm going to give it to her, I'm much in the camp that is going to be worth far more in Bitcoin than it is going to be the whole life. That's my camp.
Right.
So how do I make those decisions? Yeah.
So what I haven't understood from this part of the conversation, I've tried to present, again, back to wealth, like you make claims and statements at the rate at which Bitcoin will increase, but I don't understand what that's based in other than your opinion.
Because
there's and I can't even unpack it even in this of there's economic principles of supply and demand that to me make that impossible. So the rate at which you're saying it could increase cannot be accurate.
Why not?
Because
if there's 900 trillion in global assets, 300 trillion in global
there isn't
debt.
900 trillion in global assets.
Okay, how much roughly?
Not that much
So
by whatever it's been inflated.
Okay, so if it's half
But
that,
then again, I think we're still leaving out the supply side of this that people don't like. Why do we, once it's, I'm trying to reverse engineer back into it. I think you're really in this camp of it will outperform any other asset.
because since Bitcoin's inception, it has over any time period.
And that's a very interesting argument, right? I require more evidence than that.
But there isn't any other evidence. There is no other history besides that amount.
Because of that's your worldview to it.
No, I just mean like in comparison to Bitcoin. I'm sorry. Yeah, there obviously is history before that.
Right.
Of course. Yeah.
So I don't have enough history I don't have enough understanding or confidence in that to say that's my timeline. That's my historic timeline.
Okay.
Where I would say when America was founded, that was a new starting point. And I do say I don't compare a lot to before America existed to now, but that's still quite a longer timeline that we're working off of. So that's probably the best comparison I can say to that timeline argument, that I don't go back to like when kings ruled and fought and all that to be like, well, that's not the world. I think we crossed the line for which we'll never go back.
Yes.
At that, right? And so I think that's me and a lot of people is to be like, okay, cool. I'm willing to maybe miss out on some of that. Because if it really is America and we're only at now 1787, there's still a lot of growth. And I'm going to wait and see if America makes it or figures things out or whatever that would be until I understand that. And I'm not really missing out because there's still plenty to go.
Okay, great. So that's a really good point. I'm glad you poked that hole. Here's why I think that it will continue to go up based on, these are broad things, but this is besides, there's just not a leaky bucket. I think that is the underlying reason that all these other things are true. But the use cases of this are, I'm going to go back to your sovereign man or sovereign entrepreneur example of people taking responsibility and like ownership going away from centralization, right? We've all seen the damaging, like you said, life is on a pendulum, right? And all of a sudden we're going away from centralization. People want to own their work. They want to own their things and they want to be able to transact between one another. And we don't want the government involved, right? I think broadly speaking, and particularly the trend that we're going, it's like, let me do whatever it is that I want to do. And so now on it doesn't seem like this doesn't seem like it's a use case, but it's like, but wait a second, because we live in America, we're used to having this freedom. But like if Kamala got elected, like we are so screwed, right? But guess what? I was worried, but I wasn't that worried because I'm like, guess what? Because they can't stop this. So the use cases now is not only do I have a preservation mechanism, but now you and I can transact without it.
So I think I know where you're going in there. I'm not saying that as to whether it will be useful or not. It's how does it perform on the other side other than a flight to safety? Because at some point that flight to safety will stop. And to me, economics, the fundamentals of supply and demand economics, which were not created, they were discovered, is
same thing with Bitcoin,
is the purchasing power cannot increase any faster than human ingenuity or the ability for them to produce. That's the peak of Bitcoin.
I agree with that. But it will continue to expand as people continue to. Yes.
Correct. But that will be less than entrepreneurial outcome will, because that is what drives innovation.
Yes.
And then the other part of supply and demand is every savings of mine is an expense of yours. Because you gave me the money to it. So there's this whole transaction side of it. So this isn't a one-way street.
Yes, I agree.
Even if it was rare in human history that we actually transacted gold.
Right.
It sat in safes backing the transactions that we did. But that didn't produce a return for me. Yep. Even though it bought more stuff over time, it didn't produce a return. The only thing that produced a return and got me wealthy was business or a derivative of business, which is real estate. So I'm still missing here but why it would be either or.
No. I actually agree with everything that you just said right there. I'm saying that what Bitcoin is going to cause is it is going to eliminate the need, at least in our lifetime, for investing. Because all I have to do, I've never said, there will always be the need for business. I will always have to create wealth. Bitcoin will not make me wealthy. It will not. What it will do is it will prevent me from having this leaky bucket to where now, if you held gold over the course of time, could you pass it down from generation to generation? Yes, of course you could. How would you lose your gold though? You would lose it if someone stole it or, like the government, US government committing the greatest crime against wealth and humanity, right? Of stealing all the country's gold. So you can lose it from that perspective, and it's going to lose value as more is mined, or it's not a truly fixed thing. So at a base level, all of a sudden, if I have something where I no longer need to invest in order for my value to increase, my buying power to increase, and it will go pretty quickly, and it will increase as economic activity increases. Now you go, okay, well, will it increase economic activity? So now let me ask you this. Would you agree that before the US dollar happened, like before money existed, and you're trading in seashells and apples and, rocks, that then all of a sudden currency came along and it was like a massive expansion of economic prosperity, right? Then the US dollar came along and that was the reserve currency of the world. And there was the greatest expansion of economic prosperity known in the history of all of mankind. Yes?
Sure. Yes.
I mean, like, we were able to go and create so much more in this world because of how we can buy and borrow and sell. Like, we have the ability to exchange things.
While the dollar was backed by gold, yes. Since 1972, it's been downhill.
Is inflated, right. But the point being, like, because of the ability to transact and to borrow and to send money to people and to make it very, very easy, economic. Okay, so now the next evolution of money goes from that to...
But in that case, the people that got rich weren't people that just hoarded dollars. They're the people that used the dollars to transact and start businesses and invest.
And so
even from when we took over as the reserve currency after World War II to 1972, it was backed by gold and could not be printed. And still, even as a leaky bucket, it was the people that got rich were the people that started businesses and created what we would say uninflated true assets, like improved the ability.
They started a business.
Yeah.
But investors over here, right? Like, not investing, business, I'm 100% in agreement with you. But in Bitcoin, because you can't make any more of it, it's infinitely divisible, not infinitely duplicatable, right?
Correct.
So anything that I can duplicate, anything that I can make more of, gold, whatever, the US dollar is the perfect example because it, lost the gold standard, right? Yes. If I have better money, fixed money, to where I can...
But the money doesn't make you rich.
But no, right. But the money didn't make them rich.
It improved ability to transact unleashed human development.
Exactly. And so my point is that having a Bitcoin standard will allow even more people to go create economic prosperity using Bitcoin as money or storage of transaction of energy and sending across things to create businesses and to create things in the digital world, in the real world. So it's going to unlock another realm of economic prosperity. And because there is a fixed amount of it, the more economic prosperity that happens, the more that my Bitcoin increases my buying power. So I want there to be economic prosperity. I want to encourage people to go build actual useful things. And I think you and I would both agree on this big time, which is right now, so much of money is not going towards useful things. It's going to just not lose money, right? It's just trying to increase. This is the 0 to 1 concept. Elon talks about it, right? Yeah. But if we have a money concept to where I don't need to go and just preserve my money because it is preserved, then I know I can take all the risk and I can go and focus on creating this economic prosperity. So it fixes the broken system. It introduces the ability to hold value free from a leaky bucket, free from manipulation that no one can steal from me. And it ushers in a new layer of a foundation of money that I can build upon. And that we as entrepreneurs, we're about to get loaded rich, right? For good reason, because we're going to create so much economic prosperity because we actually have sound money. We have richer customers and economic prosperity everywhere. But it starts with the money fixing the actual money itself. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So if that's the case.
But what leads you to believe? So how much Bitcoin is enough Bitcoin? For you. So now I'm trying to come back to the same side of the table now.
Yeah.
And let's talk about how now we go back to a plan.
Yeah.
Right?
So, yes, 100%.
So now let's go back to a plan. We have wealth creation, wealth preservation, wealth perpetuation. How much is enough preservation? When would you stop saving to preserve?
I would just continue to add.
Why?
Because I want to pass it down to my kids. I want generational wealth.
Okay. What about, but at some point, is there a cap? Because any dollar saved is a dollar not put back into production.
Right. And so what I'm saying is the only reason I would spend money is if an entrepreneur created a product that I wanted more, that I wanted to save my buying power and increase over time. So naturally speaking, money is now going to only go to things that are actually valuable. We're going to eliminate this 60, 70% of this garbage that's not even useful.
But will there be a point in time at which you won't continue to, especially if its buying power is increasing, that you won't continue to add to your Bitcoin reserves?
No, because that's just being smart with money. The only time I would take it out for two reasons. I would for buying, like to buy something with, or B, because I wanted to actually go start a company or invest in start a company and use it to create more economic prosperity, upon which I would then go and take that and put it right back into Bitcoin.
So so this is where I would refine your thinking a little bit.
Okay,
I do think there is an optimal amount of savings preservation to have before you would stop adding to that. So there are people out there, and this is where I fully disagree.
So you just blow it?
No.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to think long enough term to change this. So there are people in the life insurance world that are like, never stop paying your premiums. I disagree with that. I will pay to a fixed point in time because I'm trying to accomplish a task, and then once that's done, that task is complete, and now I want to go. There's always other tasks to then complete. So here's the way I look at the preservation or the reserves bucket for that. I look at it like the best analogy I've come up with is a reservoir. So we're in Colorado. I'm from Utah. Where I am in Utah, 200 years ago, there were like a few hundred Native American tribes that lived there. The reason it couldn't ever sustain society like there was on the East Coast was in August, water ran out. It's really hard to do stuff and build permanent settlements when water runs out.
Yeah.
So when settlers came in, the very first thing they did is they built reservoirs. It's like the very first thing they did.
Yeah.
Now in the valley that I live in, there's like 2 million people, but no more rain falls. The same amount of rain and snow falls now as it did 200 years ago.
Yep.
The only difference is we can control where and when we use it. We have better storage, less leaky bucket, because otherwise it melted and ran out to the lake, and then when the stream stopped, it stopped. We built a reservoir, and then we could control the access and flow. We only needed enough to control it through the drought until it got filled back up. So we didn't continue to build reservoirs and more and more and more and more. And in fact, even as the population grew, they haven't built a reservoir in Utah since like the 1930s or 40s, because we only needed enough to make it through the drought. That's the purpose of preserving wealth, is to make it through a drought. Once we've created enough and we add to it over time, once we have that, we should deploy our capital into other outcomes. Now, the reason why we would do that is you want to pass things on. Well, that passing on, someone else has to take that and they have to produce enough for their reserves and enough for their spending and their lifestyle. And then they're going to do that, and it's going to continue to expand. So it would, if we're really looking at intergenerational, it would be better to have your reserves, take some of that, give it to Willow so she can start a business, be productive, and grow. And it will, even if it's not your investment, it will be into something else.
Right, but so I go invest, and the purpose of investment, I'd make cash flow from it, I make a profit from it. What do I do with that profit? It goes back into?
No, you consume it.
Okay, so you're just going to blow all your profits? Like, you put it back into the thing, right?
Right.
Into a bucket where you want to hold it.
Yeah.
And so what I'm saying, you and I, at a fundamental level, agree on that work is a good thing.
Yes.
Right? The ability to work. And
yes.
Would you agree that in today's system, particularly in the debt economy, you are basically incentivized? Like, if you understand the game, you're incentivized to not work. Like,
100%.
Do not, right? Like, literally borrow, no income. Like, literally just sit there and do nothing, right? That's not a good. It's a morally flawed system, right? So if we have a system where that's flipped, and we believe that people should be encouraged to work, we don't want to be lazy. You want to go and do things. And you have the ability to live in a system where you can go do the things that you find meaningful and purposeful and provide real good value to the world, like actually solve real problems with it.
Yeah.
And then guess what? Do I have to make millions of dollars? Do I have to get stupid rich? No, I can be a plumber. I can be I can just be the average Joe that goes out there and makes a good living wage. And then I can take that money and I can go and save it. And then guess what? If I want to go start another thing, I can come pay for this and go. But now the only thing that I would invest in is things that I want to be actively involved in Or if I'm charitable, I want to invest in
Give it.
someone else's startup or things, because I think that that's a good thing. But there would be no need for investing to grow my wealth, because
but there still would be a use for that capital once you have secured your own wealth position.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
At some point, preservation is completed.
Yes.
And even if it's not consumption or investing, your stockpile would stop, and you would then
humans here. There's going to be hoarders that could just continue to greed, stock. But I'm saying that even when it was used, it would only be used on things that actually provided real good economic prosperity to the world.
I'm in agreement of the improvement of the human race by a hard money. I'm still trying to come back to a plan to then say, okay, Brad, how much of the capital I have access to right now should be allocated to Bitcoin?
Oh, what percentage?
I have a hard time saying all of it. So I'm like, well, at some point, you've checked the box of I've preserved enough wealth to then go accomplish everything else that I want to accomplish.
This is actually really good. So let me flip it back to you to help. You tell me.
Because I can answer that in life insurance.
That's what I want.
can't in Bitcoin.
Please answer that now, because that's so helpful.
So back to the reservoir example.
Yeah.
The reason we use life insurance as the reservoir, it is not to make us money.
Yes.
It is not. It is the reservoir. It is, until Bitcoin, pre-Bitcoin,
right,
it was the best place to store the capital, the water that we're waiting to then release, because it has no counterparty risk, because life insurance, it was the original DAO.
Right. And that's why I think that life insurance still is.
Of the incentives, or as much as within a broken human system of existence, it was the best system to align interest of those who put money into it. Okay.
Like incentives drive behavior. Yeah.
So that was number one. Number two is it didn't take counterparty risk because your money wasn't invested. It literally sat there in a reservoir. It was there. Third, so that was it was liquid. Third, it was attached to a business model that increased its value and offset inflation. At the time, pre-Bitcoin, that was important.
Right.
And then third, I could be in and out of it without taxation.
Right.
Which is also very important, which Bitcoin
I can borrow.
checks.
Yeah, right.
Because I can, and that's why we borrow. Borrow is a terminology because of the IRS.
Right.
That's not what
it's your money.
While you're actually doing that, you wouldn't have to do that if the tax laws weren't the way that they were. So it's accessing it without that transaction cost.
Right. It's your money you're borrowing. It's not, you're not going in debt.
So that was the reason that we would use that as a reservoir. That was the best reservoir that we could build. Then how big of a reservoir do we need to create? Okay. We need to create a reservoir. Like, again, if we go back to just economics and math and statistics, you need somewhere between 5 and 7 years of your living expenses in a reservoir. And it's interesting because how many years did Joseph have to save in Egypt?
7.
It's interesting. That math ends up playing out that if I have that much and I have variation over here in my income, which can and will happen, I can use the reservoir to get through that and then rebuild. And same on an investment side. If I put money into investment, there may be good times and bad times, right? But that big of a reservoir will be enough to perpetuate the system. That's how much liquidity
because of
a system
the
needs.
Increase to keep up with it. Yeah.
Well, not even that, but like, again, if we think about it, like how big of a dam do we need to build?
Sorry, that's what but because it's making up for the leaky bucket, not because it's increasing, but because
correct.
it's covering.
That has to be factored into. That's factored into it.
Yes,
clearly.
I get you.
But to stay principled, how big of a dam do we need to build?
7 years.
That's it. But again, back to the analogy is how big of a dam do we need to build? Well, the dam will be full in April when the snow melt all happens. It has to be big enough to where it doesn't run out by August. That's how big of a reservoir we need.
And that's 7 years.
And then, mathematically, we've been able to prove that that's about 7 years. So how big of a vault do I build for me and my clients? It's one that has the capability or capacity to hold 7 years.
Okay.
And then I use that and I replenish it. I use it and I replenish it. So sometimes my reservoir will be full. Sometimes it'll be getting pretty close to empty because I may be going through something, or I might have invested in something or wanted to do something.
Yes.
But then I make sure that I'm running that cycle of life and filling it back up. But once I have that reservoir that holds roughly 7 years, I don't need to keep adding to it. I just let my cycle move through it. It then goes into businesses or assets or charities, or my preference for savings goes down.
Right there. this is where it is.
Okay.
I go, cool, Bitcoin, 7 years. I like that. Boom. Okay. And you go, whole life, 7 years. And then you go, at that point, you know that we're going to fluctuate. You're going to pull it out and use it. And I'm going to say, great, I agree. We pull it out and we put it into our own business, but any other piece of asset, why would I invest in anything else except for my own why would I go buy real estate? Why would I go buy anything else? No, I would just keep adding to my stockpile.
Sure.
So yes, I have freedom to where I know that I'm financially sound when I have 7 years worth of stuff.
Sure.
But if that bucket also happens to be the thing that
you prefer, yeah. Now, okay.
But that is the place where I'm storing it because it's going to outperform anywhere else except for my own thing that I'm actually in. Then the answer is 7 years for the reservoir, but then forever.
Just keep adding to it.
Right, because if I ever want to buy something, as long as it's not 7 years,
okay.
Does that make sense?
That's totally fair because there are people who come to me, exactly. So this analogy works on both sides of pre-Bitcoin and post-Bitcoin, right? So on the pre-Bitcoin side of things, I have had clients come back with large enough businesses, large enough levers that they say, can I just only put money into a vault? And the answer is yes, absolutely you can. As long as you have a big enough lever that you can, once you have your 7 years, if you only want that, because you can create such a tidal wave.
I got tens of millions.
Hundreds of millions. You could do that to preserve your time and attention, and it would increase at a rate large enough. Yeah, it would increase at a rate large enough to still accomplish the other pieces of it because we have a big enough lever here. What you're saying is in the worldview that you hold is that the increase in Bitcoin and your ability to buy it will align to where you'll just do nothing but keep adding to that store because the increase in its purchasing power and your ability to create enough income to take care of your lifestyle and add to that stockpile will be better than any other combination of business or other assets.
Yes.
Cool. And there are definitely people inside of my world that I make the same recommendation with life insurance.
So that argument, and specifically because of the timing that we're in with when I look at the world, I'm like, it's going to collapse, right?
Yeah.
So I go, so let me, maybe that might be the case. But
so if I fully agree with Bitcoin, let me assume your premise on Bitcoin, because I think that's helpful, because I'm still a ways from fully adopting. But let's say I fully adopt yours. What would I recommend based on principle, based on the wealth codex, based on how this works? Would you still have life insurance or not?
Well, first the question would be, would you still have any other investment besides my business or not?
To me, it would come down to, do you have the ability to acquire it fast enough?
Acquire
like,
what?
Are you're earning enough to allocate enough to Bitcoin where its increase will take you where you want to go? There are some people that I would say are not earning enough that if they don't have the ability to earn more, might have to take investments that would then feed Bitcoin.
Or they could just earn more. But if you're saying that, okay, but they don't want to switch their career, it's
correct.
Not, okay, got it.
Correct.
Okay,
right.
Sense.
If
okay,
we
great.
can, there are people with constrained
in my case
earnings.
Specifically,
in your case specifically, you earn enough to not have to do investing to acquire enough Bitcoin.
Love it.
Totally fine. I'm good with that.
Okay. So now life insurance.
And if they want to if others want to repeat that, I'd say, well, yeah, you have to make as much money relative to your spending that Josh does. And then I think you could hit that trajectory.
Yes.
Right? Because there definitely are people in my world that say, you don't need to invest at all. I discourage it because why
just
take
make
it away
so
from
much
that?
money?
You just make so much money. Why do
forget it?
Yeah.
And I think but here's the 10 seconds or 30 seconds. I think that while currently that threshold for who that is, they have to be making this much money, right? And I'm saying on a Bitcoin standard, the threshold is going to be to where almost all of entrepreneurs are going to be able to just put their money in and forget about it. But anyway, continue.
And you rewind to like the late 1800s and early 1900s, plumbing wasn't like you could get rich as a plumber because all you had to do was make money and save it.
That's my point. We
totally.
can return to a system that's like that forever.
And that's better for all of society. I totally agree with that.
You're making America for Bitcoin. That's my whole argument with it. And we're at the point where that isn't there yet. And we have this economic swap where name me the asset. There's not. Yeah. Anyway.
Again, we haven't pulled apart the mechanisms of it. I'm just assuming the premise of it, right?
Okay. Yep.
So where we are today, where does, let's take life insurance as that example, really fit in? I still view it as necessary to get to that 7 years because we don't know how long it will be before Bitcoin can adequately replace that. Because right now, if you sold Bitcoin and followed the law as it's written, you have to pay taxes on it.
Yeah.
But I don't have to do that with my current reservoir.
But if I borrow against it and put it up as collateral and I borrow against it, do I have to pay taxes? Because debt, right?
No, you don't have to. However, here's the difference between that. The amount of debt that you can get.
No, I understand.
And the only reason I will recommend debt against assets to produce stable income, right? That I can fix the debt in the time frame of the investment, like we've talked about in real estate before. But the only reason we can advocate leverage against a reservoir is we have to guarantee both sides.
And you don't have to actually pay it back.
Exactly.
Right.
The guaranteed growth of the account is equal to the guarantee where that's not in place in Bitcoin. Yeah. And I would say at some point in time, will that be the case with Bitcoin? Yes. With more history, yes, it will be. You'll, again, assuming your premise, you will be able to, with unequivocal certainty, say that will go up in value relative to the amount of interest I'm going to be charged.
Got it.
You can't do that yet.
You can't do that based on the data that you want to be able to look at, right? I mean, if you have belief of mine, I get it. Okay, that makes sense to me. Okay.
So, and then again, we do still have a fiat currency that you have to pay your taxes in dollars. You have to transact in dollars.
No, I get that. Yep.
So holding a reservoir is still going to be important. So if I go back and say this isn't the case, but let's say a very simplified codex would be business, life insurance, some real estate, right? I would be okay to say business, life insurance, Bitcoin. Fine.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with that.
So then,
and really it's two different reservoirs.
It is.
It's not investing. So again, let me update that. If your wealth codex was business life insurance, no investments, because this was a business asset that accomplished what we would do in more traditional when we say the word investment.
Yeah.
You were able to have business assets. I could say, cool, you could choose to split the life insurance policy and Bitcoin and just say, keep filling two reservoirs.
That makes sense.
And I would tell you, with your certainty and conviction, I would only encourage you to get to that 7-year point
on the whole life.
On the whole life. And then the rest of it, totally good to go to Bitcoin.
Okay. So then 2 questions on that tactically. One is, so let's say I put $100,000 into a whole life insurance policy every year and I can borrow back out, I don't know, 80,000 of that. I don't know what the thing is. Okay. So are you saying, okay, you put in your $100,000, you can borrow out 80. How much of it can I pull? How much of it would you recommend pulling out to go buy Bitcoin with it? Because it's not gonna be all 80 of it, right?
No, it shouldn't be.
So what is the breakdown there, you think?
So that goes back, and that's no different than what I would recommend somebody just do in life insurance to pull back and do whatever else, go buy assets.
Okay,
it's the same restriction,
the same
right?
amount. Okay.
Your own reserves and the reserves that you need for your business.
So business reserves, personal reserves, everything else.
And then what we call an opportunity fund of just, you don't know what you might need to do or what opportunities, because there's still opportunity that would in your life that would beat Bitcoin. So I would hesitate to say borrow all the way down to just your reserves.
Yeah.
Because
I would just argue that if there actually is an investment that is worth more to me than Bitcoin, I will gladly sell the Bitcoin and pay some taxes on it, because there's very few. Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
So for that. Okay. So that makes sense. Okay. So that's standard with it. So in my case, while technically by your definition, Bitcoin is not an investment technically because it doesn't produce income.
Yep.
Although, a different conversation. But that it would replace that investment of it. Don't go below the cash flow reserves or the cash reserves, but you can buy it with that.
Yeah.
Great. Secondly, then is now let's look at my daughter, right? She's 1. And I go, all right, I want to set her up. Now I'm going to work ethic and all that. Don't worry. It's not going to be spoiled. But I want her set for life, right? And whether that I have the option now of I can go set up a whole life insurance policy on her. I can, whatever they're going to give her, I put the $10,000 in and then add it. And then I just basically do nothing and it grows. Or I can go and I can buy Bitcoin with it, right? And I can go and I can say, hey, I have a goal. Every one of my kids, they're going to get a Bitcoin whenever we give them their inheritance. And I'm going to be like, anyway. So do I go and do I buy a whole life insurance policy for her now? Or do I go and buy Bitcoin for her right now?
Yeah. So this is pretty controversial in the world of life insurance as well. I'm not a huge fan of kids' life insurance policies.
Even whole life?
Yeah.
Why?
Because the whole purpose, the whole way you value life insurance is it replaces your productive capacity. What is Willow's productive capacity?
Like nothing.
So she can't get a very big policy right now. And it doesn't do a lot of good. It doesn't fulfill a lot of purpose.
But I thought that if you put it in and then you just, by the time she's like 21, isn't there, put in 10 grand, there's a good chunk of money in there, isn't there not?
Yeah. But again, back to your point, Bitcoin would be worth more than that. And she doesn't need a reserve for her. She's not, hedging
actually
against
need the life
her
policy,
production. Now, she does need life insurance. I would still say buy life insurance on your kids. Yeah, but unfortunately, you can't actually buy term on kids. So the whole life component would be there for the actual insurance component, because she may, before she's able to get her own policy, she may be uninsurable, right? I mean, life insurance is a nice leverage point anyway that Bitcoin wouldn't provide, that if something did happen to her, right? Or there's other benefits to it beyond that that are desirable. But as far as thinking about it, again, the people that really advocate whole life that early for kids and all that stuff, I think, again, overweight what life insurance is doing as far as compared to production and investing and reserves and all of that kind of a thing.
Like, my whole thing is I just want her to be set up for financial prosperity whenever I choose to give her inheritance, right? Whatever that may be.
Right.
And in my head, I go, well, duh, Bitcoin. But saying...
I do the same thing with assets for my kids, to be like business assets, intellectual property assets, and real estate assets, not their life insurance policies. Their life insurance policies is to have that reservoir to transact.
When do you get them a whole life insurance policy?
I have a life insurance policy for them, but it's hard to get a very big one on a kid. You just can't put enough into a whole life policy on a child to set them up forever on the policy itself.
Okay.
So you're still going to use assets to accomplish that anyway. And again, in the broken fiat system that we're in, it would take such a wall of capital to be able to do it. You'd still have to do it with assets anyway. So back to replace it into your plan, it is going to be an adequately sized whole life policy with Bitcoin as the asset that's actually going to set her up. The whole life policy doesn't set anyone up for fun.
So you would still get a policy though.
I would
get a policy on her, and then put the money in, pull it right back out, and put it in Bitcoin. Okay, so you would still get it, max it out, pull the money out.
So you
still put that
because
in
I put it into my kids' policies, pull it out and buy assets with it.
Okay. So
you're just choosing to do it with Bitcoin instead of
got it.
What
so it's the same. It's the same plan over here then. Okay. So
same.
Is it realistic? Could I have a $10,000, like $2,000 for this, and then $8,000 paid up that I could borrow out? Like, is that a realistic amount?
Yep.
So if I have $10,000, I can put $10,000 in. I'm going to borrow $8,000 out. I'm going to buy Bitcoin with it. And I'm going to have the whole life policy with her. Every year it will expand because I'll pay more into it. But borrow it out, put back Bitcoin into it.
And then when she becomes productive, she can have a place to add liquidity to a reservoir, right? And then determine the amounts. And the gift you gave her was paying the cost of it and educating her on it, so she didn't have to do that on her own, because there is cost to setting it all up. That's the gift you gave her.
Got it.
And really, again, this isn't the argument you're making, but I'm going to hit on it. You can't set up your kid by just giving them so much capital, because there's, in Bitcoin included, there's any number of things, including their own self-destruction. So setting them up goes back to what we talked about, is teaching them to invest in themselves and create the skill sets to be able to manage it. So what you're saying is you're going to teach your kid to manage and understand the world of Bitcoin and where it's going. Whereas prior, again, back to the timeline, pre-Bitcoin, I was setting my kids to understand leverage and businesses and assets, not education, jobs, titles, all of that kind of stuff. And I was saying, I'm setting them up for that. And I wanted liquid capital available to them so that they don't graduate and the only thing they can do is get a job. Like, part of the destructive part of college education is you go there, you don't work forever, you don't have any reserves, you don't have any capital to start anything, and you're in debt, which means then you have to graduate and get a job. And then you're in pressure of society to buy a nice house and have a car and do all these things. And you never get to where you can actually amass capital to go start something. I would much rather start my kids with $100,000 and back them as entrepreneurs. And de-risk their entrepreneurial opportunity.
100%.
That's what we're trying to do here. That's how you set your kids up. But if I put it in the stock market, or if I put it in a 401k account, or if I put it in a 529 plan, I can't back the entrepreneurial spark of my kid.
Yes. That makes sense.
That's why I say whole life insurance has nothing to do with the rate of return. It has nothing to do with tax advantages. It has nothing to do with anything except it is liquid, accessible those four things to back their entrepreneurial spark. That's it.
Okay. That makes sense. Side note question. Before the US dollar or the US banking system currently, how accessible was debt to people?
Not very accessible at all.
So would it...
Almost non-existent.
And then once we left the gold standard, that's when... Okay. So I think that from a philosophical perspective here, that if you fix money where money is not fake again, right now we live in a world where you are literally incentivized to spend money now because every day that goes by. So I would rather borrow money and drive a nice car and live in a best house, be drowning in debt, because guess what? I have no incentive.
So let's talk about some of that, because where you and I are on the same page, like,
Yep.
like when we pulled that dichotomy to try to understand that, I think that was a good discussion. Now I want to come back and be like, okay, sound money. Like, if I were running in Trump's department to do, like,
keep going. I'm just gonna
he has to, like, the first thing I would do if I could change one thing in government, it would be get rid of fiat currency, get rid of the Federal Reserve and end that. That would solve, to me, the rest of the problems. And if you ask me why I may have a problem with Donald Trump, like where I don't agree and I'm on that train, is he is a debt driven person. That's how he created his wealth. That's how he sees the world. And he doesn't see that as a problem. He believes we can outgrow this problem, but we can't. So the only actual solve is to get out of the fiat system and to start to pay the piper and get that done. So that's an element that is not being addressed.
I gotta ask a question here. Okay, you want to get rid of fiat?
Completely.
So what would you replace it with?
Gold up until this point. So under my world view, gold is still a hard enough money that we would go back to a gold standard. And that's how we would operate. You're going to be teaching me and showing me, especially in the episode where we cover what is Bitcoin and there's some learning there. I could make room for the case that Bitcoin could be that replacement.
Okay, but what would be the currency then? Because if it's on a gold standard, what would you have as the actual currency? Because you wouldn't be buying and trading gold, right?
Right.
Yeah,
but it would be a gold back dollar or whatever name you want, Amero, Euro, whatever you want to call it. It would be a currency backed by gold, and that we eliminate the Federal Reserve that can print that into existence. So to me, I think it's the same argument that you make with, you said earlier, if I remember right, that you said we're not going to use Bitcoin for everyday transactions. So I'd say, well, what are we going to use for everyday transactions if it's not Bitcoin? It's the same thing. So we're talking the same fundamentals of the system, which to me is important. That if we don't agree on the principles of how it's going to operate, then we're not going to get to the same place.
Okay, so you're talking about, like, you're like,
we have to get rid of the Federal Reserve. We have to get rid of the printing press.
so that's like, okay, this is where I'm confused. Okay, so remember when I told you that I'm like, Dave Ramsey makes me so frustrated because he hates Bitcoin, but his principles that he teaches don't work in a fiat system, but they actually do in a Bitcoin world. And it's like, this is where I'm like, okay, I think you're going to make the case for Bitcoin, but I don't think we're going to get there the way we think we are.
Okay.
So you hate the Federal Reserve. I hate the Federal Reserve.
Yes.
We think fiat's broken.
Yes.
I think fiat's broken. Everybody let this. It doesn't work. And you go, I think we should go back to a gold standard. And I go, okay, play it out for me. Explain to me what happens when that happens. Because A, what would happen to the price of gold if that would be the case? And then secondly, you wouldn't go back to a gold standard on the dollar, would you? Or could you?
It doesn't matter what it is.
Okay, so as long as the currency itself was backed by gold, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So what happens to the price / value / buying power of gold if that's the case?
It doesn't change.
How?
Okay.
Okay, well, what are the ramifications played out then? What does change? Because something would have to.
So, and let's play this out.
Okay.
I'm interested to where I go on this.
Yeah, no kidding.
I may need to prove my own thesis here.
Yeah.
Let's say what you would do to transition back to the gold standard is you would just say, how many dollars in circulation, how many ounces of gold are there? That's the price of gold. But because those dollars are already trading, this already cost $1, and then we now go to this many ounces of gold, it still buys the same thing. We've just now stopped the inflation.
Yeah, but
So
anyone that held gold...
No.
Yeah, because we're not currently back. I can currently buy an ounce of gold for whatever it is, $2,000. Is that roughly what it is? I don't know. Okay, so
sure.
it's an ounce of gold for $2,000.
Okay.
If you all of a sudden go, all of the dollars in existence right now,
Divided by the number
gold,
of ounces of gold.
the price of gold goes through the roof.
Okay.
Doesn't it?
But I don't know that it buys any more stuff because we're replacing the same number of dollars.
But if I hold gold and you don't,
So that would weight the benefit to those who held gold in the transition
massively.
But then after the transition, it goes back to the way that it is right now. That there's no benefit.
So like in the transition, that's where
that's a great point. Because that's why
I would try to articulate with the whole opportunity thing here, right?
But what I've been trying to get to is that doesn't continue forever.
Right.
So I don't disagree that if Bitcoin is accepted as the world reserve currency, that there's an opportunity to get ahead of that demand curve.
Roughly how many dollars are in existence, do you think?
I don't even know.
Roughly how many dollars are in existence?
Just ask for what M2 is.
What is M2?
How much is M2 monetary measurement?
Okay, as of October 2024, the United States M2 money supply is approximately $21 trillion. Okay, so 21 trillion. So how much gold is in the world? How much known gold? How much known gold is in the world in ounces? Approximation is fine. Is approximately 6 billion ounces. Okay, so right now, how much is the price of gold currently?
Right now?
Yeah, I'm asking it right now. Yeah. So we have this. This is $2,600 an ounce, $2,648. Okay. So now if you were to go 21 trillion, right? 21.3 trillion divided by 6 billion. That's the, right? What's 21 trillion divided by 6 billion? $21 trillion divided by 6 billion is, analyzing this. Come on, you're ChatGPT, you should be smart. Is 3,500. So you would increase by about 50%. The price of gold would increase by about 50%. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. It's shocking how close gold actually is to it already, right? So, which is an aha for me, okay? Now, if you were to go, just out of curiosity, if I were to say, pretend Bitcoin was just is, what's 21 trillion divided by 21 million? Because it's not 6 billion, it's 20, right?
Yeah. So do that.
21, well, it would be a billion. I mean, a million, right? It would be 1 million because it's 21 to 21. Okay. So Bitcoin would go to about 1 million and gold would go to about 50% higher. That's what I'm talking about with opportunity, or the opportunity. One is going to 10x and the other one is a 50%. But okay, continue. Because so that's going to happen. It benefits the people that hold gold in the short term.
Yeah.
But then it equals out. Okay, great. Then what?
But then there isn't this same desire of like, you don't get wealthy then by holding gold from then forward. It just protects whatever wealth you created. Right. So you still need wealth creation vehicles on either side. What I get, where I think people are lost in this conversation of Bitcoin, is they're saying Bitcoin replaces the wealth creation vehicle. And even in this whole conversation, it seems like it still weights that direction of like, just buy Bitcoin, you'll be rich. It's not. It's
definitely not,
be productive.
100%.
And then if I knew that gold was going to replace the dollar, I would stop saving in dollars and I would probably significantly reduce how much liquid cash I do have on hand, and I would put it in gold. Yes. So you're making the point that because you believe
because of the opportunity
Bitcoin,
here, yes.
Not even because of the opportunity of it, because the risk, like, why not get ahead of where it's going?
That's what I'm saying.
And I think you believe that.
Not the opportunity, but the timing right now.
Yeah.
If I thought that's where it was going. Right?
Yeah, I would. If I knew there, I would skate to that puck.
Okay.
You're 100% correct.
Okay.
And I just am not yet fully understanding that, and that's where I'm getting to. But I don't believe we will. Okay, I can't adequately understand. We will never voluntarily. No government will voluntarily leave a fiat standard.
Yes, I agree with that. So we can't go back to the fiat standard or go back to the gold standard without some change would have to happen.
Which is why I don't. Which is why I'm not. There are people in this camp that are business and put everything in gold.
Right.
I'm not that. I have a very fixed amount for a very specific purpose, which I could be convinced to replace that portion for Bitcoin.
Okay.
Right. So I have what I call it a hedge that fits into the plan, where you have to have a reservoir and you have to have a hedge. And I have that in gold. I would be open to transitioning that to Bitcoin, but a hedge is a hedge is a hedge. It performs its function.
Okay. So,
but I don't, if I believed, dude, I'm 100% with you. If I believed gold was going to be the gold standard again, I would save everything there.
Because you're about to,
I would stack all of it there.
Right, 100%.
But even outside of that, even if I didn't 50% it, if that's where it's going, because now we're back to a hard money system and all the arguments you made of it will increase in purchasing power as human productivity takes over.
Okay.
I would go there first, even without the bump in trading power.
Right. Okay. So this is where I'm going to need some education on gold here, okay? So before we leave the gold standard, was there economic crashes and economic
before we left the gold standard, not at the rate we had now.
There's not like the big bubble with it is, right? So
every massive economic bubble has been created by fiat.
What was the Great Depression? What caused that?
The printing of fiat currency.
But it was backed by gold, but it really wasn't.
But they lied to us.
Got it.
Which is why, if you look back at the history, which is why they had to arbitrate. So right about that time, they confiscated gold from citizens and repriced it from 20 to 35 to make up for all the money they printed. Like that's historical fact. That's what they did.
Okay.
And then they went on printing behind the scenes through borrowing and fiscal deficits and all that stuff up until 1972 until it was unsustainable. And then they cut the gold standard from there.
Okay.
So we went through two transitions in a gold standard.
Okay. I'm about to learn a lot. Okay. Now rewind with me then.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the good stuff. Okay.
And banking crises when we were on a gold standard were created by banks printing more deposit slips than they had gold for.
Right.
So they were micro printing eras that a bank was forced into.
Okay.
But if nobody can do that, it'd be friggin' amazing.
Like Bitcoin.
Yes.
Because nobody could do it and everything is, we don't have to. Okay. So Bitcoin, because there's a couple things here. Here's a little taste of where we're going to go to. We want to get rid of central banks. Cool. We don't. Yes. We literally don't need banks when we have blockchain,
banks.
right? You don't need banks with blockchain. So right. you quite literally, because I can send my money to and from this. Anything that you could do with a bank,
okay,
I can do without a bank on the blockchain.
Okay. I don't know that I agree with that.
Okay.
Or I want to understand.
Yes.
I agree that we could get rid of banks as far as because the government can't perform the banking function of like moving money around. Banks have to do that.
Right.
Okay. We can get rid of that function of banking. Can we get rid of savings institutions?
Yes.
But the other thing banks do is the reason I can at least pre-printing, the reason I could get a mortgage is a bank assimilated a bunch of people's capital to then lend it to me.
Yes.
How does that work in the Bitcoin world? How do I know enough people willing to lend me money to go buy a house?
Fantastic question. Okay, so a couple things. One of the things that, think about this. How many people in the world, there's roughly 7 billion people, how many of them have access to a bank account?
2 billion.
It's actually less than 2 billion, but let's call it 2 billion, okay? And that means that 5 billion people, 5 billion of human potential is not plugged into the current monetary system, okay?
Or any predominant monetary system.
Right. Okay, because in order to do that, I would need an ID, I would need all those things, and I need to go to the bank so the bank can reject me. Okay, so out of the 7 billion people, how many people in the world have a smartphone?
Like 4 billion.
6.
Is it 6? Okay.
Okay, so that means 6 out of every 7 people in the entire world, the whole world,
That's bananas.
has a smartphone.
That's wild.
So that means
so fast.
Right. So that means, watch this now. That means that we have a monetary system where only, I want to know if it's 2 billion or if it's like actually roughly how many people in the world have a bank account. The current banking system, which is so corrupt, which controls all financial and monetary policy. There's the bang energy one. Okay. Okay. Roughly. No, that's not in America. Okay.
Just say it, worldwide.
Yeah, that's roughly worldwide. I think it's like 1.5 billion. Let's call it 2.
Sure,
okay?
It doesn't.
Okay, so 2 billion people. So now you have Bitcoin that comes along, the blockchain. All I need is a smartphone. Actually, I don't even need a smartphone. You can actually do it from like a flip phone. You can do it from anything, right? Like you don't even need technically an internet connection to create a wallet, okay? But now 7 billion people in the world or 6 billion people in the world could now have access to the financial system because I can open a bank account, a wallet, from over in Africa in the middle of nowhere, and I can start to trade in Bitcoin, right? Or I can start to save or transact in Bitcoin. I don't need like nowhere to nowhere over here in Africa that has no running water even. They have a smartphone. They can start to trade in Bitcoin back and forth to each other to pay for their goods and services. And it will continue as the government's stupid with fiat. That's going to continue to increase for them. So you're bringing quite literally billions of people and all of their economic activity. Right. Billions. So let's just hypothetically say it was doubled. It's more than that, but let's just say it was doubled. You now have double the amount of potential economic activity that can be contributed to the financial system. Okay.
Okay. Is there a point we're going to?
Yeah. Hold on. Just
because I have some questions.
Okay. So all of a sudden, way more people get or access to that. So what happens on the blockchain is if I go to the bank and I want a loan, to your point, okay? And I go and I say, hey, I'd like to borrow some. And they're like, sure, here's some money. Now, did they go and actually take that from every dollar that's in the bank is loaned out like 10, every dollar's worth 10, right? It's all fake and printed up anyway. But did they have to go and take some people together, get their money together so that they can loan that out? Sure. Yes, they did, right?
Pre-printing press.
Pre-printing press, right?
Yes.
And now they just make it up, right? But they put it all together. Well, the blockchain is an open protocol, meaning everyone's on here and we're all transacting in different things. Right now on the blockchain, I can go and I can take out a loan on like, let's say Ethereum blockchain. I can take out a loan from people that are staking money to where now when I borrow that loan, the interest and the fees that are paid to whoever put money into the pool. And that can be given to me with zero collateral, because if I don't use it with what I told you for, the smart contract will pull it away. So I have access to capital and loans now without a need for a bank. I have access to savings account without need for the bank. I have access to transact or send money back and forth without the need for a bank. All that happens on the blockchain. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I think
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
So to me, there's a difference between, do those people who don't have access to a bank account not have access to currency? Are they bartering?
I mean, I probably wouldn't be that high. But if you're not tied into if you're not tied into a financial system,
that becomes my question, right? Because there's some levels of economic lift that we have. If they're bartering, and you saying going to Bitcoin means we go from barter to currency, yeah, that's going to be a massive economic boom.
Yes.
But if it goes from there is currency and they're just holding it in their wallets and trading around and it's not digital to Bitcoin, I don't think we have the same.
The Venezuelan dollar that's losing 70% of its value every week or whatever.
Yeah,
right?
Back to the leaky bucket part, right? But that's an important distinction.
Okay, that's fair.
That access to currency is different. Okay.
I shouldn't have brought that part up yet I'm talking about expansion of economic prosperity, right?
We're on the same side still, and we're going to go somewhere.
Yep.
Because I think there's some gaps that we can fill together here. I was then going to go to, well, if I'm in Venezuela and the currency I do have access to is garbage, and I can get something that's better, that will then it isn't the same as going from barter to currency, but it's going from my production is not stolen from me anymore. 100%. Okay, so that's powerful. So for sure, I agree with that. There are other functions banks play that I don't think are captured, at least from what I understand of what you just said.
Like what?
It's not just can we move money. Banks are not there to only move money. The other things they do is they perform due diligence. They perform credit. They perform that. So just because I have access to it on the blockchain doesn't mean somebody knows me well enough to stake it with me and that I know enough people to be able to do that. But if a bank says, hey, I'm going to take your capital. So again, pre-printing, this was a very useful function of banks, was to hold on and then through their terms and agreements of what they were going to do, perform it in aggregate on behalf of all these people into who we're going to give loans to. That function still has to exist. Who does that in the blockchain? No, it can't. Whole network. Yes. No, it can't. Because if I want to borrow to take Bitcoin out of the system and go start a business, how do you know I'm any good at business?
I don't. But I don't need to because I have the block because now we're on digital currency. And this is what I'm saying, that we're going into a digital state. So if the world is digital, when do you use cash anymore? Okay, so we're going to a digital, we're already in a digital world.
But the fact that we're on blockchain doesn't mean I can't lose money. Okay. And if that's true, I don't believe you.
Okay. You are absolutely correct. But the question was, am I going to be able to go and borrow? Like, where am I going to get access to be able to borrow to go do this thing over here? Okay. So on the network, okay, if I'm a private citizen and I want to invest in companies, okay, I can go and I can say, hey, pitch me your business idea. And they come to me, or I come to you and I pitch you your idea and you go, you know what? I'm for this. And you go, okay, I want to borrow this money. And oh, by the way, I'm going to give you a percentage of ownership in the company. And these are the terms. And you're like, okay, cool. And you go, do you have any collateral that you can, put up for this? And you're like, no, I'm giving you a percentage of ownership. Or no, but this is what I'm going to do with it. And you're like, okay, if you use it for that, right now, you have to trust the fact that contract law and those things being held together and that the person's actually going to do what they say they're going to do. That person can put together smart contracts to where now I can loan them the money backed by nothing. If they don't do what it is that I'm going to tell them to do, it reverses. Okay. Or that the actual ownership of the asset that they're building, because all companies will be built on blockchain. Like you're not going to have the stock market. You're going to have coins that are part of NFT, backed by NFTs and tokenization of things. BlackRock right now is doing the tokenization.
Yeah.
To where if what you stake over here doesn't go through, like all of like everything, but I don't have to trust anymore. I can just verify that you actually.
But that protects against fraud. Mm-hmm. Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Well, but can I lose money and not be fraudulent?
Well, of course you can. Yeah, but that's just just standard business, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So somebody still has to just underwrite the business risk.
Sure, but
because I could borrow money from you and pay my employees. The money, it no longer exists. Mm-hmm. It is gone, and you can own a worthless token of a company that is out of business, not working. Who?
The person loaning the money.
But how, without a bank, someone who has centralized capital.
A private investor.
What?
A private investor.
But I'd have to know a private investor.
Right.
But I don't have to know a private investor now. I just have to go to Bank of America. Mm-hmm. And I just have to qualify under Bank of America standards to get access to capital. So the banking function is more than moving money around, and it's more than fraud protection. Mm-hmm. It's also centralization of capital and then the connector of borrowers and lenders.
But why would
Where does that exist?
But why
in the blockchain?
So you know how the banks have a ledger? We trust the banks. That's why we trust our bank account balance, and it's pretty accurate. I mean, rarely is there, unless it's actual fraud. Okay, we don't need that ledger anymore. Because we have it's open and verified, right?
Right.
So when banks go through and they go and look at and underwrite people for stuff, like what do they look at?
So we're trying to get a loan right now to buy 2 franchise locations. Mm-hmm. So they look at the income statement of that. They look at the prior profitability. They look at, we have to personally back it. So they look at my credit report and my assets and collateral to back the business.
Oh, but this is still looking at it. Okay, but this is still looking at it from the lens of, okay, this is going to be very hard to explain because you're still talking about it in the lens of I'm going to go take on debt and borrow this, and that's what's going to create value.
Okay, but let me explain why I'm asking this, and then it might make it more sense. Mm-hmm. There's an economic lift to go from barter to dollars. Mm-hmm. There's also an economic lift to consolidate capital and borrow. Mm-hmm. But again, borrowing in the 1800s was not the same as it is today. You didn't have credit cards. You didn't borrow for consumption. Yep. That is not necessary in a hard money system. Yep. But aggregating capital to take on projects that are outside the scope of any individual to save for, that was another leap, arguably as big. I don't think it quite can be as big going from barter to this, but it is huge in that.
Yes.
That's where banks started.
Yep.
And then they went into all this other stuff.
Yes.
Who replaces that?
Yes. Okay. So this is going to be a whole new.
I don't think it's hard to solve, by the way.
No, well, but this is going to break most people's brains of this because this is where tokenization comes into play. I don't need to go raise money from or get a loan from a specific investor anymore. Instead, what I do is I create a token. Okay. Now think about this. Right now, how it works is I go, hey, Mr. Investor, I have this idea, and this idea, here's what my pitch to you. Will you give me some money for it? And they go, no. Or they go, yes. And you go, great. Or bank, will you give me money for this business venture? On blockchain, what will happen is you're going to go and you're going to put together a protocol. You're going to put together your own blockchain smart contract where you're going to have tokenization. So I'm going to go to the community world and I'm going to say, hey, look, I have this idea for a company. And this company, here's what it's going to look like, and here's what it's going to do, and here's what we're going to go and build. And I just created 1 million tokens, 1 million cryptocurrency tokens. And let's call it business 123 token. And there's 1 million of it. And the reason that would have value is if somebody else would put their real dollars and trade it for this thing that is fake, or this thing that you just made up, right? But guess what? If you have that thing that someone buys and that uses it, then all of a sudden it starts to have value. So I can go and I can put together an idea and I can say, so let's say I wanted to start a farm. Okay, I'm going to use a offline example with an online smart contract. Okay, so I go, man, I want to go and I want to start this farm. So I'm going to put together a smart contract and I'm going to call it, there's 1 million tokens of my farm. Each one of those tokens represents 1/1,000,000th of ownership of the farm.
Just like shares in a company.
But also now it's also currency that I can exchange because it's also, and this is what people don't understand, it's I can exchange it sell it instantaneously over here for money, and I can have it as shares of the actual asset itself. So if I put these things together, people start buying it, or people want to, but you're essentially crowdfunding these things, and they're taking ownership of the actual company itself, right? So now I have my capital to go do this thing over here. And anything
after you've convinced a million people to
two people
to acquire all the coins.
Or even, it doesn't matter. It could be, the coin could be worth 1 cent, or it could be worth a fraction of a cent. I could go and own all of them. And as more people buy in, the price goes up. So the more people that buy in, the more products, the better my thing is performing, the more people that want it. That's what's going to increase the price, which is going to increase my ability to have or increase my capital to go do more of it. Because now I can take that capital and I can go exchange it for the real world thing that I want to go and build. Does that make sense?
Okay, so if I have the farm and you want to buy it from me.
Yes.
Okay, but I don't believe in I don't want your token because I want, we never answered the question of, like I said, you're not going to transact in gold.
Yes.
You're going to transact in dollars still. And the limiting factor to its growth would take away the printing press. So if you're not going to transact in Bitcoin, what do you transact in?
Bitcoin would be the settlement currency, and we're getting super technical here. You would need something that would be universally accepted that everyone would want. So you would need something.
Why wouldn't it just be super tiny pieces of Bitcoin?
And it could be. The problem is the Bitcoin network is too slow, and it's not actually designed to
do that.
Yes.
Okay.
There's the Lightning network on top of it. It has issues, but it could be that. But it's not that. Bitcoin is simply there to go, okay, do we all agree that this is valuable? Yes. But now there's going to be tons of different tokens. Now, this is actually important. I'm going to make it super simple and go fast.
And if we need to go to the how Bitcoin works, that's fine.
But this is the episode of that, I think. That's what
we're going into.
Yes, because this is actually really important. Okay. Actually, I need to remember that frame because this is good. So here is cryptocurrency and Bitcoin specifically. The main primary difference between Bitcoin and every other cryptocurrency out there is Bitcoin has an actual fixed supply, like literally you can't make more of it, and there's no founder. I mean, there is, it's Satoshi, but no one knows what it is, and he's just gone. Okay, I know this is pretty sketchy, I get it, but we can go down that rabbit hole. So this means that there's this asset class that that no one controls. It's a commodity, right? There's a fixed amount commodity, and no one owns it. No one controls it. Everyone does. Everyone that owns Bitcoin controls it.
Yeah.
Technically, if every single person that owned Bitcoin decided we were going to change Bitcoin, we could fork it over and we could update. That's how updated security would work, right? But we all agree that this has value. Now, every other cryptocurrency, the only reason they would have value is we're going to say, okay, what's its use case? Like, what am I actually buying into? What's the underlying
business
value? Right.
Creation behind
The
it.
business creation behind it, right?
So that would be like similar. You could say stocks are like currency because you can buy and sell them and you trade them and they go up in value and do those things, but they're only valuable
Can I trade this stock for this stock?
No, you have to settle in dollars.
Right. So you could settle in Bitcoin, but you can just go back and forth. Now,
I don't think anybody ever would.
Well, it happens all the time in crypto right now.
Okay. So there's huge issues with that. I think that's why some of the garbage that's going on
from a taxable and a value issue, the government.
But not even that. That's bordering back to barter. If we don't have an independently measurable thing, how do I know how many of this for this?
You would measure it against Bitcoin, but you would swap directly.
Fine. Okay, that makes sense.
Now, here's what's really important. There are level 1 blockchains, and then there's level 2 there's level 2. So when you hear tokens and you've heard coins, okay? So big blockchains, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, these are, the Bit Avalanche, okay? These are level 1s and they're called coins, okay? So if I am going on there, I have a coin. That is the protocol I'm going to build on top of. Tokens are the next level, which is I'm going to build on top of the Avalanche thing. So I'm going to create my own project. I'm going to create my own business, okay? So let's say if I'm going to create a business, I'm going to create a smart contract, I need to pick a blockchain that I'm going to build it on. I could build it on the Bitcoin blockchain. I could build it on the Solana blockchain. I could build it on the Ethereum blockchain. I could build whatever. Each blockchain, the main level 1s, are optimized to do different things. One's speed, one's utility. Bitcoin is just literally just never change. Like literally just be a record that we all can trust and know what's happening. That's its utility, right? So I go and I say, okay, I'm going to start this project. So let's say I pick the Avalanche blockchain. I'm going to go create smart contracts on top of that. So now I'm going to go and I'm going to create a smart contract with 1 million tokens. Those tokens, I now have 1 million of them. I'm going to have that. but it's running on top of the Avalanche blockchain, right? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go out to all these other people that are potentially going to invest in my thing. And I'm going to say, hey, do you agree with my business proposal? And they go, yes. And they're going to start buying it. And the value of it's going to go up. Now you go, well, couldn't they just sell it? And I go, yes. But why don't people just sell Tesla stock? Because they want to be a part of it. They believe that it actually has actual value.
All right.
And now it's like, okay, well, you actually have to go and be able to buy and sell. Like you have to be able to pay contractors and you have to be able to pay this. It's like, right. But you can pay them with that currency, that token that you just went and created as part of the profits or as part of the compensation of it. So if I have 1 million, I could say, hey, 1 million of coins here, 500,000 of them, we're going to sell to the public. We're going to control the other 500,000, and that's part of the company, and I'm going to pay myself 50,000 of them, or let's say. So now there's 450,000, million to there. The reason I'm going to hold those is because I want to be able to pay people to come in and work on my project. I want to be able to compensate them with coins. So instead of the government creating money out of thin air, I just created money out of thin air. But the only reason it has value is because everybody else says it has value. People are actually buying into it, right? I'm not going to come work for your company or go into it unless I actually believe in it and think this token is going to have value. Okay, but who cares about this token? Because if I can't spend it in the real world, or if I can't spend it over here, and it's like, right, but that's what the level 1 blockchain is for. It's built on top of that Avalanche blockchain. We all agree that that has value, right? Because you can go buy it right now on Coinbase for $50 or $100 or whatever. So I can build it on top of a blockchain where I can just trade in and out of that, no problem, because I can just swap them. So now,
I can swap the higher level coin for the lower level blockchain,
right? For anyone on that blockchain, or there's pools where I can go anywhere with it. I can jump blockchain. There's Chainlink, which their whole design of it, their whole value prop is you can have it on this blockchain and trade it for one on a different blockchain, right? And that's where people, instead of banks, stored capital, they're called pools. So I can go to a liquidity pool and I can trade this for this because somebody else already put up the money. I don't even know if it's just a contract. So all of a sudden, this is all community based. And here's the thing. The only businesses that will have value, the only current tokens that will have value are ones that the people decide. The actual you and I, the ones that are actually going to be involved, we decide that it has value if we actually go and use it. So the government no longer gets to create value. We gets to create money out of thin air. We get to create money out of thin air by creating value out of thin air. We're entrepreneurs. So remember when Andy Grace, we're in that thread together, right? Andy Grace comes along and goes, hey, in order for this to actually work, we would have to be billionaires or end up billionaires. Because if we're actually going to create a DAO, which would be a decentralized autonomous organization. So rather than me having control of this, you create an entity, a DAO, a life insurance company, right? A DAO, that it is a control of this company or of this project. So now if I want to go to investors, I find I find 10 of us, we all put $1 million of Bitcoin into this. We convert that into our coin. Now it instantaneously has funding. And that's how you would pre-fund it. But now the organization itself has the power to dictate, not just me. Okay. So what this means is that right now the government gets to be super duper wasteful. Yes or no?
Yeah.
They literally can do the horriblest, worst things, immoral. They can murder people. They can just waste things on anything. And how do they pay for it? They print money out of thin air.
Yeah. And
nobody gets to decide that except for them. Right?
Right.
Now let me ask you this. What if instead the government was like, every dumb thing that we want to do, instead of us being the one that print it, anybody that wants to, they actually have to be the ones that put in their dollars to actually make it work. So rather than them being able to print money out of thin air, they only could print money out of thin air if everybody collectively agreed that that had value. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Then that's the only way.
Seems so inefficient.
Why?
To get everybody on board with every single individual idea. How do you centralize
I only need 2 or 3
making?
or 1.
To do government level projects?
No, I'm just saying, sorry, the bad example. Come back to the actual business.
No, but even a business level project, like it costs, how much money did it cost to start Amazon? Tens of millions of dollars.
Right.
So how would you get all of those people on board to be able to do it?
I go and I raise money from investors like Amazon did.
Okay.
And I ask them and I say, hey, I have this idea for Amazon. And they go, okay, no, yes, no, yes, cool. I have 10 people that are each going to give me $100,000 worth of Bitcoin.
So that part of venture capital is still going to exist.
That's venture capital. Right, but not through.
But what about buying a house?
Okay.
Will there be pools that are like, hey, our specialty, we create a special token or blockchain or whatever it is that we do real estate with it. And so if you want to buy a house, we've got a pool and you come in and you have access to that pool.
Yes,
so pools will replace centralized capital. And you as somebody who would put tokens into that pool would be somebody who wants to expose that to real estate.
Okay, so remember when we talked about how the contract law, if you could remove the need for contract law, the government to enforce this, the only time when that would not be relevant, because you could do that with anything investment value creation. You couldn't do that. You would still need law and order, a police officer force to have things that people find as useful, like homes, right? Because if I need to live in something or I want to drive my car, what'll happen is instead of having a paper contract or the deed like it has at the bank, like I literally cannot believe that is a thing, right? It is absolutely mind-boggling.
Right.
You have BlackRock right now, right? One of the largest companies, financial companies in the world, saying we're going to tokenize all of our assets. Meaning, so instead of there being a paper document to the house, guess what there's going to be? There's going to be a smart contract. It's going to be on the blockchain. And so let's say I want to go buy a house, and I go to you over here, or I go to a pool where it's like, hey, this is a pool where you can borrow money to come buy this house. You go, you borrow that money, and that smart contract of the house goes into, and now whoever that pool is in, they have the house. And until I pay it back, they hold it. And if at any point I don't pay it back, guess what happens? They own the house.
Yeah. So, great. In a world of well-organized capital, like we live in the United States, that's going to be more convenient than revolutionary.
No, because
I can start a company tomorrow with 1 million shares and start to get investors to give me money to be able to go. I can do all that. It's just cumbersome and difficult, and the government regulates it and controls it. I get that. So the lift economically for the world moving to smart contracts is the government can't regulate. We don't need the SEC anymore. We can fire the SEC tomorrow.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
No, yes, but that's not. That is this much. That answers that one specific question about that.
Let me go this way and see if I'm understanding. Okay,
can I
finish.
And I promise you can. Okay. So that was just to answer your question. But let's go back to the business thing. Okay, because when it's a physical asset like the house, I'm going to tokenize it. Great, all that. But I'm talking about entrepreneurship capital. I want to go start a business. I want to create economic value to the world. When you say, okay, there's risk involved, you could go be dumb, right? Yes, but in today's world, I have to go raise the money up front. Meaning, I have to go and get someone to give me this amount of money so that I can go start working on my project. In the digital world, in blockchain world, I can literally go right now, like this evening, you and I could go and sit down, we could code or put together a smart contract or a project where there's tokens and have 1 million of them, keep 500,000 for ourselves and launch it out. And then everyone else that starts buying it, our net worth just starts to increase. Even if we don't even do anything with the money, we have to go do something with it. But all of the people that believe in the project, they're the ones that are going to fund it. So as soon as you have a little bit of money enough, someone puts $1,000 in. Cool. Now you have $1,000 to actually go and start working on stuff with. And then someone else sees that, and that's cool. And it's like, cool. And then that person does. And then that person. And all of a sudden, the only businesses and the only projects that are actually going to get funded are the ones that actually solve real problems, not just some made up ridiculousness. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So the power shifts from a centralized place to where the government can print money out of thin air by creating value that doesn't exist, to the entrepreneur who's going to create value out of thin air. And the only way that value gets created if the collective community of people decide that in and of itself has value.
I still see that as in the world. I still see that as a fairly marginal benefit because
hold on, you and I literally get to create money out of thin air, and the government does not anymore. That is a massive, massive benefit because now the government is
But isn't the problem creating money out of thin air, not who's doing it?
Okay, but you yourself, I'm pretty sure it was you that said that as long as it was Elon. Maybe you said it as well. But as long as the value that was created in the marketplace, or value that was created, the economic expansion matched the amount of money being created, then you would not have inflation, right?
Yeah.
So as long as that is perfectly equal, well, the only way that money being made out of thin air would happen is if the marketplace collectively decided that thing had value. So literally the amount of money that would be created would only go up if everybody decided that much value is created.
It just seems like it makes the capital system, we are already operating more efficient. It makes it easier for the average person with an idea to raise money. I'm not saying that's not impactful.
I agree.
I don't know that it's
blockchain, not Bitcoin. So this is the blockchain argument, right?
Okay.
So now, all of a sudden now, the whole need for financial institutions changes. The whole need, I mean, most of banking goes away. Yeah, there's an argument that because people are dumb and stupid, and there's going to be businesses,
or
but
there's
private.
There's somebody who's like, I don't want to go vet all these things, but I need my money to grow. And so I want to invest in things, but I don't want to be figuring out and bidding and putting this together.
Right.
That's why financial markets exist. That's
right.
why,
and those are the liquidity pools or
so liquidity pools takes that over.
Right. But it's all private. There's no such thing as central banking.
Sure.
There's no such thing and all that. And if you have the private staking of money, you can
Okay.
pull it in and out, and no one can tell you no. It's just in the contract, right? So they can't hold your money. It's just in the contract, right? If you want to pull it out and the contract says you can pull it out, no one can stop you, right? So what it does is it takes power away from centralization, whether in banks, in government, and everything, and it puts it back into the hands of the people. Now, you still have the problem that people are dumb and stupid and scam people and all that. You do need regulation to some extent, but you can put things in place in the smart contract. Now, this is where Bitcoin comes in, okay? Because if this were the case, all this digital money or whatever, right? It has to be backed by something. There has to be something that we settle all the transactions in, because large amounts of investors are not going to be like, well, okay, this works great for this, but if I have millions of dollars at stake, there's got to be something that's going to be backing it. Well, if I have to rely on the government or centralized power to be the thing that's ultimately going to say that's backing it, that's a problem, because then they're the ones that control everything. But if I have Bitcoin, which is a fixed amount that we all agree is the same, is a value because it's a fixed amount, now I can back it with smart contracts, settle everything. This is way too complicated, but settle everything in Bitcoin. And I now can invest, and you with the sovereign, like a sovereign entrepreneur, I have control of my money. Quite literally, I never am giving up my money to another entity to say you control it. I am handing my money to a smart contract that I can see and look at and go, I'm willing to take that bet, and I know what happens if I don't. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So ask questions, because I want to take conversation back, but go.
It just makes capitalism what it should be.
Oh, right. That's exactly right. So it fixes the capitalism thing.
Okay. And it brings people without access to a bank account into a world, because if you look at, I bet if you mapped access to not access to a bank account to wealth, the areas of high density access to bank accounts is where the wealth is.
100%.
Right? Now,
look at America.
But the reason to me, the real reason behind that is you had access to capital. It's not a bank account, but you could get capital that you didn't otherwise have and make economic things with it. So if this is going to give more people
that makes sense.
Access to that, it's going to be more impactful. Where it's going to lift the entire world, it's going to give those other 4 billion people that have access to smartphones that don't have access to capital. It's going to get them access to capital.
Yes. So now we're going to bring
back their ideas. Yes. So it's going to spread capitalism outside of, like, capitalism is only as good as the contract.
Save their value. I mean, they're going to be able to save their value across time and space.
But those people can't even create it right now.
Okay.
Because all income is a derivative of assets. Assets drive more income. If you don't have assets,
but if I'm bartering and all of a sudden I no longer have to barter.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't think they're bartering.
Okay, great. So
that's what I'm trying to move it to.
Okay. So I have a broken currency, and now I don't have a broken currency anymore.
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
And I access to banks is also access to capital that I didn't save. Someone else saved it, and I can put it to work better than they can. And they will give it to me, and then I will do something that they were incapable of doing and pay them a return on it, and everybody is better.
Yes.
That's now more accessible and possible via blockchain than otherwise.
Yes.
So why Bitcoin? It's just the best blockchain?
Well, no, it's not the best. I mean, because Bitcoin is the only one that's not a leaky bucket, that there's not a CEO involved of, that they can't change the smart contract on, of all those things and steal from you, basically. Okay. But I'm going to come back. I want to circle back to you here for a second. Sure. Because this is
that was just fun to learn more about.
I know, but this is going to set up, because there's one more piece to this, but we can't until we have this. Okay. So rewind time. Let's go back in time. Back to the question of before the gold standard. Before we left the gold standard. When people earned money, did they primarily save it, or did they primarily invest it? Or do you know? Like, what did the investment?
So after their expenses, they primarily saved it.
Okay. So the investment piece only became much more available and necessary because of the broken monetary system. So what you're saying is that while some people still invested it because they were putting it in startups, or they were on a friend, or they had an opportunity where they really thought it was going to take off. But like there was not a 401k, right? You're not putting the money in the markets and then waiting for your 7% you would make money and you would save it, right? Mm-hmm. So what did investments look like prior to us leaving the gold standard primarily?
There almost weren't any.
Okay, so what you're telling me is that on a hard money system, the need for investing almost didn't exist. Almost.
I don't know. That's interesting. So can we expand that a bit?
Yes, because this is the whole premise of what I was getting to earlier of like, I don't know if I need that, but yes, go.
So modern monetary theorists would say the economy didn't grow fast enough because there wasn't access to credit. So there weren't investments, not because they weren't necessary, but because people didn't have access to credit to be able to go start a project that required upfront capital that could then pay everybody and increase the number of goods and lift the entire world. And so there is some amount of documentation, some amount of evidence that says anytime you inject credit into a system, even if it's funny, you get a lift economically.
100%.
Because we bring to the present otherwise delayed projects. But the challenge in funny money is we can't value one project over another project. The cost of that is all manipulated because interest rates and then other. Okay, so I'm tripping over whether there was a lack of investments because it was a lack of need or a juvenile monetary system that didn't, because you could say in a barter system, nobody invested, thus investing wasn't necessary. That's not a true statement.
Well, correct.
It wasn't possible. Right. That's what that's what I don't know is, was it not necessary or was it not possible?
Okay. So go back to before we left the gold standard, the average person, the average household in America, you could go and you could have a one income household. You could have a decent home, right? Like a pretty nice home, right? You could have a car and you could go and you had the ability to have a really good life by working a job, saving your money, and buying things that were not overpriced or overinflated with money, right? More or less.
Okay, let's start with that as a premise. I'm not sure.
Well, was there economic prosperity in America before we left the gold standard?
Yes.
Were people buying homes on one income households?
Yes. Pre-gold standard?
Pre-gold standard.
I mean, that would have to be yes.
Sorry. But before we left the gold standard. While on the gold standard.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Pre leaving the gold standard.
Like you go watch old movies and you see what it was like. And you read history books and it was like, you see it all.
But the world was also crazy poor too.
Okay. Crazy poor in what sense?
I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't know the answer to exactly America, what that was.
I went in the 1700s, 1800s. I worked at a job. I got my wages. I could buy a home. And yes, there was slave labor, the horrible things that happened at every... the world was progressing. I think it's at what rate of progression was there? There was plenty of rate of progression in advancement of the human race. For sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Now, granted, we just sped it massively up when you can just, like you said, inject fake money credit with it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, look, the problem, I would argue that the problem is that when we left the gold standard and now we have access to injecting just massive amounts of credit, who were the ones that got access to all of the credit?
Yeah, government and those closest to the printing press.
Right.
Yes.
So they got to control
it feeds
everything.
corruption.
Not only does it feed corruption, but now you are taking it and you get to take money away and spend it on things that it doesn't matter if it's valuable or not. You just got there first. You literally could do whatever.
Yes.
So now all things started.
Malinvestment. Yeah, 100%.
Right. So now let's go back to that moment right there. Now let's say there was a way to inject credit into the system, okay, to where I could borrow, if you will. But instead of the government being the one just to be able to make it up, I could just go and I was the one that got to create credit. I was the one that I was just able to inject fake money into the system. But instead of it being I just get to decide, it's only if a bunch of people collectively agreed that it had value. If that were the case, to where the individual could inject money or value into the system, and the only way to do that is through something that lots of people found valuable, would that have fundamentally changed the economic growth of where we ended up? Or not the economic growth, what the world looked like?
I don't know. How would it have?
Because the government is no longer the one that is putting fake money in. Instead, you and I decide we're going to start a company, and we get a bunch of other people to go, hey, is this worth something? And they go, yeah. And there's a fixed amount of tokens. And guess what? The more people buy in, the more it goes up. Did we put $1 million into it? No. But is it worth $1 million? Yes, because of supply and demand. $1 million didn't go in, but maybe 150,000 went in, and now it's worth $1 million, right? Because lots of people want it. And does that make sense? Like we literally created, let's say we put 200 in for easy math, 200 in, and now it's worth $1 million. We literally created $800,000 worth of value. It's still not like gold, like hard money, right?
But to me, that's not how the world, you're still borrowing, like increases in value is still typically in line with a debt-based fiat currency world. But I don't think the same thing happens in a hard money world. Like pre-gold standard, the way you got rich is you still aggregated capital. But because there's a limited supply, if you and I both want to borrow today, we can both borrow and it increases. But if we both want to borrow in the gold standard, we're fighting over the same number of gold coins. So my idea has to be your idea.
See, we're not borrowing with nothing backing it. That's what I'm saying. So instead, let's take this can, for example. Okay, so this can. If this can didn't exist, and then you and I figured out a way that we went and created a bunch of these cans. I don't know. We rubbed dirt together, whatever. We created these cans, and there's now 10,000 of these cans, and all of a sudden.
But you're already the false premises right there. In order to create the cans, it required capital.
Okay.
We got to go back to that stage where I'm going to say, I have an idea to create these really cool cans. Give me capital to go do it.
Okay. So let's do it this way. Pretend it's not a can. Pretend it's an idea. Okay. I write down on a piece of paper and I go, this is what we're going to do.
And the idea is to go make cool cans.
And the goal is to go make cool cans because people, they're like, oh my gosh, I want cool cans.
Or they just want to be able to carry water and drink it, and that's useful.
Right? And it's like amazing. So I put this idea together and I go, okay, look, this is what we're going to do. We're going to go out and we're going to be this because we have some competitive advantage somehow, location we have or knowledge we have, whatever. We put together this idea. And then we go, you know what? We want to raise some money for this, but we can't go and just print it out of thin air. And we can't go ask people to just give us fake money because it's not fake money. Credit doesn't exist. So what we're going to do is we're going to do this. We're going to take a coin, or we're going to take this idea on paper and we're going to
create shares of a company.
Shares of a company. And let's say
we're going to tokenize it.
We're going to have 100 of them. Now they're worth $0. They're worth nothing. They're just there.
Yeah.
There's only 100 of them. But now we go to a bunch of people and we say, hey, if you get this, you have access to these cans that we're going to give, right? But there's only 100 of these. But let's say 1,000 people want access of ownership of this company, right? Because
why do they?
Because they know that if they have access to this company, that a lot of people are going to want to buy these cans. So now they're owning a company where we're going to create cans, we're going to go sell these things. And guess what? They're going to say, hey, listen, in order to come and we want ownership of that. So they're going to go and take their $10 and we say there's only 10 of them or only 100 of these coins available or these.
But dollars don't exist.
But they have it saved. I got some savings. I worked for it.
No, right? but we're post dollars. The dollar has collapsed. There's no fiat currency.
Standard. Like
on the gold standard.
Like on the gold standard before there was credit. There was credit. Like rewind time. Okay. And I've got a couple $100 worth of gold in there, right?
Yes.
So it's one. Okay. And I go, man, you know what? I think this is going to be worth a lot. So now 100 people go and they put money into this stock, right? And then guess what happens? It goes up in value because now more people want it, and there's more demand for this ownership. And they're like, man, now this is 100 people buy them and it's worth. But I keep 10 for myself. Sorry, so 90 buy them. And now it's like, I could sell this. I didn't put any money in. It was just an idea. But I have 10 of them for myself because I'm going to go do this with it. So now this is worth now this is worth more. The government did not put credit into that, but I created value out of thin air because even though $90 went in, let's say it was $1 per one, $90 went in, I own 10 of them. So I just created $10 worth of value out of thin air because I didn't put my 10 in, but now it's worth, because someone's willing to pay $1 for it. Does that make sense? And now you just have credit. That money was literally created, that value was literally created out of thin air into an asset. And that asset now can be traded for other assets on the blockchain, if we were to go to the blockchain. So now what happens is that the government is no longer the one that decides whether or not we're going to just create money out of thin air.
Sure.
We create it as a private sector level. Now you have credit because I'm basically borrowing other people, and the credit is not, oh, we made money out of thin air. It's, I'm saying these people all believe in the fact that this has value. I created it, so I'm going to benefit from that. And they gave me the capital to go and start this because they were okay with the fact that I kept 10. I was upfront about that. That's fine. It's all on the block. It's all open. Now we have access to unlimited money as long as the collective consensus of people decided that it had value rather than the government just deciding to print it.
Sure. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay. There's some things I probably just don't understand and follow some of that mechanism. But if the underlying premise is all resources have to be competed to have access to them, the world is better off. Because right now, we don't compete for resources because the government can just print whatever they want.
Yes.
And then they can take it from you via taxes. So,
and inflation. Yes. So
Great.
now we remove the government's ability to do that.
Totally.
But we still get credit.
That's why we need hard. You're just making hard money arguments, and this is the hardest money you can come up with.
Forget Bitcoin for a second. Just that concept of literally taking the power away from the government, putting it back to the people, but also being able to have credit, if you will. But now, why do you have a credit score? You have a credit score because the government is like, hey, we're going to issue some loans. And like, if these people are going to lend and these people are going to, we got to know what your credit worthiness is. Yeah. But if I don't need that because they can't print it and we do, now economic entrepreneurs are empowered because the only people that create real value in the world are entrepreneurs. So why don't we have a system that aligns with the only people that can create value in the world, money in the world, is entrepreneurs? That's what this would do. So if you rewound back to this, the world would look very different if we went this route versus the government just prints a bunch of money, right?
Okay. So let me make sure I'm understanding kind of how this is going to work.
Okay.
I have a pile of Bitcoin.
Forget Bitcoin.
No, I want to go now into the Bitcoin world.
Okay. So then let me explain this one other piece here. Okay. Because here's the deal. So in order for this to be able to happen, right? The underlying currency or the underlying way that we store value already, AKA dollar, in this case, it would have been dollars beforehand, before that we left, there has to be some way that we do that. So if it were a Bitcoin standard where it was hard money and everyone was operating in Bitcoin and I wanted to go invest or I wanted to go start a company, I would be asking them for Bitcoin to put into my company. Does that make sense? So Bitcoin would operate as the underlying asset that everybody collectively agrees that we're going to trade in, that you're going to trade for my token. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it's the Bitcoin standard rather than a gold standard.
Yeah.
Go.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask is I have a pile of Bitcoin, you have a new company. In order to get your tokens, I'm giving you
Bitcoin or
another token over here.
If I'm willing to accept that.
If you're willing to accept that in exchange for it. But what you're saying is essentially it'll all settle out to...
What I'm saying is that there has to be one...
Bitcoin. There has to be. Which is why gold needed to be... Like, it didn't help if the U.S. went on the gold standard. Or one individual went on the gold standard. An entire country had to go on the gold standard. And it was more valuable if multiple countries were on the gold standard.
Oh, now watch this. With everything that I just explained right there, would it be possible if the currency was not digital? No.
Okay.
Because everything's going to be in smart contracts with this. So I'm going to create the smart contract.
Having it digital makes it much easier to do all those things.
You can't create smart contracts without digital money. So I can't create the tokenization.
No, that's what I'm saying. The entire blockchain and smart contracts and stuff makes what was happening on the gold standard easier. Hard money had all of those impacts. There was no wasteful government spending. In order for them, for the government,
the creation of this entity with tokenization, I can't do that without the blockchain.
Well, but I can... No.
Unless it's centralized.
No.
Okay.
So, again, in the 1800s, I could start a corporation, create shares out of nothing, and then ask for people to buy them. And as people bought them, they would become valuable.
Yes.
And exact same process.
And who is the one that actually, backed the fact that those shares actually had... That ownership was there.
That I created an operating agreement for the company.
Right, but what backed that? The government.
Laws, yes.
Right. And I'm saying you don't need the law. You literally don't need the government to prove it anymore, so you take away centralized power.
All of that, yes, and it reduces the administrative burden of the state. I totally agree with all that.
So the only way that this works, in a world where we're going digital,
100%.
We can get rid of most of the government, not all of it. Some government is good, very small amounts, right? We can get rid of the government being involved in our personal money. Imagine separating government from money.
And human advancement will increase
massively.
Dramatically.
So we're going to have the mass...
And we get to bring the rest of the world with corrupt governments on board to that.
Right.
Via all of this.
And so my question is why would we go back to gold when this is an option? Because you can't do this with gold.
I agree. If everything you're saying is the way it actually,
it's actually
all
like
works,
10 times better than what I'm saying. But
then
anyway,
there'd be no reason to, again, if we could plug all those holes, if those holes are actually really plugged, right? And I'm not arguing for this. I'm just saying gold is also impossible to manipulate. It is an atomic number.
I can go get more of it. I can go mine more of it.
But in order to do that, I have to raise capital and take it out of other things that drops the value of that.
Or
and
I have to discover. I can just be digging it up, and look, there's some gold that wasn't there before.
Is it that easy to mine gold?
I mean,
have you seen mining equipment?
Okay,
I have to buy mining equipment. I have to hire miners. I have to have economic output to increase the money supply.
Yes, but here's the issue, though. Let's say, what was it, Turkey or whatever that country was? They just discovered like $10 trillion worth of gold reserves or something like that, or $1 trillion. Did you see this?
But it has to be dug out of the ground.
I know, but who has the advantage?
What do you mean?
The country has the people there in Turkey or wherever it is. I forget where it is.
Who has the advantage of a new digital company that gets started?
No, because you're saying I'm talking about the actual standard itself.
Okay.
The company is I'm talking about the underlying thing that is all settled in. But in gold versus Bitcoin.
No, but you're
No, this is incredibly important.
Okay.
This is massively important, right? Okay. Because listen, if there is, what would we say? There's 6 billion ounces worth of gold. Okay, there's 6 billion ounces in the world, right, that we know of right now. All of a sudden, a deposit gets discovered like it just does. And let's say it adds another billion ounces. Okay, there's another billion ounces of gold in there. Okay, who has the advantage? It's the country that just found this deposit. They're going to go and they're going to, yes, raise money and capital and all that, but who cares? Because the underlying thing that we're all setting on, they're about to own 1/7 of all of the gold and underlying currency of the world. They just got stupid rich while it devalued all of our assets by 1/7. Because 1/7 more or 1/100th of gold just added, because the underlying thing that we all settled in increased, and the person that added the increase, they're the one that benefited. So now, if back on a gold standard, the government, anyone that's corrupt, if you want to be corrupt, you have a massive incentive to just go find more gold. And we know there's lots of gold out there still that's been unmined or whatever. Make sense? But if how not?
Keep going.
No. But how does that? Why don't I have an economic?
I think you're over emphasizing how much available gold there is, the impact that has, how easy it is to get out, and who ends up benefiting from it.
But what I'm saying is the fact that anyone can get more of it.
Why is the same thing not true for Bitcoin? If I set up a miner and I mine Bitcoin,
because
do I have a dirty or unethical advantage? Why isn't the government just setting those up and creating the same exact advantage?
Great question. So there's only 21 million Bitcoin.
Okay.
Right now.
Is there a limited number of gold in the world?
I mean, technically, there's a finite number at way down, because there's a limit number of dirt in the world.
Cool. So there's a limited number.
But there's also gold in space, right? I mean,
can we go to space and get it?
I mean, probably not. Yeah, I'm not yet, but with Elon.
So there's a limited number of gold.
There is, but it's ginormously bigger than what we currently have in circulation.
How do you know that?
Because we just found another however many $1 trillion worth of gold deposit. Hold on, let me look this up. How big was the gold deposit that was just found in that one country? Question mark. What country was it and how big was it? It was like Hungary or Turkey. I forget where it was. Let's see what it says. A significant gold has been discovered in Pingjian County, Hunan province of China. Genealogists estimate that the deposit contains over 100 metric tons of high quality gold ore. Okay.
But how much is it going to cost to extract? And how long will it take?
But that is irrelevant because, but is it not? Because there's more, the underlying thing.
No, that is an important factor in the gold standard is fiat currency doesn't require resources to create.
Right.
So I can create it and go pull resources out of the economy at my advantage. But if I have
a dollar for dollar match, do you think, for extracting gold?
It's very close to that.
So why would anyone go and do it? Like, why would their mining companies exist?
Because there is a normal operating profit on top of it. Because the resource input, if what you're saying is true, nobody would do anything to mine gold. But they're not. They're doing lots of other things. So it can't be the fact that there's that much profit in it. There is a normal operating profit to create gold.
But I want to really understand this because this is a fundamental premise, because if you're right, then I would need to.
So that's something I don't have the answer to that, but my just normal, like, if what you're saying is true, everybody would be mining gold right now because gold still is valuable.
Right.
And central banks are buying it. It still has some of that to it. And people aren't like, there are all kinds of speculation around it. And there are some people who think they found gold and didn't, or they find it's not as pure as it takes time. Like there's an entire mining, like you could throw into that. All natural resources have some, like if you want to use the example, like to some degree, all natural resources play a level of like blockchain because they are the most fundamental value this world is created.
But okay. So let's go back to that then. Okay. So
to me, the fraud isn't that we can get more gold because you have to do it honestly.
Okay.
You can't just.
So let's assume that's true. Okay, great. Okay. Let's buy that argument for now, or for that premise for this. Now let's go back to the use case of it. I can't do the concept of creating wealth, or taking wealth away from governments and giving it back to the people if I use gold, because gold is physical and I need digital, because digital is the only way that you can decentralize power from those that create it and put it into the individual.
I think the concept we're trying to talk about is the benefits of hard money.
But it's beyond that, because if somebody can take the hard money from you, then it's pointless. And if the money is not,
it's not. Okay. When we're talking about allocation of economic resources and the damage of inflation, hard money solves that. Then you go another level and say, if I had hard money that was, because you could digitize gold.
But the problem with digitizing gold is that then you have to have somebody that you trust to hold the gold. And how well did that go?
Right.
So what I'm saying is that you have a...
I'm not disagreeing that a digital hard money is better than a hard money. You're conflating benefits.
Okay.
Some of it is due to hard money that we could also get that same benefit having gold. And some of it is purely due to the digitization of it.
Okay.
But everything you said about printing money out of thin air, I can do that on a gold standard. Because I can start a company, I can issue shares, and I can raise money, and I can provide a return on it. But I can do it. So doing it digitally is a better, less administrative state necessary to do it, but I can still do it. Digital currency didn't make it so I can create value out of thin air. That's entrepreneurship 101.
I agree, but
what I am excited, I'm not trying to say I'm not excited about it. I'm trying to shine the light on what's exciting. Only 2 billion people in the world can do that right now. If that gives anybody the ability to do that has a smartphone, now we just increase the number of entrepreneurs that have access to the world market by 4x or whatever that number is. That's exciting.
Okay. So it sounds like then what you're saying is that, well,
because the governments are not going to go to hard currency voluntarily, and they're not going to go to a gold standard. A gold standard is impossible because the governments voluntarily have to go there.
Okay,
but this now forces a hard money standard because it's digital, and nobody can stop you from doing it. That I see.
Okay, so if that happens,
so I wasn't arguing against you. I was trying to clarify what we're doing, and it's hard money that's valuable. Digital makes it possible. Worldwide,
let's accept that.
Involuntarily to other governments.
Okay, let's accept that because we're not going to agree. We're not going to agree on this conversation about like gold versus Bitcoin because I feel like there's so many minor flaws. But forget that. Let's just accept that this premise that was amazing. Of the premise of the fact that it's digital and it's accessible to everyone forces it to happen, right? And that's why it's It has to.
That's to me all of the other advantages are secondary to. Gold standard has to be voluntarily adopted by governments, which will never happen. Digital doesn't. We as a people can force it.
Amazing.
That's crazy.
Okay,
that's good.
Okay, so now take that right there and go, here's why I think it's inevitable with this. Because is there any scenario where it is better for the world, better for the people, if you give the government the ability to print money out of thin air so they can steal your life away?
No, never.
Is that's never a scenario? Never. Okay, great. So that it means that if we want to go to economic prosperity, it must go to a way where we take power away from the government. And the government's going to go, I'm going to stop it, I'm going to stop it, I'm going to stop it, I'm going to stop it. Right.
But they can't.
And they can't because of Bitcoin, because it's decentralized, right?
Yes, agreed.
And so now all of a sudden it's like, well, okay, but they have to adopt it. And I'm like, okay,
No,
well,
they don't.
BlackRock is currently buying it and telling everybody that you should allocate. So there is mass adoption happening already with it. And once it is on that standard, you cannot, the government literally can't take the money away from you, because if they kill you, Bitcoin goes down with it.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
So,
I mean, okay. There's flaws to that argument, but okay.
Okay, conceptually, right? So if that be the case, then now go to the centralization argument, which is if gold, even if you got the government to agree to a gold standard, which you can't, but if you could, even if they did, you still cannot then do the decentralization of money away from the government, because the government is now required. Centralization of power, let's say, is required in order for you and I to agree that this thing has value, and that if I sell it, you're going to get. I can't take that away if the gold is the underlying currency. But if I have a blockchain, if I have smart contract with a digital asset as the,
I don't understand why the taking away is important. That's just preventing fraud.
Why would I want there to be centralized power?
No, there isn't a reason to.
Right. And with a gold standard, you have to have centralized power in order for contracts and stock issuing, because do you hold your stock?
Yeah, that's just the power of digital contracts. That's an improvement upon the mechanism in which we can operate capitalism.
Okay, how is it?
It's not, to me, that's not a Sunday to Monday pre-Bitcoin, post-Bitcoin, because that's just a continuation of private property. It's an improvement of private property. 100%. I'm not saying it's not valuable.
It's new, not because of what it can do, but how it is done. Like literally, you're taking away government
and
power.
I think that's massively valuable.
Massively valuable.
Yes.
And so what I'm saying is we're trying to measure and look at things on an with economic models where their centralization of power exists. And I sent you that book, the Life After Google, right? And it was like, imagine all of your data, all of it online right now, isn't sitting in Google's headquarters right now like it is. If there's massive servers, all your info. Imagine instead it was on blockchain that you controlled, right? And you took away all centralization of power. You would empower the individual at levels you
100%.
can't even
I totally
fathom.
agree with that. I totally agree with that.
So why are we going to the gold? Why would...
No, I'm not advocating a gold standard at all. I'm advocating...
In this conversation, you're not.
No.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand where the value is coming from.
The value of what?
Moving to blockchain and digital currency, and where there's
decentralization of power back to the people, complete ownership,
and hard money,
yes. And the fact that I think we're seeing
the same thing.
The government can't create money out of thin air, and now we can.
We're vehemently agreeing.
We are vehemently agreeing. Okay, so now here's the final question on this. I think for you, which is okay. I think one of the things that I will, all the way back to our earlier conversation about investing, that I will shift to your side a little bit here, and I'll give you like, okay, cool. Yes, is that if all prosperity, if all wealth is created through investment of either money, funds or we as the entrepreneur, we go and create things out of thin air. Investing is a necessary thing. We want to invest, and that investment, not just protection, but actually expand and create. Okay. So if that is the case, and right now we are in a world where the US dollar and the American system is the best money system that has ever been created for economic prosperity
it's
up
the
until
least
this
corrupt
point.
System
by a mile. It has created more good in this world than it has bad, for sure. We agree with that. And conceptually, if what I'm saying is correct, there is a better system out there. Okay? And the current system is going to break. It's on its way
Inevitable.
out. Okay. So at what point do you as an investor, as you as a wealth officer, as you as someone, or as an entrepreneur, do I go, wait a second, the economic or the opportunity right now for me to start a company in the traditional models, even if it does massively well, I'm still operating in this old system that's on its way out, where if I'm really going to think long-term on this, I should be really starting to focus on how I can adopt and build on this new system. Now, yes, we need more infrastructure. I'm aware of this. I'm asking, when does that point happen? Because it's not yet. I get it. But at what point do you go, I think I told you this. I know I told somebody it. And I was like, if I were to ever build a company that I was going to sell, it was you earlier today.
Yeah,
there's no way I would do it in anything except for on the blockchain.
I disagree.
Okay, so I'm asking, at what point does it make sense? Because if you know this is on its way out, then every asset, even if it's utility, houses and all those things, the technology that you should do it through is not the modern system. It's on blockchain.
So to me, once smart contracts are legal property.
Like NFTs?
No,
because NFTs is a smart contract.
Because the only reason I wouldn't start a company, if I were going to start a company, I needed capital to do it. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't do it on the blockchain if it prohibited my ability to get that capital and start and run the business. So whichever system is easier. To get capital.
Okay.
Because I know how to form a company, create shares, put an investor presentation together, issue those shares to investors in exchange for their money, thus creating a valuation of the company and allowing me to pursue the business plan. I know how to do that right now. I do it all that's part of the business that we do. I could not go take the idea that I have and do it on the smart contract right now. Because I have to convince I don't know enough investors that are operating there that not only do I have to get them to trust my business, I have to get them to trust the new system, the blockchain, understand all of that kind of stuff, and to be able to do it. As soon as I can actually still accomplish my objective of starting a business, I would do it on blockchain, no problem.
So hypothetically, if you were able to go and do your current system, but you took all their money or all that, and you set it up on the blockchain from a ownership perspective of like digital assets of it, they can have their own paper system or whatever they need for it, but you have it set up in that way, and it was legal, totally legal, like all of that. That would be the moment that you would go, okay, now it starts to make sense to think about how we can start to like actually build on top of this. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, first off, this has massive implications because two things. One, I think you just found a business model or the business that Annie and I should talk about. But secondly, which is making that happen. But then secondly is I actually think that that's going to happen before the Trump administration is over. And the reason is because not only do we get crypto infrastructure, I mean, with David Sachs that's going to head up AI and crypto thing, but you have Eric Trump. You're talking about right now, Trump's family has literally has a crypto project for the tokenization of assets, and BlackRock is tokenizing assets. Yeah. So if in the next 4 years, let's say, this happened to where all of a sudden I could start building company and shares and all those different, or the raising of money in the capital or whatever, and I could do it on smart contracts, at that point you would go, I need to study and understand how this would work because this is where everything's going.
Yeah, but to the same extent that, so why would I need to understand it instead of an attorney understanding it? Because I don't set up my own legal contracts right now.
Right.
I go to an attorney and say, this is what I want the business to do. These are the protections that I want. This is how the operating agreement is, how we make decisions. This is the thing I'm creating out of thin air and how it's going to run. Put it into a contract. And they put it into a contract. If it's just a better contract, how does it change my day-to-day life other than improve the speed at which we can, and the security, and get the government out of it? I don't need to learn it the same way I don't need to learn law right now. Because if you rewind 200 years ago, before law really existed, somebody would come to you and be like, you don't have to shake everyone's, because before contracts existed, how did you get stuff done? You had a tribe that trusted each other well enough, and if you didn't do it, I killed you, right? And then someone came along and said, no, we don't have to beat each other up. We can write it on a piece of paper. And then we'll all remember what we agreed to. Because it won't change. Because remember, when Uncle Billy started singing, he said this to you and you heard this, it was all in our head. And we decided to write it down. To me, it's that advantage going digital.
Let me come to your side for a second.
Sure.
Okay.
And I'm not against
it.
I'm trying to understand.
I know you're not, because this is so helpful, because like you're like, okay, because now you're making it like real, and I can be like, okay, how do I solve these problems? Okay. So hypothetically, the point of Bitcoin, or the point of smart contracts, is ownership without centralized power. If you were to go and do what you just said right there, and we would raise money and put it all on a smart contract and all of that, if the investors themselves, the people that actually had ownership of it, if they did not hold wallets and understand what they were having, it would not be this. It would be the exact same as before, because what's going to end up happening is they're going to be like, I don't want to hold my own stuff. And what they're going to do is they're going to go to a BlackRock, or they're going to go to a centralized bank, and they're going to say, hey, all these digital assets, will you hold it for us? And what BlackRock is trying to do right now, oh my gosh, what BlackRock is trying to do right now is they're trying to tokenize all the assets so that they don't have to give up the ownership of the assets, so that they can hold shit.
Okay, so that's where I was going. Okay. And I was going to ask this, and I already came to the answer, is it any better that BlackRock becomes the government than the government becomes the government?
So there would need to be there's got to be smart protocol for this. I got to look into this.
I would love to know.
Yeah, because there's got to be something to where. So the big problem. This is actually, we talked about this with Annie, but I mean, this is known in the crypto community. The number one thing that is preventing adoption more than anything else is the fact that people they don't want to custody their own stuff because if you make one wrong move, it's gone forever.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
And so their people inherently want central. They want people looking out. Why do people suck? Okay, they want someone to store, like keep it safe for them. And so what would happen is until you actually had people, like if this was on your phone, let's say, okay, and it was like everybody has a phone, and if I told you, hey, look, all of your wealth was on this phone, like all of your stocks, all of your ownership, all your company, the fact that you own it, all of it was on this, like
they're in the computer. Do you know where that movie's from?
No, I don't actually. Okay,
You're too.
But it's on the blockchain. But it's this. If I were to hold it, the reason that mass adoption is not happening is because people are like, oh my gosh, if I were to lose this phone, then I lost everything.
Everything,
right? And so they're willing to give up centralization of power. So there needs to be a solution for that right there.
Okay, so go. Can I explain?
Yes.
Now, I hope my dumb questions are helpful.
This is so
because
helpful.
I feel so dumb.
This is so good
that I can't. But I'm hoping that like
best podcast ever. All right.
Now listen to this. Okay. So how did banks evolve? Because gold is decentralized. You can hold your gold. I can hold my gold. Nobody can come and take it from me. But I'm scared that I'm going to get robbed. So I go to Josh, who's big and muscular, and can protect my stuff. And I say, for a little bit of my gold, will you protect all of this from me? And then you said, sure, I'll do that. And you held on to it for me. And then the more gold you had money you needed to protect more of it. So you built a vault for it. And then with a vault, you attracted even more gold. And you became a bank because people wanted to protect it. Go one level further than that and say, well, I don't need you to protect it all the time, but I'm going on this trip. So while I'm gone, hold on to it. When I come back, give it back to me. That's the other reason banks were started, because it's dangerous to travel with gold. But nobody's going to beat me up if I don't have any gold. So what they did is they said, I'm going to give it to you. You give me a piece of paper. I will travel with the paper and then give it to somebody on the other side, and they'll trade for gold.
Okay, I figured out the solution.
And the people that stored gold, who knew how to deal with and hold, and who, like, if you go back to that point in time 1,000 years ago, who already knew how to protect gold? Goldsmiths. Because
yeah, right, I remember that.
For their own business, and they're like, well, why you already have a safe because you're a goldsmith and you have to protect it anyway. Why don't you protect my gold? They turn into banks. So centralization isn't a bad thing. Unrepresented, unchecked.
Okay, so this is
bad.
Okay, so Jack Dorsey's company makes so much sense now. So there's what's called a multi-signature wallet. Okay, I think this is the current solution for what we have for this. So I have this multi-signature wallet. It's a Bitcoin hard wallet. Okay, so I have a physical. It's like a little thing that looks like this. Okay, yeah, it just looks like it's kind of cool. It's just kind of like a thumb drive, if you will. Okay. And on that, my Bitcoin sits, if you will. It doesn't actually, it sits on the blockchain, but that is one of my signatures. Okay. So in order for me to be able to move my asset, Bitcoin, the smart contract, the ownership of my company, right, that I would normally have to give to BlackRock, okay, it sits in my wallet, or it sits on the blockchain. And in order for me to move it or anyone to do anything with it, you need 2 signatures. 3 signatures exist. I need 2 of them to do anything with it. How the signature works is their company, BitKey, holds 1 signature. They hold it. The other signature is that device. The other signature is on your phone. So they can't do anything with it. But if I lose my phone,
you can go get that back up, held somewhere else apart from their company.
Well, I have it in my, I have it in my safe, or I have it buried underground, or I have it whatever I store that, and I can go, hey, I lost my phone. I need to set up another signature with it because this was my signature, right? Or I got a new phone. Hey, can you go? And they're going to give us their signature, and I'm going to have mine. So I'm going to trust them, but I'm also going to know they can't take my thing, and I can do whatever I want as long as I have both of these things. And so as long as I'm a halfway intelligent person, if I lose this, immediately I'm going to go and get another one, right? But that is the solution now, which is if I now own these contracts to ownership of the company, I don't want it centralized. I go, okay, you have a signature. I'm going to hold 2 of them. In case I lose one, I'm going to come back to you. And that's the current solution for it.
Think about safety deposit boxes. Mm-hmm. Have you ever seen the old movies where you walk through and say, you have a key, they have a key?
Yeah, but they can still get in.
Which is some of the fear, but it's the same concept, right?
Right, but it's all digitized, and but I don't.
Which is even better.
But I don't need them. Period, though. In this case, I don't need them. In that case, I still have to go to them because they still hold it. I hold it in cyberspace.
Correct.
And I have two.
I'm not arguing that it's not better, but I'm saying those systems will then evolve and be part of it.
Okay.
Great. I get it. That's awesome.
Gosh.
That makes total sense.
Okay. I just strengthened my argument. See, the more you dig into Bitcoin, the better it gets. So now, if this is the case and that's where everyone's going to store value, why would anybody want to, if I'm storing it to where I can hold it and own it, but I also have the backup there, why would I put my money in any asset that isn't digital? All of offline assets, except for ones that are useful. This is my concept of the whole collapse.
No, but even useful assets will become digital. Like the other thing about it is real estate is owned. Like this has been crazy. Have you ever like gone to Mexico?
Yeah.
And you drive around and you're like, why is everything a dump?
Yeah.
Okay. The reason why is because paper contracts don't exist. The house is not valuable. The contract proving you own it is valuable. But in Mexico...
And the government doesn't back it in Mexico.
The government doesn't back it. There isn't record of it. Nobody knows who owns anything. So back to this argument. Have you ever washed a rental car?
No.
Why would you ever wash or care for something that is not yours? That is why all houses in Mexico are a dump. Wow. Okay, that is a very generalization. No, I'm not Puerto Rico in Mexico, but you get the idea that it's actually what brings value to it is the paper.
Well, it's the paper and the government or the entity behind it that backs the paper.
Now we're eliminating the government from it, and we're going to make more assets more valuable, or at least easier to value, because now we can contract ownership of everything.
And what I'm saying is that
so there will be no such thing as an offline asset. You still need a
police officer force or a government to back the fact that house has a digital contract. But I'm saying anything that doesn't require it to be physical, like a house or a car, all of that is going to be dumped and all of it's going to be put on the blockchain because Bitcoin is digital property. That's right.
No, but it won't be dumped because you still need the house. You're just going to digitize the title.
But I'm talking about everything that's not the house or everything that's not the car. Anything that I don't physically need, any asset that I own in real life that I don't need, I'm going to get rid of that.
What asset is not physical that is valued? Like, give me an example of one that will be dumped.
Like me, I would sell all of my rental properties. I would sell.
But those are physical assets are still needed.
Right, but only to the person that's living in it. The only reason I'm going to go and I'm going to buy a rental
or the
property,
person who stakes the capital to own it so that somebody who can't will rent it from them.
But in that case, what I'm saying is you still need a centralized power to back it, because otherwise it's like, what? Like somebody has to acknowledge, otherwise just whoever with the biggest guns with this. But I get what you're saying. We're agreeing. Okay. So, but my point is that any, like the stock market, for example, like all of my money, why would I have it into a company that I don't have ownership of, whether I can't over here?
Okay.
Rather, I would just have it a digital property over here.
Okay, so what you're saying here, there's another perverse incentive behind soft money, right? Money that through the negative impact of inflation is it forces me to take more risk than I otherwise would take because I have to outpace the inflation, right? Most people, here's the answer to, wasn't investing necessary? It's not that it's not necessary. It is most people's risk tolerance is below the return provided by those investments. They would prefer to save their money, even though they don't get it. But they are not allowed to because it gets devalued and they are forced to take risk they are not equipped or ready to take.
Brad, why don't I just have you argue for Bitcoin and then I'll just change the names of it? This is amazing.
But this is the level we have to understand here. Right now, if you can't just say the world divided by 21 million, because there's so many holes to that argument until we go down through all how does the world operate on the other side of Bitcoin that's not going to change? I've learned a ton of those, which is awesome.
With you on that 100%. And I'm just saying, like, at a conceptual level, that's why, and everything can be backed up. And we're arguing against it, but now we're on the same team.
No, I've been on the same team. I've been forcing somebody to articulate it, not just saying.
You're just doing it yourself now.
Yes.
Okay, so then...
But I needed somebody that had enough understanding that could do it.
Okay.
That could show... Because I want to be able... Because no one I've been able to argue with has been able to then connect to be able to answer the risk thing on it. Because they're like, well, just look at what Bitcoin's done since then and you should do more of it. Yeah. I'm like... That's a data point, but it's a pretty small, weak data point unless you're now adding all this other stuff to it. So that's what I hope is valuable from this, is to be like, this is the improvement.
So if you believe this, everything upon which you've said, which you obviously do, and this plays out, then it would seem as though...
Here's what I have to believe.
Okay.
I'm now looking at all, like, gold and money perform so many more functions than the average person really actually understands. So I have to see the impact across all of those before I'm going to make the same argument you do of that's where I'm going to store my money. And you saying
okay, that's fair.
The world divided by 21 million is not enough evidence for me.
No, I understand that. Okay,
but I'm adding to that enough to be like, yes, it does all the things that our monetary capitalistic system does. Now I can actually trust it with my profits.
Okay, so let me ask one fast question, then expound. One is, hypothetically, if everything that I've said about Bitcoin and blockchain and all that, hypothetically, if that is true, we're going to accept that, okay? Then you go, yeah, this has potential to do everything that you're saying it can do, or at least close to.
Then it's where I would store my value.
Okay, great. So let's hypothetically put that as a premise, and that's going to say that is true for a second.
Yep.
Now, at this point,
I just had a thought.
Okay, so now at what point now is it? So when you say access to capital to where I can go and actually it's all legal and all of that, is that then the point? Because you 100% believe that the US, like the fiat currency is going to collapse. That's absolutely going to happen. Yes.
Yes.
And you absolutely believe that if this were to say that this could be an insane replacement and could be like, oh my gosh, yes, this could work, will work, as long as this is true. So then that would mean that it is quite literally a ticking time bomb or a ticking clock until you go and are like, I'm all in on this. And so,
yes.
And so, wow. So it would, that's literally the only thing. Like, we literally just have to solve that one problem and then you're in?
Yeah.
My gosh. Okay. Well, let's just do that. So literally so at what point will you go and validate that what I said is right? And then, or you can go with your thought too.
Well, I mean, it's just a matter of learning and time and attention to it. But then the other part of it is adoption, because I hate the fiat world, but I'm still in the fiat world. And so there's a balance of how and when it makes sense to move capital and operate.
Do you think that it is greater or less than a 50-50 shot that in your lifetime, the US dollar fiat system collapses?
That is a great question.
Because if it's above 50% chance, it would be in your best interest to start studying.
Yes. Right. And I have been.
Right, but you know what I'm saying.
Yes.
Right? Because I'm like, dude, you want to be Jordan Peterson times Alex Hormozy level,
but I don't believe
in the wealth world.
I don't believe the only place to store it will be Bitcoin.
Right, but it would be in a digital world.
I think this might answer the question. Mm-hmm. I came to the conclusion that the dollar was dead in 2003.
Wow.
Which is why I've never stored any of my money in the dollar or the stock market or all these perverted digital inflated pieces to it. I've only stored my money in businesses, life insurance, and real estate. So I look at it and say, I actually don't have that much exposure to the dollar because everything I've chosen is robust to a change in that regime. And it's something that can be then digitized once. So I'm looking at it and saying the value of what I have is increasing at a satisfactory pace based on the risk that I see Bitcoin being. I'm already out of the US market.
Oh, so you're literally looking at this as, hey, am I growing at a rate that I think is, wow.
I have never been in the US dollar. I have not created or held any of my wealth in the stock market, bonds, mutual funds, banks, all the traditional places. It's been businesses, which would transition to the blockchain, real estate, which would be tokenized and transition to the blockchain, and whole life insurance. That's it.
Okay, that's a really solid argument. And then if we could agree that when the fiat system falls or shifts over into the digital thing, that not everything's going to stay the same, right? Like there'll be similarities, obviously, in tokenizations of things, but early adopters, just people that are using it at the time with everything getting shifted over, like it seems like you're building, and I want to be careful with how I put this because I know you're very, very smart and have thought this from a principle level, but from a company perspective, like not your philosophy perspective, some of that would change, but like from a principle perspective, a company perspective, it would seem like you're building solutions for entrepreneurs in a broken system. And while there is still definitely a runway, that as you're going through and building the company that you're building with all the different pieces, if you could be digitizing and putting those things and setting up the things at this level, you would be so far ahead of anyone else, and you're already at that point. Does that make sense?
Yeah, as long as we end up being right.
So that's what I'm saying.
And in that, again,
at what point does it become worth it to where you go, okay, I'm literally going to pump the brakes over here and actually go validate? Because I'm like, me and Annie, probably the two biggest advocates in your world about it, right? That you trust with it, right? Clearly not Taylor. I am literally calling you out, bro. We're going to have this argument. I'm going to win. Okay. But anyway, so at what point does it become, is it literally just that one thing that I said, that if once you can start raising money and putting it on, is that the tipping point where you're like, once that becomes legal and it becomes...
That's a really good, I mean, there'll be more to it, but that's a really good succinct way to put it, is because I don't recommend anything to anybody that I advise when it comes to wealth that would hinder their productive capacity.
Yeah, it's crazy how good your thing is, though, because your philosophy, most of it can operate in both realities. Like, there's the way that it executed would be changed. I do think the investment part would definitely change, but the whole concept of you're not a financial advisor, you're not selling a product or a vehicle. Because I'm looking at like even the Trumps, right? Like, who have been in real estate. That is their empire. Eric Trump is out there being like, Bitcoin. This is Eric Trump being like, Bitcoin is a better investment than real estate. I mean, this is Trump's kid, right? And you're like, whoa, what are they seeing? And they're starting companies there. And it's like, okay, what do they see? And it's like, oh, but they're not selling a philosophy of wealth. They're selling a vehicle or a mechanism, just like everybody else is.
And I've not gotten over the point of like, to me, the Bitcoin and token world is still like a venture capital world. And I'm like, if I'm going to be venture capital and try to pick a winner, why don't I just do the business that I have? And I can make more money than trying to pick that. And I know that's not a great example now with what I know, but that's kind of the way I looked at coins early. It was like, one of them will be valuable, sure, but I don't know which one.
Well, for sure Bitcoin, but you're talking about like to actually build on infrastructure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, this is still the best system to build on.
Okay, so I think...
go ahead.
Okay, no. Okay, so that's actually a really, really good point. So here's the argument of that. You don't want to be the developer of a technology that's going to the underlying technology of like Facebook, for example. You have your thing, right? So the argument for you now is if you were to play like I'm trying to get it big, is you would want to be the person that develops the actual underlying blockchain protocols that everything is built upon. Because if you had that, holy shit, you would have insane. And that's what, by the way, is Andy's talking about.
Yeah.
You're saying, hey, let's get further along down the road where I can see which one's going to be developing on, which one we're actually going to be building on, what the government's going to do with structural pieces. And then once I have an understanding of where this is going, then I want to switch over to it.
Because I don't need it to become wealthy because I'm an entrepreneur. That's what's going to make my wealth either way. But so why would I risk everything that I'm building in making that wrong move?
This is the first time I've ever looked at you and been like, your advice, like your reasoning or advice for not wanting Bitcoin makes sense. Like the fact that you would not tell someone else to do it. Cause it's like, you're like, I still think you should own some. I don't understand.
100. And I'm getting so much closer to that. But if you came to me and said, I want to start companies on the blockchain as a means to make money, I'd be like, high five. Just as much as if you said, I want to start a farm. High five. Both production, both require knowledge, expertise, all the things that are entrepreneurial. But my job is then to protect and perpetuate the wealth that you create in any of those. And I don't have enough evidence yet that those will do those jobs.
Okay. Whoa. Okay. So then if that's the case, then probably the biggest use case scenario of where this will come over first, once we figure out whatever that blockchain looks like. Yeah. And Ethereum's the leader right now, but gosh, that's so many issues. Okay. So whatever that is, the first thing that you would probably bring over is a DAO, right? Yeah. With a whole life insurance policy, right? Now, if I'm understanding this correctly, the structure of a whole life insurance company, the structure of it is the entity, the structure around essentially human life, like valuing human life, right? So the concept of a whole life insurance company would not change. It would still be valuing human life. They would just do it digitally with a DAO, right?
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Fair? Okay, great. So then if that moves over, is the concept of a whole life insurance company, is that the structure that you would want all companies or moving forward?
Yes.
Okay. Why is that? Even if it's a company you start?
Even if it's a company that I start.
Okay.
Well, let me try to work through this
Maybe
and
that's
see if
like
that's
public
still
companies
true.
versus private companies or something.
Yeah, because no, not all companies should be structured that way.
Okay. Which one should be?
So companies that are like, it would not be beneficial. I don't think it's beneficial that Tesla, like when somebody's like employee owned, like that's stupid. That doesn't give me any, because most people are stupid.
Yes.
And I want smart decision makers to increase value of something. But my purpose of the life insurance is not to make money. It's to protect me. And so
but everybody in the whole life insurance company is not equally as far as voter shares and stuff, is it?
But the value, so life insurance companies do not produce extraordinary market returns, right? I believe that a more private ownership or a more shareholder-based ownership would do that, which is why those evolved and those exist. But on the benefit of a whole life insurance company structured as a mutual is the stakeholders who the managers that are hired to run that have to answer to the same people that own the policies. So there's the most alignment of what I want out of the company when I buy a policy.
Wow. So wait, if I have $10 million in a whole life insurance policy company that I've contributed, and so do you, we have equal voting rights.
Yes.
And you have to actually contribute. There's no way to get more voting rights without putting in more money.
Right.
Whoa. You can't, there's no other there's no other way to have ownership.
Not in a mutual life insurance company.
Well, how do you make
own
decisions? I mean, how do you, if something gets wrong, then
they delegate that to the board. So they're making decisions, but who does, so, okay, '08 financial crisis.
how is it different than a shareholder? But yeah, okay, continue. Yeah.
That's where we're going.
Okay.
'08 financial crisis. Or even just today in the stock market, who does the CEO report to of a public company?
The board. The board?
The shareholders. Who does the board report to?
Okay,
Right.
the
The
shareholders.
shareholders, right? The stockholders. So if you own 5 shares of Tesla, Tesla Tesla has to report to you as to why they made the decisions.
Yes.
Right? And so the way that mechanism is put into place is quarterly earnings. Like that's what shareholders of the public markets, that's just what it's moved toward, to be like, if you're not hitting quarterly projections,
Right.
I'm going to vote by selling my shares. And the more of us that sell, the price goes down.
Oh, well, but also we could vote on different policies and things.
And then there's voting in whatever limited amounts
we
of
could
that
out
are
the
that they are.
CEO by
exactly,
all voting.
right?
And
And
being
you
like,
consolidate
Right.
shares to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. But the defined outcome is quarterly earnings.
Okay.
That's like what the market has come to. In a mutual company, there's no quarterly earnings.
Okay.
The thing that they have to report to is, did they pay your death benefit 40 years from now? So the decision making, is it better to make decisions every quarter or with a century in mind?
A century in mind for sure.
So especially if I want to protect myself, right? Not if I want to make a bunch of money right now, right? I need actually shorter term, to some degree, decision making for that. But if I want ultimate protection of my capital, I want the longest.
That's the only difference?
That's the only difference.
Really? Well, what about the fact that I can pull out actual cash on my policies versus I can't just ask Tesla, be like, yo, give me a loan.
Yeah, I mean, that has the nature to do with life insurance. So so let me finish.
Oh, but you're talking about mutual companies.
I'm
Gotcha.
talking about mutual companies, right? So the fact that it's a mutual company and the only people that can gain shares of that company are policyholders who have a death benefit claim at the end of their life. That aligns the ethos of that company to ensure that the decisions they make with capital and spending and growth and all of those things lead to capital being on the table to pay that death benefit.
So it's literally an incentive thing.
That's it.
Wow.
To put me and my protection
Right.
at the front of it.
Right.
Which is why I would only buy life insurance from a mutual insurance company. No other structure.
Got it.
Period.
Okay.
Because it's like, I'm going to promise to pay you this, but I have to report to quarterly shareholders. That
ridiculous.
is out of alignment. But okay, let's say you're an employee and you think you're going to retire on your Tesla stock, but you're making a decision that my Tesla stock is going to preserve my wealth and my capital until I'm retired. But who are they actually reporting to?
Shareholders.
Quarterly earnings.
Yeah. Or
Like-
the other yeah.
Does that make sense? So
Wow, that's the real difference in it? That's crazy.
now here's a
Incentives are literally so different.
sometimes completely different, but nobody understands this. Okay, here's real world example. Okay, so life insurance companies, just like essentially every company, determines risk premium on where they put their money. Okay, and from 2002 or 3 to 2006, there was a risk premium on subprime debt. So subprime debt is just debt issued to people with lower than normal credit. That's what subprime meant.
Got it.
And we'll get the government incentivized all this, which was a whole different thing.
Yep,
it's not a problem.
No, the government incentivized.
The government incentivized this. But it was, if you lent to somebody with less than the standard of credit, what would you demand from them?
Collateral.
And a higher return. Right? A higher interest rate and more collateral. Okay. From 2002 to 2006, there was a risk premium on subprime. Life insurance companies had money in subprime because they were getting paid for taking on that risk. In 2006, that started to shift because the derivative markets and all that changed, more capital went in, and the risk premium disappeared. And the CEO of the mutual life insurance company we work with came to the board and said, risk premium disappeared. Sell all the subprime stuff.
Did he have different data, or did he just, because it was a 40?
Wow. But because he had a longer term thing.
Because he couldn't report.
Because he just came in and said, look, dude, based on our long-term model of where we're taking this, and because our risk premium is determined to pay grandma's death benefit, we have to get out of this. And he said, he was like nervous going into the meeting. And he's like, if I was a public wealth management company, they'd have fired him. He's like, no, everyone is in subprime. This is where everything is going. Do you know when they unwound their very last position? Q4 2007.
Oh my gosh, that is.
And he's like, I wish I could take credit for it, but he's like, it was just the models and the fact that the ethos of the company was to protect shareholders over the long term.
Okay, so then how is that the DAO structure versus? A
DAO is it's owned by the people who have the long term benefit in it.
Give me a simple breakdown of how a DAO works in crypto. So I don't think a DAO has to be that though.
But a DAO is not
mutual. Okay, mutual.
A mutual company. No.
Yeah.
And okay, let me connect some dots here.
Yeah.
When you read that.
So it says that there's the rules of the blockchain. The DAO rules are encoded in smart contracts that self-execute.
Yep.
Okay. Membership is often gained by owning DAO's governing tokens, which are typically bought or earned. Treasury management. DAO often calls a treasury of cryptocurrency, which is managed transparently via the blockchain. Spending is only possible if approved by a vote. Decision-making proposals are created by members, e.g. for funding projects and changing the DAO's rules. Yep. Members waive the token, transparency, and trust. Okay, great.
Okay, so to me, the benefit there is there benefit in because what you just described is a public company, but just impossible to create fraud around, and a public company because the government wants centralization can't be opened without the SEC's approval. It has to be managed. It has all this regulation to it. So we can strip all that away. So that's the benefit of a DAO. But a DAO doesn't do what a mutual company does. So by the nature of selling an obligation to somebody with 100-year payout, and the only people that can get benefit from that company,
write that into the contract.
You would have to add. Guess what? You'd have to add to it. Life insurance.
Because of the data of a human life, because it's the most accurate. It's the only people in the world that have access to literally all death.
So I have to make a commitment to you that lasts for your entire life based on your life data before we can make decisions. That's what makes mutual companies powerful.
So if you wrote that into the contract of it, basically you're saying the DAO here is you would set up the DAO rules based on whatever it is. Based on
what a mutual life insurance company has done.
I wouldn't need a DAO if I wanted to have 100% ownership of the company, right?
And I wouldn't need a DAO if I want to go into risky new adventures of things, right? But if I wanted to protect, if I wanted wisdom and the best protection, again, back to purpose, wealth creation, wealth protection, if I want the best wealth protection, I would create a DAO with a life insurance company.
With the life insurance company, or
with a life insurance policy as the thing to get a token,
and a mutual, or to get your share of tokens, essentially, right?
Yeah.
And
the only owner of a token has to own a life insurance policy with that company because that would align incentives. Because
a smart contract, but yes, yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Token or smart contract, right? Yeah. Because I would not buy the token if I didn't believe they could pay my death benefit that token entitled to me when I died.
Okay. So then is there, hold on, one really quick question on this, because so if a DAO is kind of like a certain type of company that's built on the blockchain, what are the other mechanisms or vehicles on the blockchain besides DAOs to create business entity or structure? It doesn't know how to spell it yet. That's how.
DAO.
Yeah. It says DOW.
DOW.
Yeah.
Dow Jones Industrial Average.
Right. So it says if the contract kind of like smart contracts, yes. So the smart contracts, it's self-executing, yes. How it's used. Smart contracts, automatic payments, escrows. Key example of freelance, yes. Tokenization, tokenized companies or projects, a business that uses blockchain tokens to represent ownership equity, yes. But that still doesn't, ownership shares, similar. Okay, DeFi protocols. DeFi is super interesting. We're not going to go into that, but blockchain-based cooperatives and centralizations. Okay, what is the main difference between a DAO and all of these other ones? Because that's really the big question here, and I think that then that wraps it. Because what is the main difference? Is the other blockchain-based mechanisms lies in how the governance and decision-making are structured. Here's a simple comparison. A DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization. The organization itself is decentralized and governed by its members through voting powers on smart contracts. Members, often token holders, vote on proposals and decisions are executed automatically by the smart contract. This is designed to replace traditional top-down management with collective, transparent, automated decision-making. Okay, because on normal smart contracts, individual pieces of code, not fully, or so basically, technically speaking, we could have a DAO and we not even know who each other are. Right. And what would happen is if we all vote, the voting protocol is not like a typical, we're all going to vote. It's like you literally vote on the blockchain. So if you vote, it just happens automatically, no matter what, and no one can stop it as long as the shareholder vote. There's no room for fraud, if you will. So you would create that in such a way to where anyone that wanted to be part of it, if they met the qualifications of a whole, that is so wild. So that would be how you would create those type of wealth preservation structures. And then
you'd have to create an incentive that is the requirement to have rights to vote.
In order to have rights, right, in order to have rights to vote.
And that's why mutual companies are powerful. The only people that have the rights to vote are the ones with that long-term incentive, a life insurance, a whole life insurance contract.
So for the average business owner, let's go back to your company, Sovereign Wealth,
Sovereign Entrepreneur.
Sovereign Entrepreneur, thank you. So with your philosophy in investing, in starting companies, I'm an entrepreneur. I've got a company. Yay, I'm making some money. I put it into a whole life insurance policy. I'm going to hypothetically do that on the blockchain now, hypothetically. But now it comes time to go invest in other companies, or I'm going to go start a company, right? At what point, what things would what would have to happen before you want to start putting those, you're telling your entrepreneurs, your type of people, hey, you actually want to start this on the blockchain?
That's not even in my realm of advice.
Okay, sorry, but when that would start happening, is that basically when you're saying when you can raise capital, it's all legal, it's all. So if there were a service,
it's generally accepted enough to be able to do that.
Right. So if there were a service that expedited this, where it was like, hey, we're going to raise all this capital, it's going to be decentralized, and there was some incentive somehow, I don't know how that is, but if it was, and it was legal, and let's say the Trump administration comes in over the next 4 years, they put in a really good trip, and we're wrapping it up here, okay?
Yep, sorry, I'm not yawning.
No, you're good. You're good. No, I get it. But we've been going for a while. Is if they put in a regulatory structure, because that is literally what Coinbase has been at. That's all of crypto. We're just we just want regulation. And it's so bad that literally they went to the SEC. This is how bad Gary gets.
But isn't all decentralization bad? Isn't all centralization bad? But explain. I want to know what regulation.
So, because I have to get you on board. So if I want traditional money and assets into crypto, what you just said, which is, hey, we need to have some infrastructure and some rules before I'm about to come on and go on this thing. So we at Coinbase, this is how crazy this is. Coinbase went to the SEC and is like, hey, this is how we're doing it because we don't have any structure. Will you please give us some structure and some guidelines on what we're supposed to do? And the SEC said no. They're like, we're not going to tell you what to do. And then the SEC turned around and sued Coinbase for not following protocol that they didn't even give them when they were. That's how messed up this last administration was.
Totally.
Insane. So now you have an administration where the president's own son is like, Bitcoin's going to $1 million. Okay. So now you have regulatory structure in place to where for tax purposes, for legality purposes, where now tokenization of assets makes sense because it's so much more efficient, so much more. Remember when I told, it was kind of like the whole Trojan horse thing that Annie and I were talking about. It's like we need to build all the infrastructure.
Yes,
but we need to make
sure to be able to do it.
Right, but we need to make sure that the infrastructure that's being built is built in such a way. This is why the urgency is there, because if BlackRock is the one that's developing all the infrastructure, sure, they can do it for current assets, but all of the infrastructure, that's a problem. And the reason we as entrepreneurs, the actual wealth creators, have not been able to build actual companies is because back in the FTX collapse, they literally cut off the ability to put money into the system. So they tried to, the SEC, right? That because if anybody that put money into crypto, they would debank them, right? I mean, this is Mark and Drenson, or he was talking about this. Yeah. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing is they're like, we literally don't know what the rules are. We're going to go to jail if we start this company.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
So we need regulation on that.
Yes.
So if there's regulation in the next 4 years, the regulation happens. Regulation. Thank you. Regulation happens to where we have a good structure in place, to where we know now BlackRock's tokenizing things. We have a pro crypto SEC and government. We have these things in place. Now all of a sudden, if there's any incentive to where it makes more sense to go on the blockchain and to put your entity structure on there, that's when all of a sudden you and everybody else.
Yeah, or we at least eliminate that risk of ruin, the risk of me going to jail, the risk of it all totally disappearing, the risk of me losing it all. Well, that's going to for sure be in
the next 4 years. But I'm saying literally, I'm talking about like where you're all of a sudden going and everybody, you know how part of your thing is entity structure? Where your entity structure training now is all of a sudden, you got to get on, not even DAO, just smart contract blockchain, right?
Exactly.
Okay, great. And then if money starts coming on from businesses, if I can take fiat money and put it into a digitalized asset, because that's what makes the most amount of sense, the floodgates essentially open at that point.
So.
Oh my gosh, we're going to do it. All right. Well, that was not how,
Was that good?
That was insane. This was so much fun.
Because like I said, I'm just dumb asking questions of like how things work to like, and I'm sure there's people listening that are like, you're an idiot, like that's good. I want to ask all the questions that I believe are going to need logical, definable, defensible answers to be like, again, back to use case. Yes. What does the world look like? Because this is how it looks now. Mm-hmm. And these are the principles you're going to transfer. How do those get picked up in it? I learned a ton from it. Yes.
Okay, good. So to end this all thing, Michael Saylor, you've heard of him, right? The MicroStrategy, the guy that's leveraging. If he's wrong, he's so screwed. And if he's right, he is the most powerful man in the world, or wealthy man in the world. I mean, it's that drastic. But he wants to get Bitcoin because he believes Bitcoin is digital energy. And he believes that his company is going to be the one that provides financial, to your point of like needing a bank, if you will, is financial capital and distribution for building the technologies of this, right? The infrastructure behind this. He's going to be the Bitcoin bank, if you will. It's going to look very different. It's not actually, but that concept. And so what I'm saying is imagine gold was at a couple of dollars an ounce and you knew it was going to be the reserve currency of a multi-trillion, $20 trillion or this. My hope for you is that you'll like, I'll buy you the wallet, dude. Go put 10 grand into it. Just get in it, because once you can see it and understand, like owning it, it just makes a different. Does that make sense?
No, you are 100% correct. I need to move from concept to reality,
right.
to some amount of it.
Yes.
To then spearhead. Okay, now I have some concept of this that I can start I have a framework that I can lay more knowledge and information. Yes. My ability to learn is limited by my lack of exposure to it.
Okay. I'm going to be super bold here. I promise I'll help you, but you don't have to give me a number amount, but will you commit to owning some form of Bitcoin in a hard wallet in the next 90 days?
Sure. We'll do it together.
Some capacity.
We'll do it together.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
great.
cool.
I'd
so 90 days from now, we're going to have that. Okay, cool. Thank you for this. This was incredibly helpful. I will need to sit down and do an episode where I actually explain the basics of understanding of how blockchain essentially works. But I really do believe that it is inevitable. Gold's great, but it's inevitable that we're moving to the digitization of assets, and that you and I would agree, yes or no, that we have to have some hard money system or some money system that we back it all, or that we base it all in.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
And that unless everybody in this whole digital space is all wrong and Bitcoin is not what it says it is, Bitcoin is the only obvious choice to make that happen. Yes.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Great.
Yeah.
Cool. So we'll end it there. This was very, very helpful. If people want to learn more about you, I know this is not the episode, but like if they can, where would they go for that?
So the Sovereign Entrepreneur, I'm well aware. No one can spell it. Just do your best. SovereignEntrepreneur.com. I do a newsletter Where, and actually in that, I think what would be interesting for everybody is like, the people that follow me don't want to learn about investing. They want me to handle that. So what I write about and talk about and what would be helpful for people, I think, is understanding the challenges of entrepreneurship and wealth building and why the way we solve it, like back to this whole idea of I'm defending you getting wealthy, not making more money, not getting a higher rate of return, not finding better investments. It's actually that bridge to wealth. And as we've already explained here, we've seen a couple of examples of it. Sometimes it's counterintuitive. In fact, most of the time it's counterintuitive because you own a business and that changes everything. So that's what I write about. And then there's other stuff there that you can learn more.
Cool. We'll link it down below. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. If you give me, so I didn't ask of you of like, hey, let's get you a wallet and let's get something on it. If there's something that you're like, hey, you should go study this or look at this or better understand this, what would that be for me?
For you? So, and you already made a lot of progress in learning about these different categories that it's not just about does it go up in value, it's what functions to perform, what average, like that was huge, I think.
Yes.
I actually think the script is flipped to where I now owe you, I'm in your debt to say, all right, it's time for me to learn more. Because I said, I'm not going to learn until you learn a lot more about this. And you've come a long way and probably far enough on what money is and how investing works and how the economy works. And that I actually think it's flipped and I need to start paying you back and learning.
Well, then I want for my own thing. Would it be a safe thing? To me, it seems like where I would need to study it more on is specifically how raising money and the legalities behind raising money, contracts and entity structure of what you're doing in investing.
Yeah. So how Bitcoin isn't just going to be worth more because it's adopted. How does it become the underlying capital? Because we're wealthy because of capital accumulation, protection, central utilization, deployment. That's why we're wealthy, is capital.
Well, I mean,
so how does it replace all the aspects of capital?
Okay. So but not because I can conceptually understand that it's going to get there, but I need to study the actual actual aspects of what it's going to replace.
Yeah. Because capital performs lots of different functions. And until we can explain how a digital currency starts to do that, there is definitely gaps there.
Okay. Everyone, thank you. Brad, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for wearing my hoodie, and I was wearing your shirt. It's pretty good, right? Pretty good. Guys, thank you for your time. I would say subscribe below, but I have no idea. Subscribe, follow along. Go follow Brad. Go follow me. Most importantly, go buy Bitcoin. I'm right.
And be an entrepreneur.
I'm just kidding. And be an entrepreneur. We're both right. All right, thank you. See you. Bye.